Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about plastic surgery. Now, plastic surgery is pretty common, right? Especially in today's society. The rise of social media, making people want to be a little better version of themselves. Hell, sometimes it's not even for aesthetics. It's just about dermatology stuff. Maybe you got, who knows, you're a burn victim. You want your face to be normal again. These could be fairly normal procedures. But I do think that with beauty apps coming out, people want to look different, feel better. It's in people's rights to want to be able to do so. But sometimes it can go a step too far. At least in my opinion. I don't want to be judgy, but these are some extreme cases. So today we're going to look into the horrible events of plastic surgery as we know it. So let's get into it. Today's video is sponsored by Fume. If you have an unhealthy addiction, then maybe it's time to try Fume. Once you form a bad habit, it's hard to take a break. And usually quitting cold turkey is the absolute worst thing someone could do. Let Fume fill the void in a natural, guilt-free way. You can still get your fix, just with healthier options. Fume's innovative, award-winning device is a sleek, lightweight, and can help you kick your habit. Fume is completely natural and replaces vapor with flavored air. Instead of harmful chemicals, users can enjoy Fume's refreshing flavors like crisp mint, sparkling grapefruit, orange vanilla, and raspberry lemon. Right away, you'll find out that Fume device is easy to use and tastes surprisingly fresh. For many people, using the Fume device can also be a relaxing way to deal with anxiety and de-stress. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard. But switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. And there's no reason that can't be you! Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/papameat or scan the QR code and use code PAPAMEAT to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. The Fume Solano launched last November, and you can upgrade your Journey Pack to the Solano to enjoy the premium walnut barrel and onyx black coated mouthpiece that has a smoother finish and still get 10% off. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT to save an additional 10% off your order today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery is surgery done for the specific purpose to improve the appearance through reconstruction of tissue due to defect, illness, or trauma. Or maybe you just have a lot of money and you run to change it up. I'm gonna be a new me. Contrary to its name, plastic surgery or cosmetic surgery has no correlation with plastic at all. Plastic surgery gets its name from the artificial nature of the procedure, but from the Greek word plastikos, which means mold or to give form. Those Greeks always had something to say, didn't they? It's actually plastikos, to give form. You know how it is. More German than Greek, doesn't matter. When you think of plastic surgery, you probably think of it as a modern day procedure. But in fact, humans have been documented performing non-medically necessary surgery since as early as 2000 BC, or if we have some liberals in chat, BCE. Calm down in the comment section, guys. I hear you. We say BC on this channel. Before Christ. I don't want anybody talking about before Common Era, dude. It's before Christ. Most of these were to treat facial and skin injuries. An extreme example would be people in India having their nose cut off as punishment. Is that plastic surgery or is that just punishment? No, that's just cutting off a man's nose. Technically, it's a cosmetic surgery, just not one you voluntarily have. Boom, boom. In 800 BC, India has a documentation on performing skin grafts for injuries. This is where you take the skin from one part of your body and transplant it to another area. It's like sometimes you have to take the skin from your ass to put it on your face. You don't see your ass all the time, but you see your face all the time, so you take the skin from your ass, you put it on your face. But then you don't want to tell anybody that you put ass skin on your face, because people will be like, ooh. Some of the first true plastic surgeries documented were for a cleft palate, going as far back as 390 BC in China, when the first successful surgery for closing a cleft lip was performed and documented. Even with documented procedures, they were rare due to the fact that anesthesia had yet to be invented, which is brutal. I would be like, keep the cleft palate. I don't care. I'm not going through that procedure without, to not be put under and you have to feel everything. Holy shit. Your body probably goes into shock, but I couldn't power through. I'm getting ready to go to the dentist and I can barely even stomach the idea of that. Like, holy fuck. In 1460, the first medical texts for plastic surgery procedures were created for the nose job. It wasn't until the 1700s that the Eastern techniques were brought to Europe to develop this specialty. It wasn't until 1927 that Johns Hopkins Hospital created a formal training program for plastic surgeons. I bet you anything that was in California. Those fake bitches out there, am I right? John Hopkins was like, how can we be even less real? I bet you John Hopkins was a very judgmental person. Okay, fatty, well, your chin could be a lot better. The person's like,
Really?
And this is also Great Depression era, too. John Hopkins being like, you got a lot of uggos walking around the streets. A lot of poor bitches walking around looking extremely ugly. Early uses of plastic surgery were primarily for people suffering from birth defects, physical trauma, cancers, infections, and growths. It wasn't exceedingly uncommon to undergo procedures for the singular purpose of aesthetics until the invention of antibiotics and best hygiene practices, because the risk of death from infection was prohibitively high. Basically, people were saying, I mean, you could get plastic surgery, but at the same time, you could probably fucking die. If anything, it was, I mean, like, it's not like it's not respectful now. I'm gonna go on record and be like, I don't give a fuck what you do. As long as it's not affecting someone else negatively, who gives a shit? But back then, I feel like there was a lot more respect for it, because someone's just like, that nose looks great, and you could have fucking died for that nose. Are you kidding me? Good on you, Todd. His nose is like paper thin. Thank you. Doesn't he look great? And everyone's just like, yeah. There's a lot of reasons why people do plastic surgery, okay? I mean, some people like to blend in with society, right? With their environments. Plastic surgery could help people with physical abnormalities to better blend with the society that they live in. Sure! Nobody likes being the odd one out. No one likes being the ugly duckling. Some people do. Those people are called freaks. I didn't say it, you did. Gender-affirming care like breast implants, facial feminization surgery, removal or addition of various sex organs, genitalia, etc. Pretty much the gender-affirming care for plastic surgery. Some people want bigger titties. Some people want smaller titties. Some people don't want a cock anymore. Some people want a cock. Sometimes people just want to feel comfortable in their own skin. And sometimes it's quality of life, like the cleft lip surgery, which cleft lips often leave babies unable to nurse, and as they get older, they have difficulties eating. Having a cleft lip can allow bacteria access to sinuses that may cause ear infections and hearing loss. Some people are just like, hey, my fucking lip's all fucked up. I need to get it put down, which actually this baby here, that's very impressive. That's insane that we can even do that. How the fuck did we even get to this point? You know what I mean? Back in the day, the Greeks would look at this and they'd be like, ooh, and they just toss it off a cliff. Ooh, lips messed up. You get to have sex though, and you get to try again, and the family's like, okay, and that's how it was. Sometimes people want breast reductions because it hurts their fucking back. So sure, I know people are like, it's a slap in God's face having a breast reduction. My aunt had a breast reduction because those shits were insane. All right, that bitch could barely go up a flight of steps because her back was so hurt. Now she's got tiny titties, big confidence, and one hell of a wardrobe. Yo, my aunt's on top of the game because of these tiny titties, dude. Tiny titties rise up. I can't even lift my hand up because I got ginormous man breast. Yo, when the fuck can I get my breast reduced? Actually, if anything, if I got a breast reduction right now, it would look so weird with my giant slug body, having like a flat chest. Hello, everything. This is fine, but everything else is just collapsing. I'm collapsing under my own girth. You have people who need it for those reasons, but sometimes it is purely cosmetic. Some people are just like, I don't like the way I look, which goes into a big point of plastic surgery, which is body dysmorphia, which body dysmorphia is growing rampant these days, and people are desperate to change themselves at any cost. You know, body dysmorphia is a huge thing. If you don't even perceive yourself the way that other people perceive you, you are not comfortable in your own skin, but also it goes to such excessive extents. You know, body dysmorphia of people who are probably like super fucking fat, but can't process that they're that large. Same with like bodybuilders who feel like they're tiny, even though they're gigantic and they look like the fucking Hulk. One of the most common plastic surgeries is, of course, the breast implant. All right, boys. Calm down. We get it. Hey, calm down. There are over 300,000 surgeries performed each year just in the United States alone. That's a lot of bigger titties. I didn't know that. Kind of hard to think that titties could be universally so small to where people feel like they have to make them bigger. You know what I bet it is? I bet a lot of the titties are fine and people are just being greedy. I'm not body shaming anybody. I just want to say, if you have fine titties, leave the fine titties alone, dude. Everybody likes a nice titty. No one likes the titties where it looks like a handmade Indian carved bowl just like tucked under your chest. And they're like two separate and you have that giant flat divide. It's like looking at the Salt Lake in Utah. Beautiful mountains on each side, but just a barren flat oasis in between. Tragic. The first breast augmentation was done in 1895 by Dr. Vincent Sindri, also known as the happiest doctor on planet Earth, where he implanted a lipoma, a fatty growth, into a 41-year-old singer after she had a partial mastectomy, which is you had to get some of your titties ice cream scooped out and you throw it away the cancer. The breast was smaller and firmer than the opposite, but nonetheless, she was in perfect health. So one titty was a little softer, one was a little more firm. If anything, I bet the guy was just like, this is dealer's choice. All the other guys, he's like, what, both your wife's tits feel the same? It's like almost like getting to flip this. It's like when you like your hot pillow sometimes, but then you can flip it over and it's the cool side. Over the years, breast implants were made out of many materials, such as glass balls, ivory, rubber, cartilage. Ugh. Wool, gutta percha, polyethylene chips, and sponges. If my wife came home and she's like, I got breast implants, and then she's like, I got a glass ball breast implant, I couldn't help but feel like I'd be like, that's sick. Every time she tripped, I'd be like, there goes the glass. That cannot be safe. You fucking fall down and it's like an ornament on a tree just cracked. And she's like, on the ground. In 1899, experimentation with wax and other implants injections killed many women. Took a bit of a dark turn. In 1945, it was reported that Japanese prostitutes used paraffin and goat's milk injections to help shape their breast. That'd be crazy, dude. Get a Japanese prostitute in 1945 and you're just like,
Let me suck your titties a little bit.
you just taste nothing but goat's milk. Yo, why the fuck does this taste like goat's milk? She's like, don't worry about it. You're being insane. It wasn't until 1961 when the first silicone breast implants emerged. Originally, they used to be injected directly into the breasts of the women, which would result in silicone granuloma and hardening of the breast. Both of these problems would require a mastectomy for treatment. I think I knew somebody on my street growing up that had one of those original ones where they had right into the tit, because every time you gave her a hug, it was like hugging like a rock creature. Remember as a kid, I asked my mom, I'm like, does it hurt? My mom was like, probably. Which looking back on it, I'm like,
All right, you bitch. Jesus.
it was tested on one dog before being approved to use on a human woman. What? The dog just, he's just sitting there and all of a sudden they go to one of its tits and they're just like, you think they injected it near the dog's nipple? I'm imagining a perfect human woman's breast on a dog now, near their stomach.
The funny thing is, I think they like waited like 7 days and like, all right.
Yeah, they waited 7 days. They waited 7 days and like, all right, the dog's doing good. All right, put it down and
Let's start putting these into women's tits.
Frank Garreau and Thomas Cronin inserted it into a dog named Esmeralda. Perfect dog name for this. It almost would have been if the dog's name was like Diamond or Rose. Oh man. They only waited a few weeks before declaring the implants harmless, even though the dog chewed at their stitches until it had to be removed. Dog's like, get it out! Get it out of me! And they're like, that's probably normal. I doubt the women are gonna do that. All right, just ship it out. Silicone breast implants over time were found to cause cancer and make it difficult to perform mammograms, which is a procedure to check breasts for lumps, which actually I'm pretty sure I saw what a mammogram was, and it's like they literally, you like put your tit onto a fucking device and like literally pile drives the tit down. You ever see those videos where it's like the thing goes down and it presses like a bunch of Skittles and they shoot out? They put their fucking tit and like put it up on the hydraulic press and he has like a button and they're like, okay. But it's like going down. I was like, holy shit. Imagine you had to do that with your balls.
Nope.
All we have is a doctor that holds our balls in our hand and he like does this and he's like, you been feeling weird lately?
They got also the finger.
I've never had a finger inside me yet.
5 more years.
Are you saying like it's a Groundhog's Day or something? Puts it inside me. He's like, uh-oh, 8 more weeks of winter. I see my own shadow in the corner. Japanese women who were entered into sex slavery for American soldiers were injected with stolen silicone, which eventually caused gangrene, silicone rot, and even death. Man, that's fucked, dude. If you're gonna hand-me-down silicone, dude, holy shit. Ads for the injections claim that no harmful effects have been reported. In the days of injections and the first implants, it was common for employers to request women to get surgeries. Holy shit. You know, your tits are looking pretty small. Just like 8 a.m. wasted on scotch. We're gonna make your tits real big. Huge. And they're just like, I'm a librarian at this local school. He's like, perfect. People want to read all the time. Injections were banned in 1965 due to unsafe nature of silicone implant. There we go, thank God. These days, breast implants have moved away from silicone gel where possible. The 3 most common modern methods are saline filled, not as natural feeling, too soft, but can retroactively filled more, and if they leak, they aren't likely to cause issues. Silicone gel filled, more natural feel, but can leak into the breast tissue and cause issues. And gummy bear, what the fuck? Thicker silicone breast implants, hard and a natural feeling, but gives a better appearance. Give me the gummy bears, dude. I don't give a fuck how they feel. How do they look, toots? If I'm going to my college reunion, I want to be like, I got my wife the gummy bears. They're not gonna touch them, you know what I mean? Hey, nothing wrong with window shopping. Breast implants, as we know them today, have size limits. The largest size sold commercially is 800cc in the US, meaning slightly less than a liter or basically almost 2 pounds, 1.76 pounds. This is due to ethical concerns with larger breasts that could disfigure skin, stretch the pocket they place them in, and have higher chance of rejection. As it's known though, many women have sought out larger breasts that have met unfortunate circumstances in their way. So let's talk about some women who push the extremes to breast implants. Susan Sykes, aka Busty Heart. I did not make that up. That's just what That's what it was online. She was a 63-year-old stripper who had 34 breast implants, earned enough money to buy a nightclub, a strip club, and a literal island. The sagging breast tissue from the weight distorted her stomach until she needs a tummy tuck, but her breasts are too large to effectively do the surgery. Is this the botch thing? Is this her here? She crushed a can with her breast. All right, she's bringing out a fucking watermelon now. The silicone in her tits are so hard that she's able to destroy a fucking watermelon. Look at these guys. Oh my god. Is this the goddess Aphrodite in front of me, crushing these watermelons with her tit? Next up, we have Brian Mammaries. Like mammary glands, get it? Engaging in a bet with a friend, he got $100,000 if he'd get a pair of breast implants. That's awesome. That's a big bet. He gambled with plastic surgery buddy and won $5,000, which he exchanged for his tits. Apparently, every year he keeps these breast implants in, he gets $10,000. That is not worth it. Those are so weird, which I guess if you're like married, who gives a shit? But like, even just feeling them, I don't know. I have my own pair of tits and I don't want them, you know? And then of course there's the 32 triple D breast implant exploding. A patient went in complaining of breast pain after getting very large implants. Both implants ruptured and leaked silicone into her lymph nodes. Oh man. Holy shit, her tits literally did explode. That's crazy. I just feel like there's no way we can show any of this. And last up, to really indicate some of the psychological and some of the damage that can be done, we're gonna talk about Sheila Hershey. She spent $320,000 trying to transform herself into Dolly Parton. She's looking to eventually have 24 liters of saline in each implant for a size of 000. Have you ever heard of that? Me neither. Her skin will not stretch that much, and the skin between her breasts will eventually distend, creating a uniboob, as with many large-breasted implants. Awesome. I don't care what anybody says. Awesome. She seeks to earn the title of world's biggest boobs. And in 2005, an infection after liposuction and her rib removal nearly killed her. One of 2 near-fatal infections. And here's a little image of all the procedures she's done. She's had 38 breast surgeries, 28 liposuctions, 5 no surgeries, 190 cc's of butt implants, 2 floating ribs removed, 2 tummy tucks, eyebrow lift, countless Botox and fillers, breast surgery for triple O cup boobs, 2 ribs removed, 2 more ribs removed, pending. And lastly, the 360 liposuction and tummy tuck and fat transfer to hips, and that is also pending. What I say to Sheila is good luck, God bless. You are an anomaly. You are a shooting star. That's meant to be a compliment. Not like a shooting star is like a dying star. That's not what okay. There's also people who get addicted to these highs and can't stop getting the procedures. Like Mary Magdalene, who was left with an alien uniboob earlier this year after one of her size 38J breast implants exploded in her chest. She has since upgraded to a much larger 1000cc implants with silicone expanders installed so she can fill them up at home herself. That's awesome. Mary has stated that she, quote, has been trapped in a never-ending cycle of plastic surgery, and that, quote, it's not a fun little adventure anymore. It's just draining in every possible way. That's extremely sad. I don't know why the fuck we had to include that. The before picture is pretty insane. Beautiful woman, and the after picture is here we are now. It's a horrible case of body dysmorphia, you know? No way to go about it. And she almost had a fatal surgery so she could basically inflate her vagina so she would have the Guinness World Record for world's fattest. That feels like a fake thing. This almost feels like something that is in a comedy movie, but this is real life. Also, her buttocks started to rot after she had illegal butt injections, which she sealed with super glue, which leads us nicely into our next segment, butt stuff. First ever butt implant was in 1969 by Dr. R.J. Bartles, aka the stinkiest doctor in America, and at first used the same technique for breast implants, though this procedure did not become successful or popular considering breasts and butts look and feel different from one another. The only approved injectables for the butt are fat transfers, where fat is taken from one area of the body and relocated to a different area, as well as ass cheek implants, which are kind of made of the same material as breast implants, which, quote, a surgeon uses liposuction to remove fat from the abdomen, flanks, or back. The surgeon then uses a syringe to re-inject the fat back into reserved fat in the buttock, which leads us into Brazilian butt lifts, aka BBLs. Pretty sure that's a pretty common term. The Brazilian butt lifts have become the most deadly type of plastic surgery. That's actually crazy. I didn't know that. The procedure has increased over 800% over the last decade, from 7,382 surgeries in 2011 to 61,387 surgeries in 2021. Do we blame the Kardashians? I don't know. Let's just do it. Let's point fingers with no knowledge. Also, the statistic to remember here is that breast implant mortality rates are 1 in 72,000. I wouldn't roll the dice, I guess is what I'm saying. There were 25 BBL-related deaths in Florida alone between 2010 and 2022. The reason for its high fatality is because it's considered a blind procedure and the surgeon may damage large blood vessels in the buttocks. This can cause fat to travel from the heart and lungs, obstructing blood flow and causing immediate death. I like how the doctor's just like, Let's hope for the best, right? Let's get on in there. There's also an entire black market that uses unsafe injectables such as collagen injections, silicone injections, and dermal filler, which is used for small areas like the face. Let's talk about some of the notable deaths in some of the cases here for the BBLs, right? In 2019, Alicia Galaz and Libby Adam, a mother and daughter duo, were arrested for injecting a lethal dose of injectable silicone into a 26-year-old. Within just a few hours of the operation, the 26-year-old had passed. This is also not the first time someone has died because of Alicia Galaz. That demon! Okay. A year prior to another lady died on the same procedure, so these bitches are killing people left and right with these ass injections. Former Wild 'N Out star Jackie O died of complication at the age of 33 after a botched BBL. And Cardi B has revealed that at one point she did butt injections. Liquid silicone injections were given by some guy in a basement illegally. This is allegedly, but we like to believe this is real because Cardi B is a bit of a character. She sings WAP, right? She sings WAP. Need to make a new song called BBL. In a famous case from 2017, a woman by the name of O'Neal Ron Morris, aka the Toxic Tush Doctor, was sentenced to 10 years in jail after their patient, Shatarka Nubi, reportedly died from silicone migration in the body. For thousands of dollars, Morris, who was not licensed doctor, was illegally injecting a combination of Fix-A-Flat, cement, and caulking into patients' asses and sealed it with super glue. Give me the Netflix documentary immediately is what I say to that. This resulted in blackened flesh, necrosis, and even eventual death from the patient. Newby was receiving hip and butt injections from Morris between 2007 and 2010 and died 2 years later in 2012. The aunt of the deceased claimed she was with Shatarka many times during her injections, and Morris told her she got her silicone from Home Depot. Hey, there's a friend in the neighborhood, or whatever the fuck their slogan is. Morris denied the allegations, but decided to take a plea deal because she claimed that the widespread attention the case was getting was going to make her have an unfair trial. Oh, is this her? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, this is the doctor. Yeah, this is the Tush Doctor here. That's insane to think that there's just cement in her ass right there. Looks like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio's briefcase from Catch Me If You Can in her pants there. Good God. What a monster. Which it looks like, yeah, she was definitely doing her own supply. Next up, let's talk about facial procedures. Yay. Starting with injections. Different from silicone and injectable materials of the past, new injections are made of a variety of material that is readily absorbed into the body or dissolved with the addition of counteracting agent. And these injections can be used for things like making lips fuller, more plump, filling in fine lines and wrinkles, and raising cheekbones and defining jaw lines. Is that what mewing is? I'm pretty sure that's what mewing means. For your jaw. As people age, fat cells migrate and die off in certain parts of the face. And under the eyes and in the cheekbones and jawlines is the common area to correct this. Sometimes people get implants or fillers to solve this. You know, and I've known a lot of people who've gotten Botox or do these kind of things for certain health benefits, or even to like fill in certain parts of like eyelids and stuff. It's a pretty common procedure. But let's talk about people who maybe took it a bit too far, which the first people up are extremely famous, the identical twins, Igor and Krishka Bogdanov, which looking at their before and after images, it's you know. We have Jocelyn Windelstein, a Swiss socialite, has had multiple surgeries to appear more cat-like and youthful with implants. I found that with a lot of like face implant stuff or a lot of like facial plastic surgery. It seems like a lot of cases of extreme plastic surgery leads people to look very cat-like, much like that It's Always Sunny episode where his wife transforms into a cat. I don't know. In 2005, a woman went to the black market and instead of getting silicone filler, she was injected with a tire sealant and cement into her face. The fillers eventually hardened under the skin, causing large deformities in her face, and she was too embarrassed to file a police report. That is so sad. It is actually so fucking sad. Oh. How unfortunate. Brutal. And in 2015, she appeared on television show Botched and got her face reconstructed. Initially, the plastic surgeons deemed the surgery too dangerous, but eventually she underwent 4 surgeries over the course of 7 weeks. Okay, so this random person thought she was getting Juvederm, which is like a filler, but it's unbelievable. Looks like a spoiled tomato. How unfortunate, man. For real. Next up, we have Pennsylvania woman Kaylee Jones, who's 23-year-old, got fillers to make her lips fuller. An allergic reaction to the fillers caused swelling and made her lips blow up. And it's funny because she does look like that character from Monsters Incorporated. We're not going to keep making jokes, but that is what it looks like. There was even a woman who injected cooking oil into her skin. After doctors refused to give Hang Miyoki any more plastic surgeries, she resorted to injecting herself with cooking oil at home. Now the former model is permanently disfigured, but after 10 surgeries, this is what she looks like now. That's even, like, God, there's some rough pumpkin aspects here, dude. Good God. Now, we're moving into Botox, which is the #1 minimally invasive cosmetic procedure. Between 4 to 5 million people get Botox per year, and over 85% of the procedures were done on women. Made from botulinum toxin, the same that causes food poisoning, it stops nerves from communicating with muscles, effectively paralyzing or reducing movement in that muscle group, which counteracts the effect of aging. And it was discovered in 1820, but in the 1950s, it was used to alleviate hyperactive muscles and small tics. But it wasn't until 1989 it was approved for use to treat cross-eyes. 1997, the demand for Botox was so high that the US ran out, causing panic. 90s were a difficult time in the world, just as a large. Though it was in use for wrinkles since the early 90s, it was not approved for any cosmetic use until 2002 for the lines between your brows only. 2017 approved to treat forehead lines and crow's feet. Any other use besides forehead, crow's feet and 11s are considered off-label use, which of course that leads us into horror stories of Botox. I'm getting drained looking at this shit, dude. Good God. Botched Botox is a common occurrence due to the nature of injections given off-label and can create some strange appearances. Though there is no cure for botched Botox, the effects only last 3 to 6 months. Oh my God. Good fucking Lord. Looks like a character from James and the Giant Peach, doesn't it? God damn. Holy shit. What was wrong with the lips before? You know what I mean? You just want a little lip injection? Well, I guess it's probably she's like, oh, I just want a little bit, but then it's whatever. Brutal. But, you know, a big question is what could possibly go wrong with Botox, right? As you are paralyzing muscles, it's easy for needles they use to hit the wrong muscle as they're trying to work around the eyes. You can have a droopy eye or lose muscle functionality, which in 2001, a blogger, Whitney Buha, went in for her routine Botox. After she got her Botox shots, she felt it wasn't effective, so she went in and had more done. Ended up losing functionality temporarily in the wrong muscles, cytosis. And to compensate, her other eye muscles overworked and caused her eyes to bulge. Yo, she does look kind of inquisitive though. Put that bitch in a Sherlock Holmes outfit. She'd probably be pretty effective. TikTok user Megan Hare got Botox in her chin, which caused her face to draw up and lost movement in her jaw. That would actually fuck me up, not being able to like open your mouth. Crazy. I do like how the thing says get Botox in your chin, they said. WTF? A lot of surgeries are not driven by age or time factors, but a general dissatisfaction with the human body in general. Unrealistic standards from camera filters have exacerbated these issues as fast as medical advances can be made to create procedures. The drive for larger and larger lips has created a black market and unethical practices. Women are getting lips of such size and volume that they no longer look in the realm of aesthetically pleasing. In my opinion, we're dipping into cartoonish levels, I want to say. Acme is making lip fillers. That's a good joke. Damn fine joke. Acme, Warner Brothers, Looney Tunes, doesn't matter. Sometimes there's some surgical solutions, right? Like facelifts. In general, a facelift involves elevating the skin and tightening the tissues and muscles. Fat in the face and neck can be sculpted, removed, or moved. Facial skin is then re-draped over the newly repositioned contours of the face, and excess skin is removed, and the wound is stitched up and taped closed. That's how you do a fucking facelift. Not too hard, doctors. I don't need to go to school for 12 years to do that, dude. Get me on the black market facelift game. That's what I want to know. Let's talk about some crazy-ass doctors, starting off with Dr. Roxy. Last year in Ohio, a woman named Catherine Graw, aka Dr. Roxy on TikTok, lost her license to practice medicine as a cosmetic surgeon after multiple ethics violations. She became popular on TikTok for live streaming and making videos of her surgeries. Her non-surgical videos posted were extremely derogatory of the female body and set standards that necessitated having surgery for having breasts that a pin could sit under. Eventually started dancing and doing meme TikTok trends while operating. Her performance and videoing violated patients' privacy, and 3 patients of hers had to be hospitalized for intense medical care. One patient she live streamed suffered a perforated intestine after liposuction, where she published a video on her going ham on the woman's abdominal cavity with the suction probe. This is gonna be fucked. Oh, that is brutal. Holy shit. Surgeries were performed at a facility that was not licensed to do so, and her recovery house was not staffed by any medical professionals. This bitch looks like the devil already. You know, I bet she could throw a mean punch. I can tell you that right now. Like, lay your ass out in one big swing. On TikTok, we've been seeing a guy pop up a lot lately named Dr. Kim from South Korea, who has gained notoriety for his extreme facelifts. They've caused a little bit of controversy, I'll be honest. And if you look at the before and afters, it's very sad. Very sweet, innocent looking people going in and they're just like, hi, I'm here for a procedure. And then they leave looking like the Phantom of the Opera. Like, I don't, like, it's pretty brutal. Normal lifts take skin from near the ears and at the temple hairlines. Dr. Kim does extreme lifts under the brows, at the forehead, and around the jawlines. It's caused an open brow lift. Dr. Yon has covered some of the extreme surgeries and flaws in it, has drawn in skin so tightly it's caused ears to pucker and curl. If the hairline recedes, the scar becomes very noticeable. Which that's one thing I found too, yeah, is when you look at those, it's like it's pulled so much that the ears are like curling in like this. It's sad, man. And I just wanted to talk about one more. This is more body modification, but it's something that I'm still fascinated, and it's synthol. Synthol to me is one of the craziest things I've seen in terms of body modification for people who want to be bigger. I wanted to talk about Kirill Tiroshin. You've probably seen him on the internet somehow, but he is the Russian Popeye, as they say. But this guy, normal looking body, has been injecting synthol into his biceps. I mean, if you look at the skin, it's stretched. I know he's even gotten some facial reconstruction done, but he's definitely not the only guy who has gotten synthol. But to me, maybe we can do a full video on it. We can gauge people's interest. But synthol is so fascinating. I know that there's people who have gotten like shoulders near their neck, their arms, and it's just something that it will in time slowly kill them. And it's just, if anything that there's to take away from this video with plastic surgery is that there's nothing wrong with trying to fit into your own skin, right? There's nothing wrong with wanting to make sure that you feel comfortable as a human being. Never once in the video am I trying to say that it's not. But to me, there's something extremely interesting about body dysmorphia, how your own brain can trick you into thinking that you're something you're not, and especially going so far with an obsessive trait to where it becomes almost parasitic and addictive in nature. Just gotta watch out for yourself. So if I gotta say anything, love who you are and who you want to be. I appreciate you all so much for watching, and for the love of God, if your surgeon has a TikTok account, don't go to them, is what I would say to that. But anyways, I'm gonna go get some synthol injections into my my abdomen and my arm, so I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down, because today we're talking about the Lord. Or at least servants of the Lord. And I know that's all of us, but today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable people on planet Earth, in my opinion, which are televangelists. Televangelists, you know, I feel like the reach has never been greater. Right now, I see pastors tweeting out the Lord's message. I see people doing streams on Twitch praising the Lord. TikTok lives, Instagram Reels, all kinds of stuff. It has never been an easier time to get the good word out. But televangelists are a different breed. Formed basically right at the beginning of television, it has been a big moneymaker in the church regime for a long time. And today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable members of that. We're not going to be bashing any of the Lord's words. We're just going to be bashing the people who abuse the system. Because if there's one thing that is probably the most disgusting thing that you can do with any kind of power via TV or social media is to manipulate people who are in dire needs for salvation, and all they have to do is drain every penny from their pocket. So without further ado, let's get into it. Wait! Ooh, I got something to tell you. You better listen up, you better listen good. The Lord has come down and he's told me something. He's told me something good. He's told me something special now. He's saying that we officially have our Gamer Supps flavor. Raw meat. Ooh, baby, and it's the best. It's a nice watermelon cantaloupe surprise that'll make you say, oh, Mamma Mia, praise the Lord. And right now, you can get it at GamerSupps.com. Just head on over there, get yourself a little raw meat, and use promo code Papa Meat at checkout to get 10% off. Oh, baby. And you know what? As soon as you taste this, you'll be ordering them every goddamn month because they're that good. It comes in caffeinated, non-caffeinated versions, keto-friendly, low-calorie, okay? No sugar, all right? Nothing but pure goodness. Watermelon cantaloupe goodness. Perfect for any summertime needs. Hey, if there's any tithing, tithe to yourself, baby. Serve to yourself and get yourself some nice raw meat Gamer Supps. Support the channel, support Gamer Supps, and support yourself. Drink responsibly, drink tastefully. Gamer Supps, raw meat. I love you. Did you know there are over 1,700 mega churches in the U.S. alone? A mega church is defined as having a weekly average of 2,000 more people, and you know, you get into stuff too where the churches, I mean, mega does not even scratch the surface to the size of some of these people's complexes. I mean, an unbelievable amount of people. Almost like every weekend you're going to see a pop star act. The stage is that big, there's that many people filling up stadiums, literal stadiums of attendees. It's pretty amazing. But with tax exempt status, churches churches are big business, pulling in an estimated $74.5 billion a year, which is pretty fucked. I mean, I don't think people really fully appreciate the tax-exempt status. You know, for a lot of smaller churches where it's a mom-and-pop organization and maybe it's in a small town, having tax-exempt probably helps alleviate a lot of the things of maintaining and running the church and putting it back into the community somehow, versus being a pop idol god amongst your own peers and having tax-exempt status is fucking insane, especially whenever regular fast food workers, people who work regular 9-to-5 jobs are paying taxes every paycheck, and then you have fucking Joel Osteen over there driving Ferraris and all kinds of shit, not having to pay the government one single dime. It's pretty fucked, which we'll get into that right now. Peter Popoff, what a great name. Peter Popoff, who's worth $10 million, claimed to be a clairvoyant, but received messages from an earpiece from his wife, which was proven by James Randi.
She lives at 1627 10th Street.
1627 10th Street? Is that right? That's right.
Wait. Clairvoyant is where you can speak to the dead, right? What was that one show where it was like the medium? Remember the guy? He'd be like, I'm hearing a Tim, and so I'd be like, that's my husband's name. He's like, you.
Basically him.
That was him as well? Okay. Which he was great because he was almost like a shaman. And he would accurately announce home addresses and specific illnesses of audience members during his healing sermons, called his skeptics tools of the devil. What's kind of funny about this is that, I don't know the specifics of this, but I imagine that people who are showing up to the church, they probably filled out something of like, what's an ailment you have, or who's a recently deceased person, and they would probably fill that out and put it in there, and then they would have like specific seating or something.
She'd gotten her information from prayer cards filled out by the faithful before the show began.
Or probably to where they could be like, oh, that's your name, this is her, you know, they have like a little form.
Because it'd be easier now. You can just Google up their name.
Or did you just look up somebody's Facebook? Were you pretty depressed yesterday? I was. How did you know? Everyone's like, I follow that bitch. That bitch is some doom post. She's a black pillar. For real. Good Lord. Sold miracle spring water on TV. Which Peter Popoff's miracle spring water is a scam that involves respondents sleeping in the water, praying over it, and sending it back to Popoff with a donation. It's a pretty good deal. Also, to send thing back, that must be the shipping cost for that? Holy shit. In exchange, respondents are promised protection from disease and disability. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. As well as financial prosperity. The water is said to come from Russia Spring that protected those who drank it after the Chernobyl nuclear accident. I'm sure a lot of people drink a lot of water. Yeah, nothing bad happened to the Chernobyl people at all.
Did you use the miracle?
I used the Miracle Spring water twice, and you sent me this Miracle Spring water, and I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000.
2 checks, double portion, blessing.
What does that mean? What check?
I don't know.
Who wrote you the check? Could you be more specific? Whose name was on the check? She's like, you didn't prompt me that when you gave me the script. Whose name was on the check?
What if she's like, your name?
Your name's on the check. He's like, no, cut the broadcast. Cut the broadcast. His organization brings millions of dollars in a year, and no financial data is available since 2005 as they've gained non-profit status. The Lord is good. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Lord. One of Popoff's schemes was that he was claiming to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union. What am I reading? What are we even talking about here? He reported that these Bibles were being floated over via helium air balloons. To facilitate this noble act, he requested large sums of money both for the large amount of Bibles he was buying and for the transportation. Popoff started getting huge sums for this effort, and when his skeptics asked him to prove the purchases of the books and balloons, he staged a burglary at his headquarters in 1985, which he later used on subsequent broadcasts to tearfully ask for more money to pay for the damages and replace the Bibles. That is so fucking funny. What a weird thing. So the scam that you're doing for people is that you're lying and say you're going to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union using helium balloons. Why? This is why I feel so bad, because you only see a lot of time is that people who watch this stuff are people who are like, well, those people who follow that stuff are fucking dumb anyways. I'm like, these are like well-adjusted people who are almost indoctrinated into a cult. Like, they put so much of their own faith and their belief into this thing, and I don't think that any of these people are truly stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fucking dunces there, and there's probably a couple bad eggs, but I just mean, this is just sheer manipulation, especially for something that's been going on so long. It's fucking crazy, man. And also, it's kind of one of those like weird, what was that one, the Stanford prison experiment thing, where it's like anybody with a shrivel amount of power will abuse it, and then anybody who's like under that will abide by what they say and stuff. Just feels weird. I can see people kind of being in this thing where they would never question anything that he says, and god, that's so funny. tearfully asked for the money back. What a fucking pussy. Which the biggest and highest earning of these churches is Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas. Which is helmed by the ever controversial Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen's net worth is over $50 million. For a man who is serving the Lord and trying to bring people to salvation, I feel like you don't need $50 million. I'm gonna go on a big limb. Maybe if he had some kind of act that he did. I'm trying to think, like if he juggled. If he did his sermons and he juggled, would that, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure. He has one of those extremely big shit-eating grins too. It's just, it oozes with that just kind of like fake, almost like veneer mask. I hate it, but he has the prosperity theology, which believes that it is the will of God for the pious Christians to receive material gain. Kind of like that book, The Secret, I think, which is literally, if you think it'll come in, it'll come. Not that kind of come, but it'll come. He lives in a $10.5 million mansion and drives a $325,000 Ferrari. These are things that really, to any other person, you'd be like, well, hey, he's a rich guy. But to a pastor, it seems just a bit, dare I say, inappropriate to be driving a Ferrari as a pastor. It'd be so funny if a woman's just like, thank you, Joe, the service was so good. He's like, get off me, poor bitch, and just peels out. He takes a salary of $200,000 a year from the church. I doubt it. I bet it's way more than that. Yeah, on paper, he tells the government, I take $200,000 a year. It's like the same thing with like presidents where it's like, oh, you have $300,000 or $400,000 a year salary for the rest of your life. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
It's like Steve Jobs. I think he only gave himself $1 each year.
He gave himself $1, yeah, but it's worth billions in stocks and everything else. He claims that his money comes from his book sales. Less than 1% of the $89 million that was raised in 2017 went to any charities. The rest went into his extravagant lifestyle. And then during the COVID times even, there was a thing called the CARES Act, which is basically, I think everybody got like a check or something. He claimed a bunch of money and fucking lied about that too. Made a statement that he didn't claim any money. I didn't claim anything. Hey, the Lord's got my back, right? But the administrative data shows that he indeed claimed $4.4 million. There's a lot of celebrities that do that. Didn't Brett Favre do something like that too? Some kind of crazy shit. And then during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, he refused to offer assistance or housing in its mega church. He had this giant coliseum that he gives his sermons to every Sunday. People were like, hey, my house, like, we're gonna die. Can you let us in? And he's like, there's too much water. He kept claiming that there was flood water surrounding the entire building. Well, he would have let people in, but there was flooded water everywhere. There is just a plethora of photos that it couldn't look more dry, is the unfortunate thing. At least pick a lie that makes sense with video and photo proof is what I gotta say. Joel later said that they did open the doors and it always was opened. Had earlier stated that their church might open if all their shelters were full, and eventually they did open in a minimal capacity. In August of the next year, Houston Mayor Turner declared a day of honor for the church and Osteen for their efforts. Wow, what a stand-up guy. I'm pretty sure he only opened it also after there was like immense backlash. Pretty sure people were like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, whatever. And let me tell you too, I'm pretty sure my mom has some of this dude's books and stuff. Do you think it's actually kind of an interesting thought experiment? If the majority of his wealth came from book sales, does that justify his extravagant lifestyle when the entire thing is you're preaching the Lord's word? You know what I mean?
Did he pay taxes on those book sales?
No, there's no way he paid taxes on those book sales. I doubt it. Well, even if he did, I'm just saying that like it's very hypocritical to be like, all you need is God, and then you give nothing back to anybody. And this is to me too, where I'm like, if it's your money, you can do whatever you want with it. But whenever you're a holier than thou kind of guy, it just seems fucking crazy. Next up, we have Jesse Duplantis, which he has a nice net worth of $20 million. What a pussy. Wow, only $20 million? Why don't you start selling some fucking books, you old bitch? Pastor of Voice of the Covenant Church. Voice of the Covenant Church. That's a fucking creepy ass.
Voice of the Covenant Church.
Claims the second coming of Christ has been delayed due to lack of donations to his congregation.
And so what has hindered all these things is because people are not doing in the financial realm, because we live in an economic world, what God's called them to do.
Come on, dude. Jesus is trying to make his way here. Can't fucking afford gas, all right? If you guys would just donate more, he'd show up faster. God, what do you not know about that? He begged his congregation to donate money so he could buy a $54 million plane after already having owned 3 private jets. Well, dude, I mean, come on. Private jets are kind of small. Turbulence is bad because they're tiny. Sometimes you need a $54 million plane. Got to get places. I like to think that he just travels like 45 miles in his $54 million plane. Really taking a nice page out of the book of all the other superstars who fly around the world and stuff. But he's just like, I just want to go down the road.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse, dude.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse? People would just pay him more money, then we could... we can get to where we need to go. And when criticized for his $54 million plane and his 3 private jets, he said, and I quote, I really believe that if Jesus was physically on earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey. Think about that for a minute. He'd be in an airplane preaching the gospel all over the world. What a weird, tone-deaf thing. Jesus wouldn't be riding no donkey.
He wouldn't be riding a donkey.
He'd be in a Boeing. Hell, he'd be in a jet stream, flying around preaching the word. It's always funny when people say flying around preaching the world as if it's just like, it's just that convenient to just get in a jet and just be like, we're gonna go here today. And then they land and he's just like, hello. I've come to spread the good word. His house is a mega mansion, and he had it classified as a rectory. What's a rectory?
A house where a minister or priest lives, usually near the church.
Okay, so no taxes are paid on it, because God forbid, you have to just give a little back. You know, taxes suck, right? No one likes paying taxes, but the whole thing is that you hope that it goes to something kind of good. Better roads, you know, it helps pay for all the public bullshit we have and everything. And all these greedy cocksuckers just don't want, they like, no, I have my own gold bowl that you're supposed to put money in. I don't give you money. You know what I mean? Come on. Next up, we have Jan Crouch. 50 million. Oh, Joel Osteen, watch out, huh? Started the TBN, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, with her husband, Paul, and fellow religious grifter couple. What do you mean by grifter? Scammer, okay. Why don't we just say scammer? Who the fuck says grifter? Like, am I in the Mad Max universe? Like, what are we talking about here? Fellow religious scammers couple... And other religious scammers, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker, those fucking idiots. She was known for going on TV and emotionally begging for donations. I do want to see this. I love this.
Sounds like certain Twitch streamers.
It does sound like a couple of Twitch streamers that I am not going to name, but I think we might know who they are.
Last request. Said if you would just say on the air.
Dude, why did Jan Crouch kind of got me acting up a little bit, huh? That bitch is like covered in like gold chains and stuff. She has the exact outfit Xerxes was wearing when Leonidas went up and he was like, can we not just fucking call it a day?
We love you, Brenda. She will be watching because she watches 24 hours a day.
God, what a fucking loser. Watches 24 hours a day? Dude, get a fucking hobby. Good God.
Before the nightmares stopped, Jan, I had planned to commit suicide. I'm enclosing $10 to begin supporting TBN whenever I can.
This is boring. I love this top comment. My friends and I love to get drunk and watch Jan Crouch videos on YouTube. Even pissing your money away on lotto tickets is a better investment than TBN and its resident drag queen. I tell you what, this is what's kind of crazy is, I don't know if you've ever been to any acting classes or improv classes. The way that she's forcing these tears out is like watching people try to learn how to be a dramatic actor for the first time.
Is she yawning?
I don't know if she's yawning. It'd be funny if she was, or you could tell she's like putting her tongue on the roof of her mouth, whatever, and she's like, no, she's just like, I don't even. I wish somebody would just help her. Jan Crouch, hot as shit. My God. In March 2012, Crouch was accused by her granddaughter, a former employee and chief finance director of the network, of misappropriating network funds to spend on lavish lifestyle. Expenditures included expensive homes, private jets, massive custom wigs. I like how the massive custom wigs came after mansions, private jets, and her extremely eclectic and very large collection of big wigs. A lot of big custom wigs. She had numerous facelifts and breast augmentations. All right, well, do me. Come on. You're in front of the camera all day. And a $100,000 air-conditioned mobile home solely for her dogs. And I already know there's gonna be some fucking stupid-ass internet people who are like, honestly, I do the same for my pups. I put that fucking dog in a fucking cage and I throw it down the river, dude.
My puppers,
my puppers, my doggos. Jan, you're not too bad after all. $100,000 air-conditioned mobile home is so funny, though. All right, pups, you go in there and you have fun. There's just shit and piss like everywhere in this nice mobile home. Also, in 2012, another of Crouch's granddaughter sued TBN, alleging that she had been molested and... God damn by a TBN employee at the age of 13. She alleged that Jan Crouch screamed at her and blamed her for the assault. And in 2017, a year after Crouch's death, a jury awarded the granddaughter $2 million in damages for past and future mental suffering.
Did she get that mobile home, though?
Yeah, what happened to the mobile home? That'd be such a fucking spit in the face, dude. One of her granddaughters comes forward and she's just like, my grandma was a fucking terrible person. She, was so abusive. And they're like, oh, that's horrible. Well, we're going to give you the dog mobile home, and we hope that this helps with your mental anguish for the rest of your life. Even $2 million does not seem like nearly enough.
This is 2016 money.
2017 money. Which, Jan Crouch, she had a stroke and went to hell in 2016. What an unflattering picture of her. I'll tell you what, that wig is awesome, though. She looks like the singer of Whitesnake or Cinderella, just one of those 80s hair metal bands, like 1984. She's just like, you mind if I finger fuck you outside of a 7-Eleven? That's what it feels like to me. $2 million that's insulting. Especially if it's like my I'd be like, no, give me fucking all of her money. All of it. I'm gonna dig up her body and spend all of her money and make her a giant ventriloquist, a bald ventriloquist puppet the public gets to play with. Be kind of good. Good joke? No? Okay. Creflo Dollar. He has a net worth of $27 million. He's a televangelist for a newly founded denomination, Christian World Changers Church. That's a bad name. CWCC. Actually, kind of sounds like an old radio thing. CWCC. Like Osteen, he preaches prosperity theology, which once again, the secret. You just gotta believe in God and it'll come to you.
You think that's how they escape criticism? It's like, well, I'm preaching, making a lot of money.
Oh, well, yeah, it puts you in a perfect thing of, the entire thing about prosperity theology is that you'll be like, I've been doing this for a long time and nothing has come my way.
Well, it's because you have doubt. You're talking, but you're not really listening.
Or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? That kind of thing, where it's just like,
you want to think that you're believing, but really, you're not giving your full faith, are you?
And you're like, I guess not. Well, see, I'll try giving it your full faith and I'm sure it'll work out. I mean, look at me. Now you're going to see a bowl come by. You want to put about $4 or $5 in there for me? There you go. Yeah, the girl. Creflo Dollar owns 2 Rolls Royces, a private jet, and a very, luxury real estate. Ask congregation for a $65 million jet. What is the purpose of the jets? I was thinking about, if I had this amount of money, would I really want a private jet?
Can't be among the plebs.
Well, I'm sure. I imagine that, you don't want to be among the non-mogging plebes out there, but still, is it like, it has to be something where it's like a different level of like class, where they're like, ooh, you own a private jet? You know what I mean? Same with people that have like yachts.
I bet they feel like God's angels or something because they could fly anywhere.
Well, yeah, just be like, I don't have to ride with the poles. Claims naysayers to his Gulfstream G650 were the devil trying to discredit his service. Refuses to provide any transparency for his financials for the church. Refused to cooperate with the government probe in 2007 unless it was the IRS, but no charge was filed. What a funny picture. This thing of him smiling and then the next thing is in 2012, he attacked his 15-year-old daughter, choking and punching her.
Creflo Dollar was arrested on charges he punched and choked his teenage daughter. And as Dan Harris reports tonight, the pastor was back before his congregation preaching and pushing back.
How do you not laugh when you read that? The absurdity of that sentence is fucking wild. I mean, look at that, dude. It literally looks like the Metallica concert in 1989 when it's like hordes of people, whatever. Look at them all standing up. They're just like, you did punch her. And you choked her out, didn't you, Creflo? I want to hear what he says, actually.
The truth is that a family conversation with our youngest daughter got emotional.
Got emotional? No shit, dude. See, they gotta get these guys in the fucking ring for like WWE. This is like some real mic talk right here.
But the only thing on her neck was a prior skin abrasion from eczema.
Police say Dollar choked his 15-year-old daughter.
Dude, ain't no way he's coming up that courthouse with that Michael Cera Juno mustard yellow with the red brim. Dude's literally looking like a track athlete in the movie Juno. He's guilty. God, look at that mansion. So funny.
Anything you want to say to your congregation?
No, sir.
Anything you want to say to your congregation? Show up on Sunday with smiles and money in your pocket. During this arrest or whatever, charges were dismissed after he took anger management classes. All right, I guess I'll go take the classes. Claimed that she earned it for being willful and disrespectful and fighting back against his punishments, and while also telling his congregation he never did it and that malicious witness testify against me. It's pretty good, dude.
Nobody saw. You gonna believe her or me?
Yeah, exactly. Nobody saw. You gonna believe my little bitch daughter, or you gonna believe me? All right, now let's everybody open up our Bibles right now. I'm like, that feels fucking insane to me. Creflo Dollar isn't the only person to get into a little bit of legal hot water amongst all these beautiful televangelists. You know, we have tax fraud, sex scandals, drug, you name it. Ted Haggard, net worth of $200,000. He has a little ways to go.
Yeah, he's not. Actually, that's not that.
No, he's kind of a salt of the earth guy. I like that. He's a pastor of the New Life Church in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Frequently preached against same-sex marriage, which, I mean, I feel like they all, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he came out as having a sexual relationship.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have to debate about what we should think about homosexual activity. It's written in the Bible.
This is the, like, craziest TED Talk I've seen. Like, that stage just makes you think of a TED Talk. I'm like,
I think I know what you did last night.
good God. The weird Friends laugh track in the back.
If you send me $1,000, I won't tell your wife.
Okay. Ted Haggard, he frequently preached against same-sex marriage, you know, a lot of people do that. But in 2006, it came out that he had been having a sexual relationship with male prostitute Mike Jones and had been also using meth, which he had been purchasing from Jones for years. That had to have been an interesting, like, evolution one day, right? You know, you keep buying all this meth from me, but you never asked once to suck my cock. He's like, well, Mike Jones, could I suck your cock for some meth?
Do you think he used that as an excuse? Like, well, at first I was, you know, just buying meth from him, but...
Only $200,000. But he probably fucking sucking some cock for some meth. Why not, dude? I bet you it was something where he gave him the meth baggie and then he, like, accidentally touched his hand and was like, oh, sorry. And then, like, emotions started to flur there. And then all of a sudden, you know what? He shows up to Mike Jones's fucking motel in the middle of the night. It's all pouring rain. He's like, can I buy some meth? And he's like, I'm all out. And then they start making out, start fucking each other. I probably can't put butt fuck. that was a bit much, but when Haggard denied it, Jones provided a voicemail where Haggard was requesting meth. Became ungay and made up with his wife through a spiritual restoration process. And he went on Celebrity Wife Swap where he swapped wives with Gary Busey. What a weird... Is there any record of that voicemail?
Hey, Mike. This is Ted Haggard. I really need some, I need some meth.
I'm not gonna suck your cock this time.
And I'm not sucking your cock anymore, even though I really like it, and I beat my dick off to it. I can't do it anymore. All right, just let me know. Bye.
Really, Jones.
Can you take a moment and step out of the vehicle and just talk to us for a minute?
Well, we can't get into much. We're a little late for an appointment.
Okay.
But suspension of my senior pastor's role. I resigned from the NAE because both of those roles are based on trust. And right now my trust is questionable.
It's insane. My trust is questionable. Have you seen Mike Jones anywhere? I really want to talk to him. It's insane how even in this, though, that he's still in pastor mode. The big smiles and everything. It's fucking crazy.
And I know that Nicole asked you the night, but I have to ask you again, have you used meth?
No, I have not.
Okay.
The only time the smile drops is when he knows that he's just... She's like, have you used meth? As soon as he hears the word meth, he's just like... No, do you have some? No, I haven't used it. Do you have some? Are you Mike? Is that you?
And what did you call him about?
I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away.
How good is that? I called him to buy some meth, but I threw it away. Is that not the same thing that fucking files say in To Catch a Predator? I just came here to talk. I came here because I was joking.
I'm just gonna buy her clothes. We're going to the mall.
We're going to the mall. Me and Mike Jones are going to the mall. We're gonna get ourselves outfits, suck each other's cock, and smoke meth. What's the big deal?
And who were you buying the meth for?
No, I was buying it for me, but I never used it.
I love that smile came back, but I never used it.
Have you ever used meth before?
No, I have not.
So...
And I did not ever use it with him.
That was that. I heard the pain in his voice right there, dude. He's holding back some Brokeback Mountain tears right there, dude. I'm telling you. And I never used it with him. In your hands I place. Never. In his mind, he's just like screaming, "I miss you, Mike. I love you."
And did you ever have sex with him?
No, I did not.
Oh, dude, come on. I feel like if someone was like, "Did you ever have sex with that guy?" I feel like a lot of guys would be like, "What? No, what?" He's like, "No, I didn't." You keep shaking your head, yes. No, I didn't have sex with him. Not once.
I was tempted, I bought it, but I never used it.
Who gets tempted by meth?
Meth heads.
Well, yeah, meth heads do. But I guess the whole thing is I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I really want to do drugs. Would the first thing that you would be tempted by is meth? No, I would say no. I would say maybe like weed or cocaine, because in movie, you see that in, what movie did they glorify meth? You know what I mean? Oh, dude, you gotta try some meth. It's fucking great. Next up, we have Jim Baker. He co-hosted the show The PTL Club with his wife Tammy Faye from 1974 to 1987. Uh-oh, that's not a long run. In terms of televangelist years, that is not a long stint, dude. 13 years? Uh-oh. He got arrested, went to prison, and now he's selling doomsday food buckets. Still to this day. You get out of prison, you start selling food buckets. That's the natural progression. Creamy potato soup bulk bucket.
The soup comes in 6 gallons of this. It weighs almost 50 pounds. You're going to dream Jim Baker on TV. And you say, oh my God, why didn't I order something?
Oh my God. Why didn't I get that creamy potato soup bulk bucket at 50? It's $160 and 50 pounds of creamy potato soup.
I'm going to eat some more of this if you're not careful. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. It's so good. Oh my God.
Did you hear that?
Sounds like he's dying.
Him choking on thing. Oh my God. It's so good. Oh.
You didn't have lunch, right? Wow.
Oh my God. Why would you taste it if you know it's gonna be that bad, dude?
Oh my God.
When he started choking on his own soup, it reminded me of the Simpsons episode where Krusty does a commercial for his burgers.
I almost swallowed some of the juice.
30-day Fiesta bucket. Looks so gross. Oh my God. Look at these buckets of food, dude. It's obnoxious. We gotta do just a video on this guy's food bucket thing.
You could have your whole living room with end tables and coffee tables made out of food buckets. Just do it.
You could have your whole living room be in tape like of your fucking buckets that you're hiding. Imagine someone walks up their house like, what are these draped over? Oh, those are just my doomsday Jim Baker buckets of food.
Power goes out and there's no trucks running, and the EMP bomb or whatever they're talking about for these last day events. 2-gallon bucket, packs of coffee.
Yes.
You could trade them for whatsoever you want.
That's it.
You could probably get a new car.
You could trade them.
Yeah, bartering system.
Yeah, so it's like we're talking about a fucking bartering system here. $80 deluxe coffee and creamer bucket. I love the concept of buckets. How did he get to the bucket concept? I want to know. What are we gonna do? We're gonna sell food out of buckets, and we're gonna tell people to barter them and make their home furniture out of them. It's gonna be perfect. Wow, I could watch that all day. Which he has a survival sampler bucket, which contains 154 meals and will cost you $135. A year for 2 tasty food offers proceed at $1,100, and Peace of Mind final countdown offer with 31,000 servings for $4,500. $4,500. The food is said to taste like paper mache. That's fucking hilarious. Next up, we have, I would say, dare I say, the Titan. This is the God of gods. This is the King of kings. Of course, I am talking about Kenneth Copeland, who has a net worth between $300 and $700 million. What? What? Really? He's the founder of Eagle Mountain International Church Incorporated. And he is, I mean, you have to have seen him. He's he's a psychopath. He's a crazy guy. No one's supposed to tell you. He does scam faith healing. You know, a couple people do that, but Kenneth does it better than anyone else. And he continued preaching, holding services, and demanding preachers keep congregations together during COVID, resulting in the spread of the disease. Which, you know what, dude? Some people don't give a shit about it. Kenneth Copeland didn't really give a fuck about it either. He claimed he killed off COVID with the wind of God, which I don't know if you've seen this clip, but it's pretty funny.
COVID-19!
COVID-19!
Burn! I hollered at the top of my voice, in the name of Jesus, you get back up there where you belong. Where up it went.
Yeah.
I messed us up. Man.
I love it, dude. Raised money to help Haiti to create an aviation relief assistance program, but ultimately spent the money in other ways.
Haiti really needed that money because now they're overthrown.
Well, abused personage by living in many million-dollar home. Oh, I'm hitting my speed bumps here, dude. Whatever. He has a bunch of mansions and he writes off for tax purposes. And there's the infamous video of him defending himself and his purchase of Tyler Perry's private jet.
Tyler Perry sold it to me for such a good price, I just couldn't help it.
And he calls commercial airlines long tubes filled with demons. Here, play a little clip of it.
You can't manage that today.
Right.
This dope-filled world.
Right.
And get in a long tube with a bunch of demons.
Right.
Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Which, in the end, televangelism is a scam. That's what it is. I'm sorry to tell you. I have so much hate in my heart for these people. It's unfucking believable. There's so many people out there who want to do good, so many people, especially people who follow religion, have some kind of faith in something because they're just trying to look for something better at the end of their life. You go through life being fucking kicked down to the mud, rolling around, you work jobs you fucking hate, you provide for your family that you love, and at the end of the day, sometimes people just want to feel like there is going to be something better, and these are leeches and parasites who prey off of those innocent, hardworking people, and it's so sad. I want to talk about this because I've had my own personal experiences with it, with some of my family members, my family living paycheck to paycheck, and then seeing them give money to these people, go to the stores and buy their books and do all these things and try to put your faith into very obscure places because at the end of the day, all of these people just want answers. I look at these crowds of people, it's easy to be like, what a bunch of fucking idiots, but it's hard because I also see just a bunch of people who have been manipulated or people who have put their faith into just like something so fucking evil. It's just my opinion or whatever, but all of this shit, man, it reeks with absolute, it just reeks of just evil. That's all I have. All I know is televangelism. What a fucking mess, dude. What a fucking mess. I like Ted Haggard the most, though. What I wouldn't have given to hear that voicemail that he sent Mike Jones, man, would have been awesome. If anything, I'm gonna do a nice, to lead us out, I'm gonna do a nice, what I think he said.
Mike, I need some of that meth and I need some of that dick. I need back shots from you, Mike. Oh, my wife's coming. I gotta go. Mike, I love you. I love you, Mike. Mike, I love you. Okay.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because we have another enthralling episode of SCP Meat. Today we're talking about one that has been heavily requested. SCP-610, aka The Flesh That Hates. Now this was uploaded on April 11th, 2009 by a user named Nico Chris. So without further ado, let's get into it. Which I will say that 610 is considered a Keter class, which is much like our good friend Cousin Johnny, which is pretty much a threat to mankind itself. There's very specific ways to contain it, but today, if you're a fan of The Thing, if you're a fan of The Blob, if you're a fan of body horror, then stick around because this one is right up your alley. So without further ado, let's go. Wait! We want to talk about a beautiful partnership that we have on this channel, and it's with GamerSupps! Now, if you know me, I love GamerSupps. In fact, we have a nice collaboration coming very soon, because GamerSupps is the best, alright? I just want to say that. Fuck coffee, fuck energy drinks, give GamerSupps a chance. You have caffeine options that give you a nice boost, that get you up and ready to go, zero sugar, keto friendly, and they even have non-caffeinated options just because the stuff tastes so goddamn good. You'll want to have it late at night and not have to worry about having a fucking panic attack right before you're about to sleep. With all these beautiful waifu shakers and beautiful anime shakers at the gym, you'll be the sexiest little minx walking around the floor. Or you can choose between all of the fucking amazing flavors they have, because I don't think I've had a bad one. I legitimately don't think I've had any bad flavors. If you use promo code PAPAMeat at checkout, you get 10% off your order, or you can even sign up for some free packs to try it yourself, free of charge, because you know why? You'll definitely be coming back to get some of this beautiful, beautiful magic. But also, like I said, be sure to be on the lookout because we'll have our own little flavor and shaker coming very, very soon. Thank you so much to our beautiful partners at GamerSupps. Be sure to check them out. They're fucking awesome. back to the video. So we're gonna start off by talking about the containment procedures, which as a general rule of thumb for this, 610 is more of like a large body, of like it's a large mass. It's a big fleshy mass that infects a large area and inhabitants within it. It even crawls on non-living organisms and stuff. It's like a flesh-like weed that covers living organisms like people, animals, and it even crawls up on non-living organisms like houses, stone, I mean anything, like an invasive weed as well. So it's pretty interesting. Let's go over the special containment procedures for this SCP. Let's get into it. Due to the vast area of infection 610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and the permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas under the guise of military operations. Which, listen, dude, Russia, containment areas, we're all familiar with these fucking mumbo jumbos, these goons hiding things, but it is very interesting that the only way to really stop these things is to pretty much make a giant bubble around the area to where it just cannot spread anymore. Kind of scary. Being trapped inside of a bubble. There was that terrible horror film, or there was like a comedy with like a bunch of stars. The movie flopped. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was like a COVID movie. Remember that? It was like about like a bunch of comedians and they were trapped in a bubble. And it's like, oh, the pandemic. Ugh. Whatever. That's my fucking SCP-610. A Hollywood comedy about COVID? Holy shit. Should any organism displaying traits consist of 610 be sighted near the perimeter, then the established protocol requires it to be engaged at a range with small arms until immobile, then dispatched using incendiary weapons and munitions from as great a distance as possible. Any living thing coming in physical contact with an organism infected with 610, it's considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated, which is pretty fucking sweet. So if you even remotely come in contact with this thing, I mean, they're just like, kill him. Be killed, because there's just absolutely no way. I'm trying to think of something similar. It's the Hollywood COVID film all over again. That's how these motherfuckers did it. The Bubble! Ah! Thank you. The Bubble. God, that movie was fucking terrible.
Fuck that shit. You started out hating, now you love my drip.
Good God. Any persons coming within 3 meters of SCP-610 infected life are to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated from the rest of their team, and subjected to medical examination using only remote techniques to determine if infection has occurred and appropriate steps taken based on that determination. At present, the known infection vectors 610 spread seem to be focused on physical contact. Drone movements with heavily infected areas have returned air samples containing minute particulates, which when exposed to organic compounds will result in the spread of 610. The result of these particular tests have revealed that most required several days to manifest, if at all, with the exception of direct contact with exposed lung and liver tissue. These particular tests show a rapid rate of growth, which requires incineration of the testing environment no more than 24 hours after initial exposure, with even a 2-hour mishap risking a compromised facility event. Given that this kind of rapid growth only occurs in organic material existing outside the human body, this form of infection is currently considered a minor concern. So they have to use literal drones to go in to test the air. You have to basically have all these containment procedures. If you go in, you have to be isolated for a period of time to make sure that the infection has not gotten you. We are not going to risk this shit at all. But I do like the use of drones, dude. Especially during a time of when this came out. When did this come out again? 2009? Drone technology must have been fresh. Transformers just came out, and then all of a sudden we're talking about drones and shit. What the fuck is going on there? You know what I mean?
Obama used drones.
What was that?
Obama used drones?
Obama used drones to kill terrorists. And then he did that speech talking about how they got Osama bin Laden.
9/11.
And that was kind of cool. Anyways, these peculiarities have given rise to a series of questions regarding the possible origin of the infection in conjunction with the failed data redacted or expunged, fuck you. Containment protocol remains at a scorched earth policy at this time, and no concern for transmission via water or air infection perimeters exist barring situational changes in the field. So Nick, does that pretty much mean that there has been no signs of it spreading into the water, into the air? It's just in that area?
Yes.
And it's a scorched earth, which means that it's just dead earth. They consider that shit dead earth. Which, you know what's kind of interesting is that we're finding here, we saw that small arms affected, which they mean guns, and incendiary rounds, which means fire. So it seems like fire hurts this thing, but yet they don't decide just to scorch it off the earth. They might say it's scorched earth, but I feel like they're just keeping it alive because this is like some umbrella shit. This is like they're going to try to test it to make it seem like it's going to be some kind of weapon. They're trying to weaponize it, I bet, somehow. That's what fucking governments do, dude. They weaponize stuff. You know what I mean? mean? I want an SCP that's like the Cat in the Hat. And they try to make the Cat in the Hat like a fucking espionage ninja. Motherfucker just shows up with some munchkins and wreaks havoc and then cleans your house up. You know what I'm talking about? That'd be kind of tight. I could see the SCP Foundation doing it. Anyways, all right, so let's talk about the description of 610. We gotta figure out what the hell is this thing, so let's just describe it already. Which initial reports of 610 came direct from Russia's government through indisclosable channels. Every Russian government is an indisclosable channel. You fucking kidding me? I don't trust anything coming out of Russia. There, I said it. I don't care. If we have some Russian viewers, just know I love you because you watch me and you know, you're a fan of me, but I don't trust any more. I probably don't trust your dad or your mom. Just want to put that out there. I will say the Russian flag with the hammer and sickle is tight. That's all I'm gonna give you. And the large communist paintings are sweet too. That's it. And the Art Deco is very, very cool. It looks like Candyland. And also you have a lot of good directors, like the guy who made Stalker. That's all I'm gonna give you. And you have a very cool accent. I'm getting off topic here. These reports consisted primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region and were not considered until the local police, followed by the regional police, and finally a government dispatched agent all failed to report within a 72-hour period. Oh, okay, so they're saying they didn't give a fuck about the farmers dying, they didn't give a fuck about the local police dying, but it's when the regional police and the government dispatched and they all failed to come back, that's when they're like, oh, okay, comrade, I need to figure out what we're doing here. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. How many innocent lives, dude? It's fucking Stalingrad all over again. My God. The area 610 affects is close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Ooh, if you know me, dude, my dick gets hard over Siberia. Serbian film? How many times do I have to say Serbian film before people start taking that shit seriously? Okay, good film. Fucking watch it. Containment parameters are marked in blue surrounding these infection areas, and as a part of the present, no further locations have been identified. Incursions into the perimeter must be reported prior to conducting, confirmed during exploration, and debriefed on immediately following return. Areas of known infection are marked on a map provided to us here. Click that map, please. Let me see the map here. Yeah, I guess it's just that little area. I mean, I don't know Siberia, so this could be anything. How do I know this isn't just Risk? How do I know this isn't Sid Meier's fucking personal journal for civilization? Get me out of here. Hurry, click. Get out of there. Nick, hurry! Oh, okay. I was trying. Okay. You know what I don't like about SCP stuff? Is they always talk about this like, oh, as soon as you get back, you gotta tell us what's going on. When the fuck do we get a little breather room? You know what I mean? Did I not just go into a fucking area in Siberia where it's like infested with all kinds of shit? Can I not just get a quick 10 to myself? It's always like, debriefed on immediately following return. God damn, dude. 610 appears to be a contagious skin disease at first, with symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Cabin fever vibes. I like that. My mind immediately goes to the cabin fever scene with the girl in the bathtub when she's shaving her legs. The sound effect they used for that made me gag. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form into the chest and arm areas, spreading to the legs and back with an additional hour, consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to high temperatures vastly decreases the time for the contagion to spread, and complete infections have been recorded occurring in as little as 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. So they're sitting there saying that if you're in a hot area, or like if you're in let's God forbid you get this fucking infection in a sauna, your ass is done. But it also kind of insinuates too that if you were cold, it would be slower, which is kind of interesting too. What I like here though is the symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas. I'd be curious if it starts in your face at all, and if there could be a thing where it's like, you know, when heavy drinkers, if there's like a heavy drinker, usually they have like rosy cheeks, or that you start to get some of those like not varicose veins. It's just like, I don't know what they're called, but they're like little red veins in your cheeks. I imagine that it starts off kind of like that. It would probably be really hard to realize, oh, this is, you know, I have a problem here. Just like little subtle blemishes, I don't know. After the completion of the infection occurs, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes, after which they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Okay, so they're basically turning into a fucking zombie. I don't know if I like that. Can I say that? Is that too rude? It's just the idea of dying and then you come back. It's just the zombie thing. I lived through all of the zombie craze of the early 2000s, and let me tell you, that shit was like, you couldn't fucking escape zombies, dude. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move on its own accord and grow at a rapid rate. Whew. That's some nice body horror, like that. Normal human features start to disappear at this point under the infection, and the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Subjects observed in the stage of infection have been recorded as growing 3 or more limbs of a type, such as arms or legs. The head may become misshapen and elongate or widen out, and parts of the subject may be split open from which additional branches of flesh will grow. Sick. The duration of the stage of infection is unknown, and not all subjects appear to progress in later stages. What I like about this is that you basically become a fetal alcohol syndrome baby with an elongated head. And then I like the idea of you growing multiple arms and other kind of appendages, and also just more flesh, just a nice flabby flesh. You ever see a guy who's lost, which don't be looking at me, all right? You ever see a guy who's lost like 150 pounds and he just has like a big flab of flesh? Like his skin is just obviously stretched and now it's just skin that's hanging. To see that multiply is really interesting, especially with, you know, and not that the aspect of growing multiple appendages is really unique, but it's always a fun visual. It's hard not to just smile when you start getting into body horror where there's just bones crackling and skin stretching and slimy kind of goodness and all kinds of flesh folds over each other. Visually, I'm in heaven right now, all right? Under unknown conditions, an infected individual will cease moving and place itself in a location it deems suitable where it roots itself. All right, Last of Us, you wanna fucking, what are you doing there, huh?
They're like, it's different, it's mushrooms. It's fungi.
The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. Such objects do not spread the infection as living creatures do. However, and the effect of a prolonged contact with these objects is recorded later in this document, it is assumed that this behavior is to create an area hospitable to continued growth of the other infected. Ooh. So 610 basically becomes a cesspool for growth to other infected people. That's a lot of fun. And especially, I like the idea of them just being like, they look at a couch that's just like covered in skin and they're just like, I'm gonna sit here for a while. And that just becomes their suitable area. Some motherfucker just holds up an infected Long John Silver's.
I think I might settle here for some time.
Observation of life infected by SCP-610 by staff is impossible. So basically they're saying that you cannot observe people that are infected. Those infected with the disease immediately seek out aid as natural human impulse, resulting in unattended infections. Those infected past the scar tissue phase actively and aggressively attempt to infect anyone approaching them within an undefined area. It has been established that should an infected be capable of sight and observe an uninfected, it will proceed toward them. If the infected has lost the ability of sight, a range of approximately 30 meters is considered safe. Okay, so these motherfuckers be going blind. But it really doesn't say how they infect people. I'm guessing that it's just, do they bite them? I mean, they're kind of alluding to zombies, but I like the idea of like, even if they fucking like breathe on you, they're like breathing out this toxic haze. Because what we're gonna find here later is that it's like a little area. There's like spores that pop, which once again, for 2009, when did The Last of Us come out, Nick? 2013?
2013, yep.
They gotta address some shit. Because this sounds oddly familiar, just with the overgrowth aspect, you know what I mean? Which I do like. My mind, when they talked about being rooted into the area, it made me think of Pirates of the Caribbean 2, when Davy Jones or Swashbuckler Ben, wherever the fuck his name was, he like is embedded into the ship and he kind of like rips himself out of the wall. Kind of makes me think of that. You know what I'm talking about? Will Turner's dad? It doesn't fucking matter. Observation of 610 infected settlements has been established using artificial methods such as remote robots. Okay. Dude, anytime someone says robots, I'm not a big sci-fi guy, so anytime someone says robot, I could get down with drones a little bit. Dude, I've watched some drone racing before. Pretty cool. Robots though? Come on, dude. The data returned from these observations, coupled with the openly aggressive nature of the infected to attempt to spread SCP-610, has resulted in the Keter classification. However, so long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the infected area, it is considered a neutralized threat. Of concern are the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlement that were discovered during the exploration, and attempts to get research personnel into these areas are underway. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. So basically what they're saying is that it is a contained area. They did do a Netflix, The Bubble, or whatever fucking streaming platform that movie came on. My God. What's interesting is also the infection is spreading down and it's creating like little infamous caverns, almost like a weird Gears of War kind of like vibe. Like a little infection spreads there and there's like people existing and roaming around these small little caves, which I'm a claustrophobic fat piece of shit. So the idea of caverns with infected people that are just like, help! This sense of desperation in their voice, if they're recently infected. If not, I imagine they're probably pretty lifeless or they're just kind of like brain rotted, but still, people wandering around a cave just pleading for help seems pretty fucking sweet. And they might even have like multiple hands, multiple arms or legs, and they don't even know why. They're probably just in extreme agony. Really, really sweet setup here. This leads us into the field logs here. We do have a document here of 5 entries, 6 technically, but the last one's been redacted, so don't know what happened there. But these field logs kind of show some of the things of this Siberian area and how the infection spread through various drone shots and other kind of the Foundation personnel going in to find stuff. So if without further ado, let's get into the first field log, which is L1, which states here, a small remote controlled rover is sent to the Site A to locate missing personnel, as if it's like a fucking Mars rover mission. I don't know how I like that, dude. I'm not a big robot guy. You ever look at what's Boston's thing? Boston Dynamics? Jesus Christ.
You don't like them when they dance?
I don't like when they dance or do backflips or anything or run up that stupid goofy ass course with all the boxes. I don't fucking like it. I also don't like that you can't push them down. What the fuck's up with that? Couldn't just program be like, hey, if these things act up, you can push them over? Nope. That's done. Do those motherfuckers run on 4090s, you think? You know what I mean? Little NVIDIA fucking cards? Are people gonna be scrapping them like they're fucking Nigerian blood diamonds? After establishing the containment parameter for SCP-610, the Russian government approved our request to research and investigate the area. For the such exploration, a small camera-mounted unit known as Herbie, gee, fucking kill me. Herbie fully loaded. You ever see that, Lindsay Lohan? The talking Volkswagen bug? Oh my god. Was dispatched at a safe distance and directed towards Site A.
Say perimeter. You said perimeter.
Did I say parameter? Perimeter. I don't say words correctly, and if you get mad at that, you can go fuck yourself. Herbie is able to enter Site A without incident. The landscape around Site 8 shows early stages of assimilation by singular 610 infected who have fallen at largely random intervals around what remains of the village. Many of the homes appear to have suffered fire damage long since put out. However, a fair amount remain intact. Aerial reconnaissance of Site A has put it in an estimated population of 79 infected. Ooh, okay. Well, you know, whenever they say village like this, it always makes me think of like Resident Evil 4. Like I kind of imagine a very simple old-timey village, people just like farmers, that kind of thing. And now there's like these dilapidated kind of older village buildings that have all kinds of infected in it. And to even say here that there's 79 infected is pretty interesting at different stages. So people were infected through different times, which kind of shows the slow spread that it had amongst the town. Or I guess I should say probably relatively fast spread. God knows how many people died during the situation. Varying degrees of physical mutilation due to 610 are present in Site A, and it is assumed that all inhabitants are in advanced stages of infection. Herbie, oh my god, observed the exterior of the village for 2 hours, during which time all infected behaved with what appeared to be a loose sense of social structure. However, the central plaza experienced occasional bursts of activity and downtime, requiring more information. Herbie was directed to follow an infected as it entered a home. So this is a little log here from Herbie, and this is just directly from the log. This is what Herbie got to examine as that little cocksucker was going and following a poor infected bastard into his home. Quote, after entering the home, Herbie's camera was raised slowly so as not to draw attention. The infected person is watched from the doorway as it hobbles around the home and stops at each other visible infected organisms. What this creature was before infection is unclear. Now, are they insinuating that we don't know if it's human?
Yeah.
Interesting. So it must be moving in a way too where it could possibly very well not be on 2 legs. Or if it is on 2 legs, it might not have a human-like form anymore, but it's stopping at each visibly infected organism. That kind of leads me to believe that it is, oh wow, that image is sweet. That's pretty cool. That does look like a very Siberian kitchen if I've ever seen one. Ooh, I kind of like that though. Little motherfucker walking around, probably has some like goat legs or some shit with like a human baby face or something. Also, quote, the primary infected person known as Alpha henceforward stops at the bedridden infected known as Beta and proceeds to assault it with furious punches. Beta is unable to leave the bed for unknown reasons, but is not completely immobile as it flails its arms in response to the beatings delivered by Alpha. This sounds like my grandpa and grandma. Alpha, as in my Alzheimer's-ridden grandfather just beating my poor grandmother, Beta.
Power Rangers.
Alpha.
Alpha Ranger. That's interesting. What the fuck did Beta do? Alpha, which is I guess they're insinuating that this is the first infected because of how far it's been infected.
I think it's first observed.
Or first observed, sure. But even then, I mean, like, it's pretty far gone, which I guess they're all like that, but goddamn Beta is just bedridden. It's just laying there, and all of a sudden Alpha just goes up and beats the shit out of it. I'm angry! Alpha continues to assault Beta for several minutes until a piercing sound explodes in the room. Beta then proceeds to project a cloud of unknown matter into the air from its chest cavity. Oh! So literally, it's popping like a goddamn spore. Alpha lingers in the cloud and begins lapping around the house. Alpha sits down at a dinner table and begins setting the table. Which, here's another quote. I'm just gonna keep reading because it's kind of interesting. After the plates are positioned, the facial tendrils extending from Alpha wiggle up and start to coil on one of the plates before tearing apart and separating. This is repeated each plate. So is he breaking each plate?
So a tendril comes out, it coils up,
yeah,
and then breaks. It's like almost like over here soft serve or something.
Oh, so the tendrils are coming out and being broken as if they're gonna eat them.
Yes.
I see. Which that image, I just want to say again, is very, very cool. Looking at the image here, I don't know who did that artist rendition, but that is fucking brutal. I will say the food is extremely shiny. Everything's very, very shiny. Also, God forbid you put a picture on the wall.
This is Siberia.
Yeah, Siberians don't believe in pictures. I forgot about that. Afterwards, Alpha gets up from the table and leaves the house. Then a group of 6 or 7 infected enter the room. God damn, the whole flock. Which here's another quote from the log. Each infected shambles as if moving is difficult, jerking in large steps or squirming in small ones. These infected all surround the table and each takes turns grabbing handfuls of the flesh substance left behind by Alpha, pressing it into whatever orifices on themselves that they can. Some into their mouths, some into their chest, some in their backs, some under their arms. When all the plates are empty, the group leaves. Damn, dudes, these people are shoving their mouths, their ears, their pussy holes, their assholes, their cock holes, anything that they can do, just shoving it in. There's just, anytime somebody mentions orifices, you know, they're just like, you know what we mean. We're not talking about mouth. An orifice. They're trying to be like, I want to say asshole or cock. cock or pussy hole, but I can't because that would make it look too cheap. You know what I mean? Herbie follows the group, and immediately after leaving, Herbie runs into Alpha, our first infected person. Panning the camera around the obstruction appears to be Alpha, whose facial tendrils are intermingling with another infected having similar mutations. The impact is ignored, and the two infected part ways after several minutes. So he kind of gets locked up, dude. So it kind of seems like a little drive-by kiss, huh? A little bit. Herbie then goes on to investigate a nearby store and sees an infected Russian soldier inside. In the back of the room, there's a large pile of bodies. There's a mix of both military and civilian clothes. Here's another quote. Atop the bodies, an infected sits, appearing to have its lower part fused to the pile and with its upper half in a wild state of flailing and seizure. Approximately every 10 seconds, a burst of spores flies out the top of the infected, which linger in the air. Herbie is directed to leave the building. Oh, that's pretty sweet. We're getting into some like levels of one of James Gunn's movies called Slither. I really love just masses of flesh and people kind of fused into that thing. Kind of the same thing as the ending of the movie Society. There's just nothing cooler than a big blob of fucking humanoid skin just tied together. And the idea to have the every 10 seconds burst of spores fly out the top of these infected is just really, really cool. I love the idea of just a big cloud of just infectious gas. It's just sitting there waiting to infect somebody. Like it's continuously trying to get new hosts to almost join this large mass that has become this town. Herbie leaves to investigate the town hall, and Herbie passes by a well. A series of infected are standing arm in arm, forming a chain as they stare down the well. Herbie passes the last infected and suddenly gets snatched up. Well, Herbie, you flew too fucking close to the sun. What is he's a drone, right? Or he's a rover. They're trying to act like, hey, let's sneak the rover around. It's a giant fucking mechanical, probably has like treads. There's like, it's squeaking and fucking jostling around, all kinds of cords and shit. It's like, what do you, I mean, they might be infected and stupid, but motherfucker, I mean, like, they have eyes and ears, you know what I mean? Video feed from Herbie focuses on the face of the infected, which is strangely in the perfect shape, given the condition of the rest of its body, which is horribly bloated. This infected was once a young girl from appearance, age estimated to be 10 and 12. Damn. Herbie is rolled side to side in its grip as it face stares, motionless at the rover. The infected face suddenly balloons in size and explodes outward in a series of fleshy flaps that grips Herbie and draws it inside. Herbie's video feed terminates here. Ooh, I love that. The drone was considered lost at this point, but after 5 hours, the drone's video feed came back online, and the drone was unable to receive commands. It appears to be melded to SCP-610. Suddenly, the video feed is cut, and all the footage is ordered to be deleted. So essentially, we can assume that the drone or the rover here has been stuck in this fleshy mass because the little girl's face explodes, and the feed cuts out, but when it comes back, it's pretty much a part of the infection now, which is also such a nice, like, doomsday kind of prep to this. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a perfect way to start this nice excursion, which at some point, they're gonna have to send people in, I would assume. We get into L2, the second log, and it's titled, An Infected Class D Personnel is sent into Site C with video equipment. So we're talking about D personnel here. Very quickly read the beginning here just so you understand what exactly a D personnel is. During construction of the perimeter surrounding SCP-610's containment area, several Class D personnel were infected due to assaults from infected villagers or animals roaming the area, in addition to a number of infections as a result of escape attempts and careless behavior. Which, if you don't know, Class Ds are pretty much prisoners, and this is all forced labor, which is fucked up. Because what they're saying here is they're just like, hey, you know that infected area? You're arrested. Go build that bubble. And it's like, all right, do we have any protection? Nah, just build it. You'll be fine out there. And what sucks too is some of the Class D personnel, the prisoners, are then just being like, why the fuck am I building this? I'm just gonna go run off. But inevitably, you can't, they're gonna run through probably some toxic gas field and get infected as well. Which, in turn, as we've read before during the containment procedures, as soon as they figure out you're infected, you're fucking dead. They're just gonna snipe you in the head or something like that. It's just not worth it. Most of these infected personnel were immediately destroyed with flamethrowers. All right, well, there you go. However, a small collection of infected were contained in a cold storage unit, which prolonged the inevitable progression of SCP-610's mutative properties. I knew it! Hot goes fast, 6 goes cold, bitches. I fucking knew that. The decision was made to utilize some of these infected personnel as video relays and dispatch them into nearby sites. So basically, they're saying that even if they're infected, they're just like, hey, go work until you basically become a brain-rotted monster. I bet you they lied to him as well. If they knew that they were fully infected, there's absolutely no way they're gonna be like, they probably sat there and they're like, so, Doc, am I able to run free here? You know, what's the plan? And they're like, you're fine. Healthy as a goddamn horse, you better get back out there. This is gonna reduce your sentence until, I bet you honestly it was something fucking corrupt like that. You do this labor, your sentence will be reduced. And it kind of gives everybody a nice initiative, you know what I mean? Which, due to the concern over loss of equipment as evidence in SCP-610-L1, our first log, the drone, all 3 subjects that were used in manner were sent in with a single video system to Site C. Additional equipment issued for this dispatch include a 1-gallon container of gasoline, 3 emergency flares, 3 9mm pistols with 3 magazines of ammo ammo each, and 3 single food rations. So what we can see here is like a gallon of gasoline, maybe to start a fire or to maybe power some kind of car, but I would almost assume that it's like throw it on something and burn it. I really think that the first 2, emergency flares and gasoline, are just used as like, hey, start a fire with this. Because even if they light the emergency flares, they're not gonna go in and get them. It's like you either come back uninfected or you're not coming back at all, which is also why you have the 9mm handguns to basically help yourself out. And then you have 3 single serving food rations. These guys do not expect them to be out there long. If anything, they just expect it to probably be just a fluke of a mission. You know what I mean? I'd say the S word, but God forbid YouTube hears that. The infected personnel were instructed to observe and avoid interaction with the infected villagers as long as possible, but should a situation arise where they are met with aggression or feel they are losing themselves to 610's influence, they are free to kill as many infected villagers as they so choose and do as much damage to the infected objects and property as possible while maintaining video feed. All right, what's interesting there is infected objects and property. Almost makes it seem like, does it somehow like biological tissue enter a car and then like a car becomes a lot like infected property? Are we assuming that Herbie is fully loaded and he is going to attack people? Is kind of what I'm wondering. It seems like it. I mean, that seems kind of fucking cringe. I hope not, but you know. The intent of this order was to provide data for 610 infected communities in a raid situation so a plan of eradication could be better established. Okay, so they're basically sending these people in to just be like, all right, how the fuck do we actually destroy this thing, is what it seems like. At the time of this expedition, Site C was suspected to be a possible origin point for SCP-610, having far fewer mobile infected than other sites, as well as structures which appear to have been layered over several times with a terraforming effects on the immobile infected. Dispatch Class D personnel, known henceforth as DI-1, DI-2, and DI-3, were directed to pay particular attention to anything that could be considered an origin point for SCP-610, which I'm wondering if it means detained inmate 1, detained inmate 2, detained inmate 3, is what I wonder if that means. If Class D is just detained, and then I is an inmate for the prison aspect of it, right? The trek from our perimeter camp to Site C was uneventful. There is no evidence of any native animal life in the area. As Site C is approached, there is a noticeable rise in the temperature within the last 30 meters of the trip that necessitates removal of the heavy cold base coverings that were provided. Why would you remove that, dude? It seems like the area, or SCP-610, is involuntarily creating some kind of heat source so the infection spreads even faster. It's like the organism itself understands that it knows how to infect things rapidly to have itself survive and evolve in these situations, which is pretty sweet. The temperature rises again sharply at the entrance to Site C proper, which requires a further shredding of garments for fear of heat stroke. Site C is described as being heavily humid, around 32 degrees or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Come on, dude, 89 degrees? These Siberian prisoners don't know heat, dude. Go to Houston in July and come back and talk to me, dude. God damn. Site C had an array of immobile pylons. What's a pylon? Which encircled what is believed to be an entirety of the site. Each pylon appears to be 2 to 4 infected persons fused together in one spot. Yeah, so they're just like living structures. They're not actually the actual structures. It's just like they look like them. 2 to 4 infected fused together, huh? And some of these pylons features such as faces or anuses are still visible, in addition to several other holes which do not naturally occur, all appearing to act as heat vents. Oh my God, ass heat vents? Just shit gas just poured into the... You ever fart and your pants get, like your underwear gets warm?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all I'm thinking about. All right, you made that weird. Where the heat is generated is unknown. Current belief, what do you mean it's unknown? It's the fucking asshole heat, dude. It's the fucking little, it's the devil's kiss right there. Current belief is that this is an advanced stage of SCP-610 terraforming its environment to facilitate spread of itself. So yeah, it is learning and growing, and it's trying to basically figure out a way to survive, much like the brave citizens of the bubble. Don't keep putting the bubble jokes in. I don't think it's gonna land very well. DI-2, who was the furthest along in progression of SCP-610 of the 3 by a number of hours, begins to seizure after only a few minutes in Site C. Why the fuck was he so far ahead? Hours ahead of them? There's 3. Why would you be so far ahead? Jesus Christ. The progression to the scar tissue phase of 610 infection is observed in full course as DI-2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh almost entirely after 45 seconds. God damn, that is fast. DI-2 is terminated by a gunshot from DI-1 and his equipment left where it is. The spread of SCP-610 over DI-2 continues even after death of the body until all movement ceases. Oh, interesting. So it's like, even though the body's dead, the organisms are still trying to, like, it's almost like some kind of weird infection is still circulating through his body to like squeeze out any life left, which is kind of sweet. Also, fucking DI-1 dude didn't give a fuck, dude. That motherfucker just shot that guy in cold blood. You're compromised. As perimeter control is relaying new instructions to DI-1 and DI-3 regarding the situation, there's a shift in the ground covering the Site C where DI-2's body is. Video feed shows the flesh-like growth splitting open beneath the body and a series of ropey tendrils coming from within the gap to pull his corpse inside. The opening closes up quickly, time elapsed 3 seconds. Damn! 3 seconds? The ground splits open and tendrils suck him up in 3 seconds? Holy shit. I mean, look. 1, 2, 3, gone. Think about that. Also, I love this kind of, it's like it's getting very pagan to me. Return to Earth vibes, you know what I mean? It's nice. I really enjoy this thing that's like, we don't really understand what's even beneath the surface of this infection. Fearing the same, DI-1 and DI-3 decide to act quickly. They proceed to the village center and encounter another previously unknown phenomenon. In the precise center of the town, rising above what was the community well, is a sphere suspended by an angled supports composed of SCP-610 flesh. This ball is riddled with the features of humans in early stages of SCP-610, infection, as well as good number assumed to be in the later stages. Ooh, so it's just accumulation, a ball of people like early infected and later affected, just strung up in the air by the well. What is going on? They keep mentioning the well. That's probably the source of it or something. I wonder if it's water-based, maybe? A number of specimens of non-human life forms, such as deer and bears, are also visible within the mass. Oh, dude, being stuck forever with a fucking deer, bro. The entire sphere of flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, and with each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. This material floats to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. I love that. Almost like its heartbeat is, every time the heart beats, it's like a little Febreze blast, a little tss. One of those automatic Febreze things. You ever sit in a bathroom, you don't know they're in there, like tucked away in the corner, and it scares the shit out of you when it sprays. You're like, oh! And it does a little click. DI-3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and when questioned by a panicking DI-1, explains this looks as good a thing to burn as any. Yeah, ain't no shit. DI-3 doing work here. At this point, perimeter control has ceased giving commands due to the rapid deterioration of events. There is no reaction from anything within Site C to any of this activity until the precise moment at which a lit emergency flare is applied to the spherical mass. I fucking knew that was going to be used for. I called it, dude. Did I not? Which immediately goes up in flames. Hell yes, it does. The remote feed plays back a noise from an unknown location that seems to come from a location far outside Site C, but was reported as being heard even at perimeter control by Sites C and A. This noise is described as both explosive and alive. Ooh! So basically, somewhere else is the actual hive, and it could feel the pain here. So that kind of sets up something cool where if you shot something far away from the hive, it would still be able to feel it. So it's just kind of growing, and it still has neurons and feeling receptors. It's able to feel all these different things. I bet this thing's gonna get pissed, dude. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after the report, the spherical mass in the middle of the Site C explodes. Multiple explosions, so maybe different spheres exploded with one of them being burned. Both Class D personnel are thrown by the blast. DI-3 confirmed dead by DI-1, who is dragged off screen and then thrown up in the air, presumably killing him. 3 seconds later, and an unknown creature steps on the video equipment and destroys it. Oh! Perimeter control remained on high alert for a full 24 hours at all locations without any incident following this event. Yeah, right. Perimeter control remained on high alert for full 24 hours. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They sat by and watched a video camera feed part-time. Oh, that was crazy. I don't know what happened there. That is pretty sweet, though. Are they trying to insinuate that after the explosions and after that thing, it triggered this creature to come out and protect the area or, like, get rid of the nuisance?
Yeah, like antivirus.
Yeah, like an antivirus, exactly. The body is signaling to this area, like, hey, there's trouble here. That thing immediately moves out. This weird creature that we've never seen before, some weird mass that doesn't look human, picks up DI-1 and just fucking chucks him. Brutal. DI-3 was the man, though. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, I'm burning this thing. I don't give a fuck. Which logged 3! Initial discovery of the tunnel entrances at Site A. So Site C is possibly just gone. It might just be, oh, so, okay. That's what they meant by scorched earth, is that it's actually just burnt completely to a crisp. The immobile 610 infected rapidly shriveled and died along with all the flesh material spread across inanimate objects within the village. Interesting. So, dude, fucking DI-3 is the man. That motherfucker, I don't know, well, hold on, we don't know what he was in prison for, though. If you're in an SCP prison, dude, you're probably like...
You're death row inmate, probably.
A death row inmate, but I'm like, you know, to me it seems like to be in the SCP prison system, right? It's like you ask too many questions or something. Fucking Snowden. I'm gonna say DI-3 is Snowden.
Oh, Epstein didn't actually kill himself. He's a Class D personnel.
Epstein actually he was DI-3. So actually, no, DI-3 was a bad guy. We're digging ourselves quite the hole here. Well, let's crawl out of this hole. All right. The mobile 610 infected proceeds to enter an upper-class building, which collapsed, revealing the presence of a sinkhole beneath it. Okay. Evidence suggests that something pulled the building inside with the intent of exposing the hole. And the hole is approximately the size of 3 grown men standing shoulder to shoulder. So definitely there were 3 people there, and something from underground pulled them inside and broke the foundation of the hole on the, like, basically the foundation of the building. It's estimated that it goes down more than 1,000 meters. God damn. It's like the fucking ocean. 1,000 meters. How is am I
My American brain's trying to... How long do you think 1,000 meters is? Are we even close to a mile? I don't want to say that and it sounds stupid.
It's 0.6 mile.
0.6 mile. Half a mile. Not that far up, dude. You can't be that mad at me. Half a mile underground. That's pretty crazy. Infected that did not evacuate into the hole died above ground and quickly became shriveled husks. Oh, interesting. Fuck! Stop saying interesting, Hunter, dude. You sound like a fucking idiot. How long do you think 1,000 meters is? So some of the infected actually fled for their own safety. So they were cognitive enough to know that. I like how some of them are just like, I can't escape. And they just shriveled into like a raisin. Research teams began collecting and testing samples in the vicinity of Site A, and seismic activity began occurring at Site A, and immediately following this event, a torrent of 610 spores erupted from the hole. Ooh. Basically a giant queef gas enveloped the area. I'm telling you, dude, I really like the idea of this thing being underground, especially seismic activity, weird earthquakes basically happening. That's sweet. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A came under attack from the aerial life forms infected with SCP-610. It is impossible to tell what they mutated from to this present state, so we have no idea even if they're animals or human or what. Many of the avian creatures attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping them against research members. That's awesome. Pulling them into the air and dropping them into the hole when possible. What if these fucking birds, dude, what the fuck? They clamp down on you like one of those little clip things that keep the chips fresh, and then they just lift you up in the air and drop you in the hole. How fucked up is that, dude? I'd be like, dude, just kill me. Don't drop, just crush my head. What the fuck are you doing? These avian infected proved vulnerable to small armed fire. In dispatching them, a total of 2 research staff were lost to the hole and 1 injured due to crossfire. The injured staff was put down immediately upon showing signs of infection due to a suit breach. Yeah, so they were trying to shoot the birds and it proved totally ineffective. One motherfucker got shot. He got shot twice. He got shot once in the leg. He's like, I made it out. And they're like, oh, there's a tear in your suit. He's like, no, 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 no. And then just gets shot in the head. A second seismic event began to occur and a second spore burst erupted from the hole. During the rising seismic activity, new unseen 610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The only footage captured of this creature depicts an engorged human head approximately 20 times larger than normal, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. Video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased. Further aerial surveillance of the Site A hole an area depict, God, a hole. Come on, dude. At the Site A, I'm just gonna say hole. Fuck. The things get me to say a-hole. Fuck! Site A-hole, an area depicts zero activity and no traces of the research teams or their ever having been there. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. That's the ends of the third one. So, okay, so the thing at Site C, that's totally scorched earth. Then they go to Site A because of the seismic activity. Turns out to be a giant fucking human head that pops out. It's basically queefing out spore dust that's infecting the area. What's cool about what's happening in Log 3 is it almost seems like because the infection lost one of its areas, it seems like it's like compensating, spurting out more air and infectious material to maybe try to recompensate or try to regain some ground or newly affected areas that might be able to spread out once more since it lost such a pivotal area, it seems like. Especially because Site A is one of the older ones. It seems like the newer areas have more life. More actual humanoid people are able to walk around because they're not totally infected and like just a pile of liquid flesh. Like I'm assuming what's happening at Site A. Everything's been so infected that it's just boiled down to like folds and folds of skin, which are pretty sweet. Log 4 here says unmanned exploration of Site A tunnels. Unmanned, dude. Get some men in there. Or boys, dude. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell on those tunnels, dude. It's a crazy thing the Army did that. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of 610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. The first part was a drop remote relay device at the entrance to Site A sinkhole, and the second part would dispatch a drone into the hole directly to relay its data from the remote relay for transmission back to HQ. So basically 2 drones, both going to the sinkhole where the big fucking head and the queef gas was in the air. Also, this is some time after, so the head is no longer there, so it popped up and then we lost all radio control, and then when we come back it's just a sinkhole again, so who knows what happened to the head. It could have crawled out, it could have gone back in, so I'm curious here. Attached is the video log recovered from Site A sinkhole drone before it's lost. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a rough, okay, so there's no actual footage. Oh, that's fucked up to say that. That's fucked up to say attaches the video log recovered. Okay, so this is just the log. Attach the video next time, come on. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a roughly dug shaft. It is not clear how the hole was made, but it would appear it was created by a single event rather than dug over time. Yeah, dude, it was probably because of the fucking, those explosions, right? One of the explosions earlier, remember from Site C, then it heard the explosion from Site A? It was probably just one of the giant explosions there. Probably some kind of weird defense mechanism where it exploded and dug itself deeper underground for safety, possibly? Traces of 610 material are attached to the walls of the hole. It is unlike the samples from above ground, which shrivel and dry rapidly. This material retains its texture and appearance. That forbidden flesh hole, dude. The forbidden fleshlight. At roughly 250 meters, which like we said, the hole is 1,000 meters deep, so about a quarter of the way down, the bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible and movement is detected within the sharp tunnel holes. Lights on the drones are dimmed and weapons come online.
Oh, sick. Lights of the drones are dimmed and the fucking miniguns become activated, okay?
The movement appears to be coming from what appears to be a deer, uninfected, but wriggling in grip of tendrils composed of 610 material. The drone proceeds ahead and ignores the deer. Dude, put the deer down. God. The deer's like writhing in pain. It's like making weird sounds, and all of a sudden I like to think the drone's just sitting there and it's just like and just like moves off on its own. That's fucked up, man. Whoever's controlling that drone has no fucking heart, dude. The guns are you know what's funny about that is the line literally says the guns are online. You could have put the poor bastard down. My God. Unless it's trying to hide itself by not shooting a gun and compromise its position, but it's a fucking flying drone. Have you ever heard how loud a drone is? Like, well, you can't be. What are you gonna be secret with that thing? Come on. After some time traveling through the tunnels, the drone stumbles upon what is assumed to be Site B. All right, here we go. But here's a quote from the log itself. The buildings here are coated in deceased layers of 610, and unlike other buildings in Site A and C, which were coated in 610, these buildings appear to be constructed directly from the tissue substance. Ooh! So Site A and C are just coated with the substance, the skin, the infection. This one is actually made. Site B is actually made with the substance. It's like its foundation is propped up on that. After a scan, it's determined that there is no life here either. So the drone goes back to the tunnel. And here's another quote. It says, upon descent into the tunnel, a deep roaring sound fills the audio and video feed, becomes choppy as something blocks the signal. During the periods in which connection to the drone is clearest, its camera and weapon are angled downward and propellers slow in speed to allow a faster drop. Rushing up forward, the drone from the area below is what appears to be a large human face stretched to 20 times its proportions with no features, save those created by the 610 material. There are eye sockets but no eyes, a mouth with no teeth. The drone fires upon the rushing massive 610, but the bullets do not deter it. Impact points remaining visible for several seconds before closing over themselves. There is no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action, and it is swallowed by the mass. Which, that makes me think that's the weird giant face from earlier, but it kind of seems like it's deteriorating, like it's dying, almost. Like, sure, it's getting shot and the bullet holes are there, and it's regenerating, but at the same time, it's like it's losing its teeth. I mean, it's becoming less human, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's dying, but in a way with like, it's losing shit. It's not really gaining stuff. If anything, if it had like multiple eyes, more rows of teeth, you'd almost think that it's thriving, if that makes sense. Do I feel high? It's almost like a giant deflating jack-o'-lantern. It's kind of what I picture in my head. And now it's on the defensive too. Like, it sees the drone and it eats it. It's kind of like it's burrowed itself into a defensive position. Our SCP-610 is considered lost until 3 hours later when the feed inexplicably returns. Yeah, these fucking drones. Dude, how many times are we gonna have a drone feed go out and then it just kind of turns back on? Whatever, dude. The camera pans around without instructions from the remote relays or HQ, capturing a vast number of shambling entities within the area. 610 material moves over the lens of the drone and the feed is permanently severed. That's the end of number 4. So it seems like it's almost even making a little army. It's multiplying down there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I was too quick to judge with the no teeth thing. It's hard to know. If only they would have put up the fucking drone feed, huh? Could have seen it. Instead, we get to play oopsie daisy here. We are on log 5. Like I said, log 6 is redacted, so this is the last log that we actually have of the video log and the actual transcription of it. So I'm curious to see where this goes. In the last log here, it's manned exploration of Site A tunnels. Why are they doing this to our boys?
You just asked to bring the men down.
Yeah, I did, but you know what? I feel bad now, dude. I'm thinking that it's like a guy, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, a guy who like, maybe he stole a TV, who's down on his luck, and then he's just like, oh, by the way, you're getting sent to fucking SCP prison. He's like, what? Right? And now he's manning an exploration to the Site A tunnels. So here we go, log 5. Approval from Central HQ was granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnels beneath Site A to try to ascertain the extent of S610 infection. Okay, so they're trying to, a manned assault, so they're trying to fucking snuff this thing out. Or at least so they say. I don't trust these dudes. So they have a healthy relationship with the fucking Russian government. The Russian government's being like, hey, no, seriously, come over here and help us. That feels odd, right? The destruction of Site A and Site C have established that 610 can be contained and destroyed. Okay, so only Site B is left. Wow. Making the source of the infection top priority. The initial descent into the tunnels consists of 5 teams, 2 research and 3 assault, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. What do they do? Fucking camping down there? We're gonna make it's a condo. It's a mobile condo here, and there's Wi-Fi hotspot. We do have Helldivers too. It's very, very cool. Assault teams were the first to descend, armed with flame units to clean 610 out of the area. All teams were able to descend without incident, and flame units took point, providing an undisturbed journey toward the water source where RSCP-610 drone was lost. Okay. A base camp for underground 610 was established at a 3-way junction. The cavern area here is quite large and supported by a number of rock formations that are coated with decayed 610 material. The state of the material suggests great age and appears to reinforce the structural supports. Whether this is intentional or coincidental is unknown. Well, it sounds like if you fucking kill the thing, it's gonna collapse on itself. yourself. So good job, guys. You're gonna that's gonna be your tomb. The two research teams split activity. What? The two research teams split activities between building Cavern HQ and collecting samples of 610 in various states. Why not go with one of the assault teams so you have some fucking protection? Now you just have a bunch of fucking nerds being like,
Why don't we collect tissue while the guys go burn stuff?
you know what I mean? Can't walk with them while they're burning shit and do that. Hey,
can you guys cover me? I don't know how to use a gun. I don't even know how to flick a lighter. It hurts my thumbs.
Jesus Christ. No contagious materials were detected within this area, and the creatures recorded by unmanned drones did not appear at any point in the cavern staff. Of the 4 research teams, 3 were ordered to proceed down the unexplored pathway. Yeah, good idea. While an aerial drone was prepped for a second recon of the vertical shaft. I am so tired of fucking drones, dude. Get the drones out. No 610 infectious life forms were encountered, and the fleshy material coating the cavern walls posed no threat to the team. The most significant reports at the time were the increasing thickness of material suggesting a source and the complete lack of SCP-610 contaminant in the water. As a test, a sample of a sample of 610 was cut away from the cavern wall and placed in a flow of water. It exhibited no unusual reactions, but was quickly swept away by the current. That's a good fucking idea. Wait, what? They just let the flesh... okay, bye. I'm sure that'll have no repercussions. What the fuck? One of the team leaders ordered a buggy to be delivered to HQ, and upon its arrival, the assault teams came under attack by a number of large 610 infected life forms that emerged from the area ahead of them. The SCP-610 infected made no sound and were undetectable. From the video feed, it appears that some of the creatures are coming out of the 610 material of the walls. Ooh, sweet. Kind of like Uruk-hai. You remember that whenever Sauron's sitting there, he's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Lurtz. And he's like, oh, you better go, and I'm Christopher Lee, and I'm the evil wizard in these movies. That kind of thing. Which also, can we just go ahead and say that the Uruk-hai are way fucking better than any of the other Mordor goblins and orcs and shit? Uruk-hai rule. Wish we could have seen more Uruk-hai. They also had the fucking sweet blades, the flat ones that had like the little pointy tips off to the side, like the left. All right, I guess I'm just talking to myself here. Not emerging from them so much as created by the material and then breaking away to act independently. During this assault, blank members were lost to the water currents and contact with them was lost. Wow, okay, so the water currents that we fucking put the weird infected flesh in, that's not gonna be an issue. The remainder of the assault team was consisted of 3 members armed with a single flame unit. Use of this unit to repel this assault proved that vital as standard firearms did minimal damage to the infected creatures. These infected creatures show minimal traits to associate them in any form of life in the region, giving rise to the belief they may have been spawned by 610 infection itself as a form of defense. Well, yeah, I mean the SCP-610, it's been defending itself this entire time. It's been making stuff. It's been queef gas, big anomalous creatures, like even like the way that like whenever the big ball of flesh got burned, even then it spawned a creature that would win out and stop DI-1 and DI-3 from doing shit. At the perimeter of the area, now known as Site B, the team came under assault again from a smaller number of 610 that were much larger in size. These infected appeared to be in the tunnel as if they were lying in wait for the approaching team. These creatures were dispatched using a flame unit, although all fuel of the unit was expended in this act. What do you mean? You said you were able to set up a fucking base and you don't have enough fuel for the fucking flame unit? Are you kidding me? We're setting up a sweet condo with a tight little mini pool with a cowboy pool. Well, we didn't bring enough gasoline for the fire. Isn't that weird? Okay. The assault team was now limited to standard weapons and short-range personal flame units. Okay, well, if you have short-range personal flame units, then you probably have some kind of fuel, right? The team proceeds farther into Site B, cautious of further assaults by 610 infected. The tunnel widens out into what appears to have once been a village of indeterminate age. The construction of the buildings in the area are primitive compared to the settlements of Site A and Site C, and are clearly human construction. Of interest is a building that appears to be a church with a working clock tower. Oh! I love this. I love it! I love this area. Get me into the fucking church with the clock tower. Are you kidding me? Surrounding all structures in this area is a depression in the ground filled with a substance resembling a liquefied form of 610 fleshy materials. The pool moves as if acted upon by minute and unseen forces, rippling outward from invisible contact points and rolling in waves from unfelt winds. The team avoids this pool at all times and proceeds through the ruins slowly on stable foundations where possible, making the church their target area. Inside the church and the pulpit is a hole in the floor exposing the area of the 610 pool beneath the building. Working clock tower, and this thing is residing under this clock tower in a fucking pool? How metal is that, dude? The church and the ruins appear to be uninhabited, and exploration of the church proper is uneventful until the clock tower bells toll. Okay, here we go. This tolling triggers a shudder in the building, followed by human screams from the ceiling. Lights shown upon the ceiling reveal a large mass of 610 from which descend a series of 6 wooden circles. Strapped in each circle is a living human coated entirely from neck to toe in 610. Yes. Yes! But having an exposed head which appears uninfected. These human captives scream as the bell continues to toll and the circles move to the ground. The teams begin to move toward one to investigate when an unknown creature cries from outside the building, prompting them to take cover in the shadows near the pulpit. Light sources are extinguished, pitching the entire area into darkness. Night vision is left off to avoid revealing the team's location. Ooh. I'm wondering if their head, because their head is not infected, if they have like human consciousness still. Like if their brain is still functions as a human. It's kind of a cool idea. I mean, I don't know. Sounds continue to emit from the outside of the church, drawing closer but lower than the frantic screams of the captive humans. At least one noticed the team as the captive humans often call out to be saved. Okay, so there you go. That's fucked up. Hey guys, come back. Can you guys help me? You guys by the door, they're like, shh. Shut the fuck up! From the entrance of the church, a candle lights on the side of the doorway, then one on the other side. A figure is seen holding a small torch and moving back and forth between a series of candles to light the doorways. The flame is then applied to a rope coated in 610, which quickly ignites and spreads up a peculiar chandelier system at the church entrance. The light from the system illuminates most of the crosses, but does not reach the team's hiding place. Those captives who appear in the light do not show standard signs of the beige-colored 610 infection, but instead are wrapped in a red variant of it, which shows signs of constant motion, rippling across itself in waves. Vecna! Vecna! From outside the church, a flood of 610 infected shamble quickly into the area, ignoring the man who lit the candles and stand in the middle of the room. Oh, they're doing a church service, dude. They proceed to the captives on the wooden circles and begin to pull at the red SCP-610 masses, resulting in further screams and cries. From what can be gathered from the return video feed, the red SCP-610 seems to be connected to the captives and is using them as a source of sustenance. That then uses to grow and feed normal 610 infected. Overly zealous infected tear at the red mass too hard, which results in pulling skin and tissue from the human captive beneath. This exposed area is quickly covered over by red mass, which then grows in size. Feeding like this continues for approximately 6 minutes, in which time the candle-bearing figure sounds a gong. The candle-bearing guy has a gong? What? Wait, hold on. All right, so the motherfucker has a gong now, and all infected entities move to the pews. There are several more creatures than seats, but none move past the frontmost pews. I mean, this is kind of cool. It's kind of going into like some weird Dagon territory where instead of fish people, it's like weird infected people now are in this weird religious cult. Where the fuck did they get the gong though, dude? I mean, they're in Siberia. They're not that far from like an Asian country, right? Where gongs are most prevalent. Like I always think, I mean, like what, China? Gongs are primarily from China, right? Is that racist?
No, I don't think so.
I hope not.
I'll Google it.
Yeah, I don't, if it is, got that. The figure who sounded the gong does not move, spontaneously collapsing as if made from hollow clay. From the pulpit area, activity is noticed as a pillar of 610 flesh rises through the hole and extends, directing itself toward the gathered creatures. No sound is heard and no motion is recorded once the pillar stops moving. This silent period persists for 10 minutes without even the human captives making a sound. Having fallen silent at an unknown point, the pillar of 610 retracts back into the hole it emerged from without any warning, prompting the departure of the infected from the building. The candles remain lit and the team emerges after all infected appear to leave the area. The descended captives remain at the ground level as well, all screaming, seeming to have ceased but still showing signs of life with heavy breathing and movement. I mean, it seems like even though they're pulling stuff off, it almost seems like the red material is like healing them. It's kind of like a Prometheus vibe. The vulture, you know what I mean? The vulture comes, rips out your intestines, and then you get regenerated, and it's like, and you have to like, you have this kind of ritual every day as a punishment. And these figures, I don't know if it's necessarily a punishment, but it's like, it's almost like, to me it reads like that. The people come in, they feed off of them, almost body of Christ-ish, and then they have their silent sermon, which it almost thinks to me it's in silence, but I'm wondering if it's talking to them telepathically, those infected maybe. Some kind of communication is happening, but these people are obviously in charge. A hive mind kind of vibe. Upon departure from the church, camera feeds from all three members become erratic. Camera 1 ceases transmitting completely. Camera 2 shoots straight up into the air for several meters, and camera 3 captures the member with camera 2 being flung by a tendril that emerged of the ground itself, swinging them out of sight onto the other side of the ruins. Camera 1's feed is restored and displays Camera 3 owner running briefly in the direction of the lost team member, only to turn and run back as 610 infected pour from between buildings. Combat ensues between the two members and the onrushing infected using assault rifles and personal flame units, successfully driving back onto the horde to make an escape toward the buggy. Passing by a building, Camera 1's owner is ambushed by a figure resembling the figure who was in the church lighting candles, wielding a large crop scythe. Okay. So he has a gong and now he has a fucking Grim Reaper scythe? Okay. Camera 3's owner continues without pause towards the buggy location. However, the buggy is found half absorbed by SCP-610 mass covering the floor. While turning to find another way to escape, Camera 3's owner turns to find the same figure with the scythe approaching. Weapons raised, 2 shots are fired and the camera feed ends. 5 hours later, while final decisions were underway to decide how to contain and eradicate SCP-610 threat, time-delayed video feed from a lost team member who fell into the underground river currents was established and has been filed in SCP SCP-610-L6, and that's the L6 exploration records of Operation Source Point, and those files have been lost. And that's all we have for The Flesh That Hates. You know, it's an interesting thing. There's a lot of different horror stories that this feels similar to. One I would recommend is a found footage horror film called Borderlands, which is about a pagan god who lives under a church, and they kind of do something interesting where they go down these tunnels, and at the end they go into its intestinal tract system and they get kind of eaten in a really fun way. But there's elements of The Thing. There's elements of, like, you could even say like Wicker Man with some of the cult-like personalities here. Even Lord of the Rings with the Uruk-hai, right? But what's interesting is, I don't know if I'm such a sucker for cult-like shit that it's to a T. Like if I saw this in a show and we got the fucking clock tower church in the basement or whatever, dude, sign me up. But them walking around the infected area and it's all flesh, I mean, of course the creature's gonna know where you're at. You're like walking on its skin, so it's gonna know where you're at. So I'm almost wondering if maybe while they were waiting in the dark, were they being indoctored into this new ritual thing? Because it seems like everything was ready. Motherfucker had a gong and a scythe. Ready, okay? He went to Spirit Halloween and he picked up everything he fucking needed. That being said, it makes me think, it's almost like in the ending of the movie The Blob, there's a pastor character who the whole time is talking about the end days. And at the end, when the blob is eradicated, by freezing, mind you, which in this they're saying that fire is most effective, but I almost thought that they would freeze it. You know, obviously flames would eradicate stuff, but still, heat makes infection spread faster and cold temperatures make it move slower. So I was almost thinking that they would freeze it and it would kill the cells somehow. I don't know. But at the end of the blob, he gets one of the crystallized pieces of the blob and he has it in a jar, and he's kind of like now the master of the doomsday, which maybe thinks was there this like kind of, they're talking about Site B being kind of a extremely rural, like very old town. Is this like a weird, crazy priest that has taken over the area? He was infected once, maybe thinks he's the chosen one somehow. And now SCP-610, they don't know how to eradicate it because it's like almost like this cult that lives underground. It's pretty sweet. And also, you know, the name, The Flesh That Hates, is just pretty fucking amazing. But that closes out SCP-610. We have gotten recommended that one so much, it's unbelievable. And it was a lot of fun. You know, it's not as crazy and goofy as Cousin Johnny and it gets depraved in that way, but as a thing that I'd like to see visuals of, I would love to see more of it. There's some of the pictures in the story that it really brings the imagination to life and it's cool, but I would love to see some kind of actual moving picture of this made. It would be a lot of fun. But if you have any suggestions of SCPs we should cover in the future, please leave them in the comments below, and we hope that you enjoyed this rendition of SCP Meat. We will see you next time. Thanks, guys. Also, before you go, just want to say on our Patreon right now, we're doing SCP-040-JP, which is the Burrowed Mansion, and that's just a little exclusive we're going to be uploading to our Patreon here. So if you want to support the channel and all the shit that we do, please consider supporting the Patreon. It really helps us when we get age-gated and get nuked into the fucking ground by YouTube. So I appreciate you guys for considering it. Please be sure to check the link in the description for that link as well. And we appreciate you for checking that out.
Hey guys, more of a serious topic today. I know we like to joke around and stuff, but I've been holding this in for a while, and I've had some alarming news from my doctors, and I just wanted to talk about the new merch. More merch available. We have some Rock of Love merch, and also we've been seeing a lot of people requesting the Ozempic and the I Control Fire shirt back. So they are back. They're there. Get them now while you can. Don't keep complaining that you can't get them, because now you can. Here's the link in the description if you want some sweet merch to cover your beautiful titties, your big fat man gut. Now's the time. Let's get into the video. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel! Today we're going to be talking about TikTok relationship tests. Run. Getting into relationships can be hard, but maintaining a healthy one can be even harder. Some people simply don't trust their partners, whether it's because of bad treatment.
Stop. I'm gonna hit you. Open your
personal insecurities.
I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you.
Or mere superstition.
Allison, when you inevitably divorce me, what's your next wedding gonna be like?
One thing is certainly true. TikTok relationship trends are making things much worse. So I'll tell you why they're making things much worse, Nick, is because all of these things we're getting ready to talk about today are all people that are looking for a reason, in my opinion, to leave.
Oh, you think so?
I think 90% of them. Because to me, it's looking for people outside to give you validation to do the quote-unquote bad thing or the hard thing. And it's bullshit! These are all so stupid, by the way. They're so dumb. Every day, millions of people go on TikTok and watch happy couples perform various tests on each other to see if they're truly meant to be, right? This has led to more and more people performing these tests in their own lives, leading to disappointing results, because people can't also realize when something is fabricated.
Yeah.
Somebody doing a dumb test and be like, oh my God, he's so quirky. That made up. It's not real. Human beings don't act like that. They don't. We'll get into it. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Maybe it's just how I'm treated at home or something.
Is there something you want to talk about?
No.
It was really fucked up how Allison came in the other day and just started yelling at you.
No, like it's like kind of like my fault. I shouldn't have been drinking water, you know.
Yeah. I just can't stand it when she's fucking mean to you, man.
Hey, it's my fucking wife you're talking about, man.
Sorry.
She'll talk to me anyway. She'll talk to me any way she wants to. Like she always has. So, let's take a look at what TikTok can do to potentially strengthen my relationship. As far as the tests themselves, many of them are subtle. That being said, failing to pass them leads to a sea of online feedback insisting that the relationship is doomed to fail, and this is the case regarding one of the more recent trends, the bird theory, which I just want to say, that's the thing. If you don't pass the test, you're gonna have a sea of croons squawking and balking at you. Ah, red flag! Big girls and ugly men. Oh, I would never treat, you know what I love about men commenting too? I would never treat you like that. It's always just something where it's just like, hey, let me cut the line and see what I can do here.
Because they're totally going to get that fucking pussy.
Oh, dude, online pussy, you kidding me? He's like, it probably smells so rank. But let's start off with the bird theory. The point of the bird theory is to test whether or not your partner makes an effort to care about even your smallest of interests, which is like a bird. Apparently, it's just you looking out your window and looking at a bird, right? So to perform this theory, as it were, you bring up to your partner that you saw a bird earlier in the day. If your partner acknowledges this and reacts with a genuine interest, they pass the test, right? And according to the world-renowned psychologist Dr. John Gottman, aka Dr. Cuck, this can be considered a bid for attention. I don't know why I threw there's no reason. Dr. John Gottman, this is just him saying the facts, right? Him setting it straight. Essentially, a gesture meant to receive validation or attention that can often determine the strength of a relationship. Here is the problem. If you try to make a big deal to me that you saw a bird earlier, I'm gonna be like, do you got nothing else going on in the day? Come to me with, I saw a car wreck.
Oh, there you go.
I would be like, oh my, what happened? There's your interest. I saw a bird. So did everyone else today. Okay, sweetheart? You know what this is? Do you think this, and this is me being a little rude. Jazzed up, got some coffee in me. Let me tell you something. Is it like hot girl theories? Is it hot girls doing this to be like, he doesn't even care about the little things? Because they have no other interest, so they have to drum up that they saw a bird?
I think it's not just hot girls. I think it's just women. Women just want drama. They're...
Go ahead.
Bold statement.
Nick got broken up with recently, so he's a little on edge.
I think people just want to test your relationship like it is. It's just something small where it's just like, he doesn't care about me.
Yeah, they want to complain.
Exactly.
They want to complain. I'm ending my statement there. They simply want to complain about something, don't they? This message is sponsored by Raycon. Keep your ears open and your holiday playlist rolling with Raycon's essential open earbuds. These open ear earbuds let you stay connected to your surroundings while enjoying your favorite music and podcasts. And this Black Friday and Cyber Monday, you can get up to 30% off on Raycon audio products. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound, so you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. That makes this perfect for jogging or for working out, and their super lightweight design means they won't slip out. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect multiple devices and switch with ease. But the best part is that Raycon delivers premium audio quality at half the price. Plus, the open earbuds case has 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day.
So the best part about Raycon earbuds is that I get really sweaty when I work out, and they're not directly in my ears keeping all the sweat. As you can see, you can move around, they don't come out. So you can keep going with your workout, no problem.
These earbuds are all that you need for the holiday season, whether you're getting a gift or just something nice for yourself. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/papameatopen to get up to 30% off. That's buyraycon.com/papameatopen. Get up to 30% off Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. And Raycon has a 30-day evidence guarantee, so you can return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Hey, thanks Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
I feel like if you're doing these tests, it's one thing to just do it as a quote-unquote prank, to be like, I know he's not going to care about it. But if you are genuinely doing it to like test your relationship.
See, that's the thing is I think that they are. Yeah. I think it's almost always genuine. I think that they go in being like, oh, it's not a big deal, but then they want people to be like, girl, sis, it is a big deal. It's a big deal, sis. And then she could be like, well, I guess he does do, and then she starts naming other things. Well, he does kind of like, I don't know, yell at me whenever I don't know, like I have my period in bed or something. I don't know, whatever the thing is. Sis, that's just normal. Which it could be, I don't know. I saw a 3D video of how a period happens.
Oh, this is where you get to see the uterine lining.
It's like tears open and just fucking dumps out.
There's like jelly.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like Total Recall. Whenever Arnold Schwarzenegger's head is like his eyes are bulging out of his face. On Mars, it reminded me of that. There are many examples of people passing the test, and those who fail get brutalized in the comments. One man appears confused after being told that his partner saw a pretty bird and walks away saying, "Why did you tell me that?"
Why are you telling me that?
AKA normal guy. Are we adults? Listen, if I had a daughter, if a child came up to me and said, I saw a pretty bird today, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. What did it look like? You know why? Because it's a child. It has a smooth brain. Its brain is like a water balloon. There's no ridges. It's a simple creature that is innocent, right? A fully functioning adult, though, I saw a pretty bird today. Got too much free time in your hands, is what I'd say. Or I'd be like, was it like a bald eagle? I don't know, because that's another thing. If I try to get specific, that would piss me off too. Was it like a bald eagle? I don't even know.
Cool.
This is an adult conversation. That was great.
What if they're like, I saw a fucking hawk swoop down and pick up a mouse, and
that's
then
already
hawk came and they fought.
They
mid-air.
fought for it. You know what that is? That's a story. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And then I'm intrigued. Even throwing in something mundane. You know what they got to do? What a real test would have been, I just period all in my panties today and see their reaction to that. Because I think a lot of guys would do, oh, what? See, that's going to be a test someday. What would they call that? The Red Scare.
Oh, that's good.
The Red Scare theory. They sit there. It's like, yeah, I don't know, just all in my panties. I just felt weird. Because then other guys would be like, oh my God, are you okay? You feeling okay?
That's a
then
good
other guys
test.
be like, yuck! Which I'd be like, oh my God, what? Hey, Victoria's Secret's a bear attack. Yikes! That kind of thing.
That's a new test.
That's an actual test.
Everybody post your Red Scare test on Reddit.
Go to your man and do a nice Red Scare and just say that your got wrecked. You have to say that too. It looked like D-Day down there in my panties. And everyone at work was solid. It was a whole thing. And I don't know. Because then you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, that's are you okay? Or you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, this is going to be a true test. But saying that you have a bird, I don't know. I like how we already made a better one than the fucking bird theory. To say that they got just fucking like a Wolverine attacked him down there. I tried to hop a razor wire fence. That's what it looks like. Looked like I was breaking out of Shawshank with these panties on. Some are stating that this should mean an immediate breakup, and others made fun of him for apparently dressing like a child. You know, it's a good way to respond to someone not caring about a bird. Let's just make fun of how they look. Why did you tell me that? You look like a child! That makes sense.
Attack their appearance.
Attack their appearance. Well, that goes both ways. Better be careful. Others feel like this test is deceptive because walking up to your partner of multiple years and saying that you saw a bird with zero added details is a horrible conversation starter. And honestly, you can tell, this is another thing too, you can tell which bitches have been in a long-term relationship or not. All right? You can tell what guy has been in a long-term, what dog of a man has been in a relationship long enough, right? Because let me tell you guys, let me tell you something. Sex is fun. The first 2 years, oh, this is too fun. I'm having a good time. Get past year 5, then talk to me. Get to 10 years in, and then talk to me. All right? Because let me tell you, there's love there, but it completely transforms. True love is the silence. True love is the small mediation between a couple. I think the shed is like leaking or something. Yeah, of course it is. That's love. All right, you coming up? If my wife Allison, which she deals with, I hear it all the time. You think that I don't hear about animals on fucking birds? She'll be like, one of the guineas got out, and I'll be like, okay. You know what? But she also doesn't bring it to me because why would that matter? How does that affect? It doesn't matter. This is the first theory. I can't get this heated on the first theory. Which it doesn't help that at one point the man seems to realize that he's being filmed, which only makes the whole thing seem suspicious and inauthentic, and it just feels like, oh, is this like a bit? Are you doing a bit with me? And I know the whole time too, big ass gums and stuff, probably smiling back. Real sly. Little Sly Cooper action. Another one points a phone directly at her husband and tells him, I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today? I saw a bird today?
As if it was a question, and her confused partner continues using his phone while she repeats herself until he finally snaps at her and says, are you on shrooms? What's wrong with you?
Fuck you, are you on shrooms? What's wrong with you?
Did you see it or didn't you see it? I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
That actually pissed me off.
Oh my God. You know what? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes you have to do it, and this is a grown-up thing. You have to pretend you don't hear somebody sometimes. Just to hope that the person can just catch what they said and be like, nah, it's not worth it. I'll even do a little side eye every once in a while.
So that's why you ignore me, huh?
No. Well, yeah, Nick will come in and I'll be sitting here like working or something, be like looking at my deal, like typing or something. And he'll be like, I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video on the internet.
Oh my God, I did.
I know you did. I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video, and I'll be like, and then he'll just sit there and be like, the phone just playing in his hand. Just a Chinese guy screaming, oh! For one TikToker, this evolved into her secretly filming herself dropping the splits in front of her boyfriend at a grocery store to see how he would react. She pulls it off and asks, was that epic?
Was that epic?
Only for him to briefly look at her before going back to focusing on finding apple juice. Okay, first off, apple juice, pretty fucking important. I have a nice craving. Also, listen, dude, if you can do the splits, you're trying to think that that's not the first time we've seen her do the fucking splits. Probably been bouncing on it for how long? You know what I mean? Yeah, cool. If anything, I'd be like, why here? Your pussy's been all over the dirty floor and stuff like that. I'm telling you, ladies, Red Scare. That's a good one. Do the Red Scare in the store. Take a big thing of fucking cranberry juice and just pour it in your panties. Uh-oh! And how does he respond? Does he help or does he not? Red Scare. Red Scare theory. Oh no, it's not communism. These viral posts had thousands of comments, mostly insisting that she run from the relationship immediately. You did the splits and he was looking at apple juice? Girl, get out of there, sis. Get out of there. He then filmed a video where he essentially apologized for not having the proper reaction. Oh. Wrong.
Yep.
Wrong. Wrong. Mostly because his partner is a professional dancer and he was already aware she could pull off moves like that with no problem because AKA I've been seeing it for years. He sees thousands of people lash out at him and then he's like, well, I probably should have reacted. No, you know what? You should have done. You should have doubled down. I've been like, that wasn't even her best split.
Is that grounds for breaking up?
I think that there is grounds for breaking up when people like post things about your relationship that you're like, why'd you post that? It like creates a public conversation about your relationship that's like not even necessary. To me, I'm like, why would you do that? Is that funny? I didn't think it was funny. Be like it would seriously be like if you went to your girlfriend and you were like recording her, she's like having a bad day, or let's say she's on her period, even like something like that. Like, oh yeah, she's on her period. Here, let me tell you a joke to make you laugh. Like to me, I'm like, it's like antagonistic, which that obviously mine's more aggressive, but I just mean it's just something where it's like it's obviously one way.
Well, she's posting it to be like, my boyfriend didn't respond. Of course, people are gonna fucking attack him
because they think that they try to like get away with the idea of like, oh well, it was just all in good fun, but it's like they're like berating your guys' relationship. Is that fun? Is that what this is what fun looks like, by the way? But that's more of the attention-seeking theory, I guess, like trying to see how they would reciprocate giving you attention in a positive way, right? Now, the next theory we have though is the orange peel theory. Try to wrap your head around what this one's going to be. Many relationships thrive on doing small things for your partner. It's a simple way to show that you care, and that is exactly what the orange peel theory is all about. The test involves one person handing their partner an orange and asking them to peel it for them. If they do it without question, they love you. If not, they're not the one.
You're not gonna peel it for me?
Dude, okay, as if I don't do enough. You're not even that special, that's the thing. Get that in your fucking skull, dude. Like, you're really not that special. Aww.
The problem with a lot of these so far, once again, Red Scare, really want to popularize the Red Scare movement. The problem is, yes, it is a nice thing to do, but at the same time, it's just, you're a grown adult. You can peel an orange. You know what I mean? If I went to my wife and I was like, could you take the trash out? And I'm right by the trash, why don't I just do it? You know what I mean? Just that kind of shit. I don't know.
What if you can't peel it because you have tiny fingernails?
Well, show a picture of Nick's fingernails, and then I'd be like, that's a disability. You have to help him. See, and the thing about it, though, is it's all self. You did it to yourself. You know, it's not like you were born, it's like, I didn't have any fingernails when I was born. It's like you bit the motherfuckers clean. So now I feel like you gotta carry a pocket knife, your orange knife. Peel it yourself.
I would pass this test because I would peel an orange for my queen.
I mean, listen, I would peel an orange, but it's just, is that the barometer? You have the orange in your hand, just peel it. Am I wrong? Let me ask Allison.
Or I thought you were gonna do these tests on her.
Oh shit, yeah. Well, I'm performing these tests as well, so in real time you'll see what the reactions are later. Good luck, future hunter.
What are you doing?
I just saw an interesting bird. There's like a blue bird by the window.
What?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
The bathroom window?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
They shouldn't be out this time of year.
Okay. Which the orange peel theory has led to the demise of many relationships. It's actually quite sad. There's a lot of blood on the battlefield. One woman was inspired by this trend and decided to give a similar mundane task to her boyfriend of 7 months after feeling that she was doing more in the relationship than he was. All right. So already, let me stop that. Once again, it's just the excuse to get out the door. It's just the excuse to get people to be like, you gotta leave. Okay, right? She was taking care of his 1-year-old daughter, driving him to the bar, and doing all the housework while he often just played video games. Okay, well, that's not a relationship.
Yeah, that's a mommy.
That's him getting his dick sucked and his, getting his dick wet every once in a while, and better be good or else that shit is not worth it. Find some validation yourself. Give yourself some self-worth, right? So she asked him to tie up her hair. And he refused. She tried again and asked him to put towels in the laundry, and he outright ignored her. This resulted in her confronting him in her car outside of his mom's house, where she tried to tell him how she felt. He rejected the conversation and asked her to take care of his daughter and drive him to the bar.
Yeah, this guy's just a piece of shit.
This guy is not a good guy. I'm not going to go into it. Not a good man. I can't say the things I want to say. At that moment, she snapped and kicked him out of the car. He was confused by her reaction, and then the couple broke up. Later on that night, she knew she dodged a bullet when his mother texted her, "Be a good mom and future wife." Fuck that. Also, first off, I guess it seems like also this is setting people up to realize what is a relationship and what isn't a relationship. You know what I mean? If anything, the theories could be beneficial in that way. Because somebody who is, I don't know, a good husband or a good boyfriend also takes care of their own children, isn't having someone else drop them off at a bar while a child sits at home. You know what I mean? If there's all those things, and then if you are also able to communicate, like in this instance, it's a thing of, once again, she could tie up her own hair, but it'd be different if like I had my hands full. Hey, could you tie up my hair? Then they declined. To me, I'm like, well, you can't just fucking help them out really quick. That kind of, you know what I mean? I don't know. If anything, the theories could be a good test of like what is and what isn't a relationship in that regard. Because I think people do get that fucked up sometimes when they don't realize, well, I didn't know that's how I was supposed to be treated. I think that's a pretty common thing. Some people just like, they exist in that atmosphere. I think it translates from like your parents and shit, how they treat you, to now your actual relationship, to where it's like, well, I haven't known anything different.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good eye opener then.
It could be. They're also still really stupid, don't get me wrong, but in this case, it's a good instance to be like, oh, that's a huge eye-opener.
Well, I think this one, I know it's called the orange peel theory, but just asking for small tasks, like the trash, which you already mentioned, where it's like, hey, help me with the trash. No. Help me with the dishes.
There is no reason in a relationship, if your wife's like, can we take the trash? There should never be a reason that you should ever say no. There's like never, ever a reason that you should ever be like, what? Why don't you do it? I will say though, if she was just like, you want to tie up my hair? First off, I'd be like, I don't know how do I do that? Why can't you do it? That's why I would do that. But also the same thing if she was like, can you cut up my apples? Don't fucking try to get me to do the baby shit either. All right. There's a knife, cut up your apples and fucking eat it like a chimp or whatever you want to do, dude. Whatever. I guess it's that. But if she was like making dinner and her hands, she's like with chicken and she doesn't want to have to wash them and go back and forth, I'd be like, oh yeah, cut it up. See, that's the difference. That's another thing too, is these little things, it feels like a test.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So you fail them on purpose.
I fail them on purpose because I say I never agreed to this exam. I'm not a willing participant, and I'm not going to be.
Especially if you have they have their phone out too.
Yeah, if you're recording me, what the fuck is that? No. What? What is this? Because if anything, I feel like you're pranking me. I don't want to get pranked. Not on camera.
Maybe it's the wrong thing to put up the hair. Maybe it's the wrong thing to peel up the orange.
Exactly. Too many questions. All these rules. I can't handle it. Therapists and psychologists have looked at the trend and deemed it unhealthy, saying that basing an entire relationship on a simple gesture is misleading and irresponsible.
Are you sure? But TikTok doesn't even do it.
Many other people agree the trend is extremely childish, with one man saying he'd divorce his wife if she tried to do it on him. Okay, well, listen, as much as I love the man's spirit, that's a bit excessive. Yeah, I don't think you break up with someone for it, but at the same time, I just don't like the idea of somebody recording me and like posting it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because also, one, there's no way to delineate. I mean, you can kind of delineate what's obviously scripted and what's like a genuine, someone being like, oh, what? No. But if you're going to get lumped in with all the other bad shit. That's not good. That's no bueno.
Could you peel that for me?
No. Why would I do that?
Could you peel it for me?
No. You're an adult man.
Could you peel this one for me, please? Ow. Allison, stop. Allison, stop it. Ah!
And I gotta tell you, this next one is my least favorite thing to maybe come out of this whole ordeal. Because in 2023, the Beckham test was a popular way to test your partner. It's based on a scene from the 2023 David Beckham documentary where the professional soccer player spontaneously dances with his wife over the song Islands in the Stream. Okay. Basing it on a scene in a documentary, already fabricated, the cameras are there, or performative. Even if that is real, to me, there's no way to separate the performance. So if my husband isn't David Beckham, he's wrong. If my hubby doesn't just dance with me randomly,
Bye-bye. Get out of here.
This began a trend of women trying to recreate the scene by filming themselves dancing to the song in the hopes that their husband would notice and join in, right? We're just palling around. We're little goofballs. I love our relationship. I love you, husband. I love you, wife.
My wifey poo.
My little wifey ding dong. And mwah, I kiss your tiny head. Many people pass the test while some appear deadpanning and gaze into the camera like their soul was sucked out of their body. AKA, that's 95% of people. Because you see the camera and you're like, what is this? What the hell is this? Also, I'll tell you what, after 8 hours a day and you get home, you're like, especially after you get into your 30s, brutal. You're fighting demons trying to stay awake. The only thing you're looking forward to is just a nice little dinner. Maybe you go home, you're like, oh, I had that teriyaki chicken. I'm very excited. A little sesame seeds on it. You're cooking it, and all of a sudden someone's just like dances up to you to a song. Maybe I'm not in the fucking mood to dance, dude. That's my response. I don't think you have to be deadpan. You have to completely shut it down. But at the same time, me not reciprocating that to a song that I don't even like. Right? Am I wrong?
No. What if they put your favorite song on, though?
I'd be dancing. It'd be hard not to. What's my favorite song? I'd have to dance. Maybe just even like a little. But I'm not going to do this thing like we go up and be like, oh, like that's obnoxious.
That's performative.
Or even, let's just say I did, and I was just like, is that enough? You acknowledge it with just a simple like.
Yeah, I think as long as you're not yelling at her and beating her.
What about this then? I'm not yelling at her, beating her. Dude, no one said that. Where did that come from? What if it sat there and you were like, God damn, Nick. What the What if you're sitting there and you like, you told her beforehand, my boss, he fucking yelled at me today in front of everybody. I don't know, it's put me in a funky mood. And then she's like,
that's grounds for hitting her.
In one example that went super viral, a TikToker danced around her husband of 9 years wearing her wedding gown, only for him to be locked in on his phone and completely ignore her. I just don't know about the wedding gown. I hate to say this because once again, misogynistic type stuff, that motherfucker's put in some work. Yeah. He's on his second tour in the force, you know what I mean? Holy hell. As usual, Minnie insisted he's not the one for her. A decade in, he's not the one for you. He didn't dance! With some even insisting that she check his phone, insinuating that he was being unfaithful, of course. Others predicted that she would soon upload My Husband's So Silly video in order to defend him from the harassment. And this is exactly what she did weeks later. This time, entering a room in a sports jersey where he immediately notices her and starts to dance alongside her. Despite being a lighthearted and staged video poking fun at the viral post, people continued lambasting him for being a terrible husband. You can't win.
No.
You can't win. Also, you know what he should have done? It would have been way funnier, and I think would have got people on his side, is if she came in the sports jersey, and instead of doing that, he was like, enough! Stop dancing! I can't fucking take it! It's every day! Then people would be like, that's awesome.
People definitely would not.
And then at the end of it, though, you guys hold hands, and then you do. And then you take a bow.
Yeah. And then you have people throw flowers in.
Yeah, and then people are in there throwing flowers.
Elsie, you want to dance with me?
No, I can pass me.
Huh?
No.
You want to dance with me, Elsie? Why don't you dance with me? It means you'll...
Getting married is something many look forward to in their life. The thought of being called someone's husband or wife is a milestone for many, making it the perfect basis for a TikTok relationship test. The husband test. It's pretty straightforward. You set up the camera, grab your partner, and while talking, briefly call them your husband or your wife to judge their reaction. Do this with somebody on your second date, by the way.
That's actually good advice because sometimes they think it's cute.
Do this on your second date and see how uncomfortable they get. It'll be really funny. Hello, wifey. Be like, what?
If they're crazy,
we went to dinner once. Yeah, but dude, if he or she is reciprocating that, you run away from that. There's no reason someone should be that emotionally attached that quickly. Hello, husband. Oh, yes.
You don't think it's cute to be like, where do you want to get married on your second date?
No.
Where should we get married? The Bahamas? And you don't talk about your like potential baby names?
I think on your first date, you can say things like, would you ever want to get married? Because you're feeling people out, right? Are you wanting kids someday? I think all those questions are fine. But the assumption on the second date to say wifey or husband is a bit absurd to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just got to say that would be a red flag. I'd be like, we saw Frankenstein. We saw Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein in theaters, and you're calling me husband? And we split the bill. You paid for popcorn.
To be fair, if a girl did that to me, I'd be freaked out. But if I did it to them, it'd be funny.
I feel like you would really like it.
You think so?
I think so. I think the first person that ever truly commits to you, it's going to be bad. I think you gotta be able to see it and then separate yourself to get onto the next one. I think someone's going to play you like a fiddle one day, dude.
No. I'm gonna take it.
Devil went down to Georgia. It all started with a 2024 video of a woman calling her boyfriend her husband in passing, and to her surprise, as she said, "My husband," he immediately corrected her and said that he was not her husband.
Today I'm gonna be guessing my husband's favorite things.
I'm not your husband.
Which also could have been him being kind and being like, "Oh no, we're not," because he didn't want her to feel silly. Or maybe he's just like, and no ring. She then proceeded to sit there in silence as the man awkwardly attempted to fist bump her before she jokingly choked him out. That's not funny.
That's abuse.
That's disgusting, actually. People in the comments were surprised at how rapidly he shut it down, saying even their shitless ex-boyfriend wouldn't have done that. And others claim that he didn't love her at all because, they know them. This reaction inspired other people to do it with their partners, and it is just another drop in the bucket of TikTok relationship test, which, once again, if you're dating someone for a year, I don't see a problem with that. Even after a little bit, I don't think that, I'm just saying, like, date 1 through 4.
It could work. It could be a cute thing.
I feel like you have done it. I feel like you're defending it so much to where I'm like, I feel like you've definitely done it before.
This is 4.
Hi, wife.
Hi.
As relationship tests have become increasingly popular, there are more and more people fighting back against them online. In the process, many people go on rants about how these tests are starting to ruin their relationships. Yeah. One 38-year-old man was tested repeatedly by his girlfriend, and it started with her saying she wanted to be alone for the weekend, a test he failed because he didn't surprise her with a visit regardless. Also, 40 years old and playing that, I'd be like, I can't. I can't, dude. See, that's when you start getting into like the single mom territory. Single mom of 2, you think she's gonna be saying that? No. They're gonna tell you how it is. They're going to lay out the rules and you'll be like, awesome. This is the fucking itinerary. This is how we're getting it done. Dinner here, sex here, bed then. Good night. That's what I'm telling you. I need a drill sergeant. Need some drill sergeant pussy. Attention! She kept throwing test after test at him, claiming he failed every time. It escalated to the point where she pretended to be pregnant and kept up the lie for an entire day. That is messed up. That is up. A full 24 hours too. Yep.
It's yours.
He's growing in here. You shouldn't have sneezed in me so hard.
Shaking and shit.
Yeah, he's thinking about a little vitamin C overdose.
Yeah. Sees a long, tall flight of steps. Despite him passing by being calm and supportive, he broke things off after realizing that this was yet again another test and that she could no longer be trusted.
Yep. Good man. That's
what is smart? Yes. Yeah. I would almost feel like I'm being like manipulated or gaslit. Like imagine being like, I feel like I should propose to her. Have I been fucking groomed to think that? I don't know. It feels like it. Feels like she has my fucking brain. You know what I mean? The fucking like ball that Sauron has, whatever. He's like, Gandalf, marry me, Gandalf. That kind of thing. Another man and his wife were approached by a group of TikTokers who wanted to test the relationship by asking them various personal questions. They both agreed, only for his wife to realize that he didn't know their anniversary, her parents' names, or what allergy she has. I know Allison's parents' names. I know her allergies. I struggle with the date sometimes. The fucked up thing is they'll do the anniversary of when we first got together, our wedding anniversary, the proposal anniversary. Too many dates. I'm bad with names. And I know her dad, mom's name. That should be good enough.
Do you know her allergies?
Yeah. I'm going to say them. Have some guy go up, blow in her face or whatever. Listen, if you're worried about your relationship, 9 out of 10 times it can be solved with open communication. You just gotta talk to people, for the love of God. Also, if someone, let's say this thing is important, the thing of like, could you peel this orange for me? And they're like, no. If you do not communicate, it will not get fixed. If you tell that person, I would really love if you just like, if I asked to do these things, they did it. And if they then reciprocate, if it never changes, that person is unwilling to change. And I think that is a red flag. A one and done, brutal. Okay? You know what I mean? If you're enacting elaborate plans to test someone, chances are it'll cause more problems than it solves, especially if you're filming it and making it into fucking content for other people. So I just gotta say, relationships are hard. They are. They're not easy. People who are like, we're happy. Good for you, unicorn. It takes a lot of work, dude. You just gotta communicate with your partner. That's the real test. Communicate with them, and if they actually reciprocate and they start changing, that's a good guy. That's a good girl. That's a relationship. Welcome to a relationship. Hi, there it is. Nobody's perfect, but people can learn to be better and people can learn to be in a relationship with specifically you and no one else. So thank you all so much. Hey, don't do these fucking theories. They're stupid. Bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about Hobby Lobby. Chances are you've stepped into this arts and crafts store at one point in your life. Passing by, you may assume there's nothing out of the ordinary. What lies inside, however, is a store with a strange and controversial history. This is mostly due to the company's dedication to upholding their evangelical Christian beliefs. Not only are they often the butt of the jokes for this, but they've also participated in some really scummy behavior in their efforts to push these kinds of views, right? Also, most egregious of all, they say everything's on sale all the time. I don't believe it. It's 100% that's just what the price is and they're telling you it's on sale. I don't fucking believe you. So let's look at what kind of place Hobby Lobby really is. Hobby Lobby is a retail store that was founded in 1972 in Oklahoma City by a man named David Green. What started as a home business selling picture frames evolved slowly over the years until today, where it's seen as one of the largest privately owned American companies with revenue reaching over $8 billion as of last year. I didn't know the motherfuckers were pushing picture frames like that. That's insane. It is pretty crazy. The stores themselves are like any other home goods and arts and crafts stores, right? Except with an aggressive focus on religious and hyper-conservative values. It's common to see signs that read like, we don't call 911, as well as the abundance of crucifixes in all shapes and sizes, which I just gotta say, just because you're a religious person, you might be conservative, doesn't mean that, you know, not knocking you for that, but I'm just saying these signs, they suck. All right. And also, to be fair, if I want fucking arts and crafts, do I want people shoving their beliefs in my face all day?
What if I like those beliefs?
I guess I didn't think about that. Many art pieces often include reference to scenes from the Bible, to the point where customers see it as incredibly tacky. Well, depends on which customer you are.
The toilet paper with the finger going out.
The toilet paper with the finger going out, I gotta say, fucking rules, actually. I know I just dogged them, but the finger toilet paper thing, that actually sick.
You know, it'd be even funnier if you had like a little poo finger. Like at the end of the picture, just a little poo.
That would be funny. That definitely wouldn't be fucking absolutely disgusting. Younger generations ridicule the store for its live, laugh, love style of cringy, relatable products. So much so that it's become a trend to go into stores and jokingly read the signs out loud.
I think I like this little life.
$8 billion a year. Bitch, what am I supposed to tell you? Beyond that, Hobby Lobby has fully embraced artificial intelligence by selling what clearly looks to be AI art, some of which include glaringly obvious design errors, which I gotta say, that's every store at this point. I feel like every store I've gone in, I'm like, oh boy.
It's the vendors they buy from that are doing the AI art, so, but they don't care. They're just like, oh,
but yeah, I don't give a fuck. We'll put it on the shelf. I'll just a little monkey with a hat on him. How do they do that? As a whole, Hobby Lobby has the reputation of selling incredibly low-quality art supplies and novelty products, and is believed by many artists to be in a noticeable decline. I remember back in the day, I used to get my Micron pens there, right? Because you'd be like, I gotta go there, I'm gonna get some paper to draw and some Micron pens. That used to be where you go. I went there recently. Despite this, some older people are incredibly moved by their products. One woman films her husband being reduced to tears over a painting of a cow sitting at a dining table.
Are you crying?
Why did that make me cry?
Oh.
And I just want to say this. If I could feel anything remotely that pure, my hat's off to him. Or do you think it's mental illness?
I thought it was performative, but it could be mental illness.
However, if you've already heard of Hobby Lobby before the video, it's likely not because of their products. You probably know them for their weird religious activity. Hobby Lobby does not shy away from the fact that religion is baked into every facet of their business.
Actually, wealth can be a curse, and so we don't create wealth. We see ourselves as really stewardships of the profits that we earn.
One of the biggest stories to come out from the company was their unwillingness to provide forms of birth control as part of their health insurance plan.
Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor GamerSubs for being one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support and for having amazing, tasty, quality products like our own flavor, Raw Meat, that you can order right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and everything has 0 sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the sody pops and get into something tasty, consider Raw Meat GamerSubs. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors, and they also have big tittied anime shakers that, you know, if you get your rocks off to that, I'd consider it because they're pretty sexy. It gets me stiff in my pants. So thank you GamerSubs for sponsoring this episode, and hey, check out Raw Meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw Meat if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. To be fair, and I'm gonna say, listen, throw a dog a bone and let him have the birth control stuff. At the same time, every person I've ever seen in there is 76 years old, so they're probably like, it's barren, and it's nature's birth control. You think Gladys is fucking going, uh-oh. Can you imagine, could you actually imagine your 83-year-old coworker?
Last night I got in. Last night I was rolling around in the hay and a little bit of, you know, baby gravy maybe got in. I mean, she's just like, could I get a pill? I mean, what is the guy like, are you serious?
At that point, that is a miracle. If a 70-year-old.
I'm saying if you saw a 75, 76-year-old woman with a belly bump, I mean, I'd be like, you better, I've got to go to church.
She wants to suck that thing out.
And she wants to.
She's having second thoughts.
Yeah, if anything, at that point, if I was a CEO, I'd be like, this is seriously a miracle. Even I'd go down there. I'd be like, that's probably Superman. You're giving birth to something. I don't know. It could even be what if it's the Antichrist?
Well, Christians want the Antichrist to come because then they go to heaven. That's the coming of Jesus.
That's the rapture.
That's the rapture.
Imagine the woman that you work with at Hobby Lobby, the 75-year-old Gladys, is the signifier of the rapture. You just see that motherfucker like this inside her belly.
Yeah, the horns are poking too.
Yeah, she's just like, his name's gonna be Derek. In this house, we don't call 911.
She's red-pilled by that point. Yeah, she's based. Gladys is definitely based. Probably got deep by like a 22-year-old veteran. This led to a widely publicized lawsuit in which Hobby Lobby succeeded in setting a new precedent that allowed some corporations to deny certain contraceptives to their employees based on religious reasons. You know what I don't like about that? You're going out of your way to be a dick, right? Well, yeah, fuck off, dude. It's kind of a God-given miracle that man was able to, I mean, take this and you will not have a child. I mean, how crazy is that?
They need a male version.
It's called a condom.
Well, I'm tired of leaving it up to the woman.
You talking about? So what you're saying is that you want a pill where it's like, it also comes with a slingshot device that you put in and you have to hit her just to consume it and boom. Perfect.
Yeah, it's like a little dart that gets injected in them.
Every man becomes like a Rambo at that point up in a tree. Yeah, or it's just a blow dart. Damn it. All right, I'm not pregnant now.
I meant a man takes the pill and fucking dissolves your sperm.
I kind of wish there was a way, I wish there was a switch. Imagine the future, the same people who came up with the light switch came up with a thing where you stick into your balls, your testicles, and you're able to just...
Oh, yeah. Or, you know, you had a second hole that, like, kind of like a train switch. Like, you could, if you wanted to come out the B hole.
This is getting to insane levels of autism, dude. It's like a train. I'm a conductor. When I want to make left to a go and make jisms, I turn it to the left. I thought we are getting on the. I mean, come on, we're gonna need a spit bib and a hard hat after a while. Better watch out. Similar to companies like Chick-fil-A, which also hold Christian values, they too are not open on Sundays. Not only that, but they refuse to celebrate Halloween or sell any horror-themed decorations, seeing it as pagan holiday that should not be respected or acknowledged. I think you know what they need to do. Hobby Lobby could be in a market where, what if they had like a fucking sick-looking Jesus thing? Put that in your yard. That'd be creepy as fuck. They think it's like, oh, stop the spirit. I'm like, can you imagine that? Praise the Lord! Like that, whatever.
That'd be scary.
It would be scary. Not only are their stores known to play Christian music, but some employees have even noted that sermons are played for all employees before the store opens and closes.
So if you ever find yourself crying or getting teary-eyed, just know they're playing some worship music. I feel his presence in here.
Christian music, dude? Some Creed? Oh.
My uncle is a Christian man.
Love your uncle's Christian rock band. It is so good. Unironically. Unironically, I was like, God damn. Turn up in my car show. I was like, this shit fucking, this rips. They go even further to push their beliefs by putting out newspaper advertisements about Jesus Christ, something David Green claims he felt commissioned by God to do since as far back as 1995, which I just want to say, it's always people that speak feel like they've been talking with God. It's a little bit of narcissism, isn't it? You tell me David Green, you're selling paints and picture frames, dude. God told me to do so. No. In 2021, they received heavy backlash for posting a full-page ad on Independence Day attempting to prove that the U.S. is meant to have Christian-run government. Okay, once again, this is an art store. Starting in 2022, religious advertisements started to release on all platforms, with some showing up during multiple Super Bowl commercials, which I just want to say. So, I mean, it's like, for a 30-second commercial, I think it's like $2 to $10 million.
Oh, well, they got the funds.
They got the funds. And to spread the good word, he's probably just like, God, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
God. Isn't that right, Gladys? Her just uterus is open. Like goat man's coming out of it. It was created by an ad campaign called He Gets Us, which has spent hundreds of millions of dollars thus far, with reported plans to spend around $1 billion within its first 3 years. Uh-oh. Whoa. The ad consisted of various pictures showing people getting their feet washed, an act that's supposed to be symbolic of humility and forgiveness of sinners. Most, however, just saw it as judgmental, creepy, and vaguely horny, if I'm being honest. Did you see those? I've seen those. He gets us. He just gets us. One ad in particular tries to explain how we should just love our enemies the way Jesus did. And the images of the advertisement depict minorities and liberal-looking people as evil sinners who are seen shrieking at cops and country boys, right? The good uns. I guess I should just like them. These sinners, these freaks. Look at that woman with a ring in her nose. Septum pierce theory. Hobby Lobby has a lot of strange commercials as well. Often, they're filled with ham-fisted morals and seem to cater to a much older religious people. In one Christmas commercial, for example, an overworked mom is seen working tirelessly to clean up after her gamer son. After realizing how lucky he is to have her, he suddenly decides to sell all of his video games to purchase Christmas decorations and surprise her. Yeah, right, dude. Talk about a fucking fictional story. The motherfucker be Mom, get up here! Be like that kind of thing.
He's using her credit card to buy like riot points or whatever.
Yeah, riot points and vape juice and shit. Blowing fat clouds in there, ordering fucking escorts and stuff like that. That's my stocking stuffer. Employees of Hobby Lobby often voice their frustrations online. As you would expect, they meet all sorts of strange customers. Which I want to say, going into a Hobby Lobby, it is very odd because it's like, there's always somebody in there, shopper, but they never have anything in their cart. Everyone has a cart and they're walking aimlessly around like a labyrinth, which leads me to believe, do they hire people to just walk around the store to make it seem there's people in there? I'm telling you, go to a Hobby Lobby, you'll find someone in there and they're just walking around with nothing in their cart. Looking at like fucking wreaths. And also everything has like cinnamon on it. It smells like cinnamon everywhere. You know what I mean? But they're just looking, kind of reminds me of like Scientology. Many of them swear by Hobby Lobby, these strange customers, treating it like their second home. Their love runs so deep that it becomes common for them to visit other stores like Michael's or Joann Fabrics to brag about how great Hobby Lobby is in comparison. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the store's okay. It's just no Hobby Lobby.
Those are getting paid actors.
Crisis actors. Yeah, 100%. Do you think it's recruiters? Do you think the same actors that go in, they're just like, it's so weird. It's weird because it's actually a better price at Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, it's advertising. That's the $1 billion budget.
That has to be a part of the $1 million budget. One Hobby Lobby employee was asked by a customer if he had any experience with planting. The customer proceeds to tell them that his uncle has created a type of dust that is incapable of getting wet, which he claims is so important that it can save the country. And during his rant, he started explaining how Obama failed to save homes from the flooding and how the dust could also be used to clog up and stop BP oil spills. The worker was then asked to try and make him the dust he was referring to which he said no. and walked away. You think you can hook me with some of that dust? No, I don't think I will, actually. Gassing yourself up real big. That sounds great. I could actually have a leak in my garage. No. There's no way. First off, if you're making miracle dust, there's no way you're not carrying around sandbags. Yeah, pockets of dust. I should fix it. Like, dude, what the f? You just, he's like, no, don't mess with it. Because that's the answer. And Obama did a bunch, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah. In one case, a woman chastised the company for selling candy in multiple locations of the store. She tries to start a movement by having people commit to an agreement and to tag their social media page to stop this.
I don't need to walk through and see all that stuff. I don't want my kids asking for things when we check out. There's got to be a way to do this. Let's talk, Hobby Lobby. And for those of you who agree, please comment and tag them below.
What? What? I don't know. In a particularly absurd story, Christian parents were in an uproar after seeing that potentially demonic products were being sold in the Hobby Lobby stores. A supposed member of the Satanic Temple played a prank on the company by using Midjourney AI, and she created a fake image of Hobby Lobby aisle stocked with what appears to be satanic pillars. The post started to spread, leaving older, less tech-savvy Christian adults in complete shock. Which I gotta say, that's the perfect prank for like Facebook adults. Why would the adults believe that that was real?
Because
it's in a picture and it's in front of them.
Exactly.
Oh my god!
And it's on Facebook. There's a huge there's a huge prank going on where people are taking photos in the room and putting an AI homeless man in it, and then sending it to their parents, being like, "I let this guy in."
I've seen that, yeah. And then the parents like, "What the?" Which, to be fair, if I was a parent, I'd be like, "Wait, what?" But like a giant pillars, I'd be like, "What? That's fake."
Would you let a homeless person in?
No.
I always thought if
they're homeless, they're not supposed to be in a home. Okay, that's a prank. That was a joke. I would probably even like someone I've never met. I'll never let you in my home.
If someone knocked on the door and said, "Hey, I got a job interview. Can I take a shower?"
No. What? You look fine. Put on the blind.
What if they said, "Can I use your garden hose for a shower?"
All right. But if he sat there and I'll tell you this. He turned on the door. And if he was like pulled out like actual tiny shampoos, I'd probably open up the door. All right, come on in.
See, you just fell for it. Then now he pulls out a knife.
At least he'd smell good, killing me, I guess. That's a commitment, though. I'm washing myself.
Yeah, in the hopes that you'd have a change of heart.
Yeah, exactly. I feel oddly compelled to let this man in. One of the most contentious parts of the working for Hobby Lobby is that, unlike basically every other retailer, they refuse to use barcodes. Really? You think it has to do with satanic? It's probably satanic symbols and barcodes? Yeah. Back in the 1980s, people started to fear that UPC barcodes actually hid secret references to the mark of the beast.
But these numbers are always sandwiched in between these three spacer symbols, here, here, and here. Two vertical lines with the space between them. But here's what's strange. Whenever the number 6 appears in a barcode, it's also represented by two vertical lines with the space between them.
A rumor had begun to spread that Hobby Lobby, following the evangelical Christian values, feared this and decided to do everything manually as a precaution. According to David Green himself, however, it's simply because he feels that it's more accurate to have humans take inventory rather than trust computers. Does he understand how computers work? Despite this claim, it actually just makes ringing customers up way more time-consuming and tedious because they have to manually type in each price on top of memorizing their unique discounts that change constantly. Once again, I don't believe that's even real discounts. One 6-year-old new employee found herself making small mistakes trying to learn the system, which led to a large man screaming at her and threatening to beat her ass in the parking lot over a single candle he was trying to purchase, which I want to say was a bit excessive by the man. Come on. Unless he was just sitting there, she's like, oh, God, I don't know. And he's like, can I just leave? No, no. Megan has he's like, I'll kick your ass.
Stop yelling at me. I'm pregnant.
What if she was there for like literally 20 minutes trying to ring up one candle?
I'd leave. I would leave. I would leave after 3 minutes. I would leave after 2 minutes, Nick. Do I need the Hobby Lobby can? What flavor is it? What scent could it be? It's cinnamon. It's cinnamon. And I'd be like, I'll just fucking go buy some Febreze.
Sorry, I'm pregnant. He's kicking.
It's like,
whoa, whoa. He's singing.
Like, huh? Well, your baby's doing what?
He sings to me.
Can you imagine a 6-year-old woman pregnant? She looks at you with her fucking swollen ass belly. You're like ringing it up or whatever. And she's just like,
it's not good. There's something bad inside me.
I gotta tell you, that'd keep my ass up at night. Are you kidding me?
He's saying your name.
Guy's like, I haven't told you my name. She's like,
Stephen.
Can you imagine being right?
Hunter.
Man, that's why you're starting to beat her ass. I'll fucking kill you.
I can't die. I just can't feel. My soul was burned a long time ago.
That'd be so fun. I'm actually scared myself. Like, can you imagine that? An old pregnant woman being like, my soul was burned long.
It was burned in a lake of fire.
That's worth an ass kicking.
Before she even talks. One man who had been working there for 10 years was abruptly fired because he patted a customer's arm to console them because he was disappointed that he had to wait a day to get his photos framed. I don't want to say, don't touch me. At one Hobby Lobby location, an employee was asked to jump into a trash compactor to fix it after their poor maintenance caused it to break down. Hey, Hunter, quick tip. I'll pop me a quick tip. Hey, don't jump in a trash compactor, okay? Just gonna repeat that again. Don't jump in a trash compactor. Don't put your arm in a don't go near a trash compactor if you don't have to. I saw a guy break his fingers on one time. They had it was to compress cardboard boxes down, to flatten them. And like people would because like when they go down, some boxes start to come out. So you like press them back in. And when he was pressing them back in, it caught and he couldn't grab it. And
did they come off?
Yeah. Or no, they kept on, but they were mangled. They had to be removed. So he's fingerless. What was funny enough though is we called him Shaka Bra because these left. So they was all stubs and they would do that. We're like, yo! 15 years old, not understanding the real situation.
What job was this?
It's like a grocery store. It's common for employees to be injured on the job, especially when working in stock room doing physical labors. One man, however, found that the company was unwilling to accept injuries they'd caused. Neil Roberts was shocked to find out that the company hired a new slew of private investigators to confirm his back injury was real before offering him workman comp. $8 billion company. Got an Inspector Gadget, whatever there. One investigator took things a step too far when he tried to sneak a GPS tracking device onto his vehicle. He was also followed and photographed for a long period of time. I just want to say, bad investigators, so they know he's being photographed. Tell it, boys. One of the most obnoxious things that Hobby Lobby seems to be known for is stalking and profiling. Did not see that coming. One video showcases two employees burying their heads in clothing racks to spy on another customer for 10 minutes.
It's the inspector.
I'm telling you, it's the Inspector Gadget thing. Go Gadget subtlety. A lot of people who speak out about being followed often just so happen to be people of color who, or those who have tattoos. And because of this, Hobby Lobby is accused of profiling people who just don't fit the description of clean-cut evangelical Christians. Why aren't you following them? Said the pregnant old woman. She's fine. I'm more worried about you. This pales in comparison to one of the wildest stories to come out from the Green family. What I'm referring to is the Museum of the Bible. The Museum of the Bible was created in 2010 by the Green family and officially launched in 2017, costing upwards of $500 million. The goal, according to the nonprofit behind it, is to bring to life the living word of God, to tell its compelling story of preservation, and to inspire confidence in the absolute authority and reliability of the Bible. Part of what makes the museum so impressive is that it contained thousands upon thousands of historical objects and artifacts. Many of these artifacts were being gathered by David's son since as far back as 2009. The fact that they were able to acquire so many in a span of 6 to 7 years was incredibly suspicious. That's pretty suspicious. Very, very suspicious. How'd you get that? David, how'd you get that? The truth eventually came to light. In less than a year after opening to the public, Hobby Lobby, one of the main donors, was fined $3 million for illegally importing thousands of unique artifacts. One of of the items claimed to be illegally purchased was a 3,500-year-old clay tablet known as the Gilgamesh Dream Tablet, which was acquired in 2014. It was soon understood that many other objects, like the supposed Dead Sea Scroll fragments in their possession, were forged and purchased without properly proving their authenticity. Over time, more and more items had to be returned from the museum to both Iraq and Greece, and out of 40,000 artifacts the museum originally boasted, around 13,000 were returned. And while the museum now promises to properly authenticate its pieces and respect the acquisition process going forward, it's still heavily criticized today for its shady behavior. Others simply hate the museum as they believe its purpose is less about historical and religious education and more about trying to brainwash people into becoming a Christian, which they refuse. I just want to say too, I think it's so funny that they're just like, I didn't think I should. I didn't know I should. I thought that was Jesus Christ. It's just a dead guy's body. Also, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I read those, I thought those those are like on tour. Like that's like something. Have you ever heard of those? I saw they were in like the show in Kansas City where like behind all this glass and stuff. But it was like, I don't think they're just like, all right, fine, we'll sell them. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure like it's probably like some kind of government owns them or some shit like that. I don't know. If there's anything to take away from this video, it's that Hobby Lobby is surely one of the stranger retail stores we've covered. At least at the Goodwill outlets, you know what you're getting right off the bat, right? Insane people scrounging for a deal. With Hobby Lobby, there's this uncomfortable feeling that there are strange things happening behind the scenes. But if you want cheaply printed AI art and a unique crucifix for every day of the week, go nuts. Just make sure you look over your shoulder because someone's probably watching you. We will see you in the next one, guys. Hey, praise God.
Hallelujah.
Loving this series so far. The male lead asked for permission a bit too much. Could have done without it, TBH. 5 stars.
This book is amazing. Absolutely loved it. I'm leaving snail trails all over my apartment. Perfection. 5 stars.
Oh, I absolutely loved it. I'm never looking at my German Shepherd the same way again. Blushing emoji, blushing emoji. 5 stars.
No, you can't monetize this video. Are you dense? It's literally just porn.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about books. Or we're actually kind of talking about smut. Oh, God. Book talk is a crazy thing that has taken over TikTok. You ever see women jump around, you know, or they do that silent review thing where they're like... and they show off 7 different books that they read in 1 month because how do you have that much time? I feel like a idiot every time I watch these. Knowledge. Who the has enough time to read this many books? I don't think I've actually read a full book since like high school. Real talk. I've read like comics. You don't count like comics as a fucking book. Yeah, manga. Yeah. But basically, book talk has made reading cool. Women get to come together and talk about the books they like. I love that book. I've never read that book. I'm gonna put it on my buy list. I'm gonna read it. Or sometimes people just like to act like they read books, but really they just put it up on a shelf and then they color coordinate it like red, blue, green, yellow. And it's an aesthetic thing, like Dr. Seuss's house or something. I don't know. If I walked in a library and I saw that, I would be like, that year's no way. And then, you know, you have people who are very excited about books, and then you have people who are weeping. I mean, weeping over books, which begs the question again. It's kind of the whole idea of you not crying, or you are sobbing, and then you set up your phone to record yourself crying for community engagement with book talk. Is that weird? I don't know. And here's the thing. I want to say this. It's ignorant of me to say this because I haven't been a part of a community where people do that, right? So this could be a normal thing where people are like, oh, it's normal and it's kind of funny. We're laughing at ourselves with the camaraderie that we have. I could see that, dude. Whenever Vinnie Paul died, the drummer of Pantera, I cried. I called my friend sobbing. Oh, fucking, he's dead! Like that the whole time.
That's a person, and you're not like setting up the camera, calling your.
I'm trying to be devil's advocate, Nick. All right, I don't want all these b****s being mad at me. Okay, I thought, you know, a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, f you, Hunter. What do you know? I know when people are a little nutty. That's a little nut. But book talk does have a dark side, and the dark side is women evolving, transforming, mutating to recommend smut. And because of this, we have seen the rise of smut talk. Oh my God.
You won't ever find a guy like me.
Cover your mouth in a second. I promise you're not gonna yell for help.
Listen to me. You will never forget me.
Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. You know, I've been trying to eat a little better lately, and it's hard because some days I'm still left hungry. My big belly, it aches. Oh, God. But that's how I came across Magic Spoon. Their high-protein, zero-sugar cereal fits right into my diet and gives me the boost I need. With 14 grams of protein and a delicious crunch, Magic Spoon makes a perfect studio snack or a pre-workout meal. Yeah. Magic Spoon is also a fun trip down memory lane to all the cereals you used to eat as a kid, but can't anymore. Cocoa is my personal favorite, but they have other tasty options as well, such as fruity, peanut butter, cinnamon, and even birthday cake. Oh, and your candles. Use my code PAPAMEAT or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon today and get 5 whole buckaroos off. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that it's backed with 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money. No questions asked. So click the link in the description and go to magicspoon.com/papameat for $5 off. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. The hashtag smut talk has been searched over 4 billion times and is growing in popularity very quickly within the book talk community. People hear, oh, book talk, what is this about? And then you figure out that this is people being a little horny. Don't point at yourself, dude. Don't point at yourself, Nick. There's a TikTok that has 1 million likes where it's just like the Grim Reaper can f like a god or something. And it's like girls, you know, whenever they cut themselves out or it's like a green screen, they're just like, yeah, okay, give it some of that. Heck. Which I will say this, I'm gonna die on this hill. The people that consume this shit are the people that are the stingiest in bed too.
Starfish.
The smut side of the book sphere, so to speak, is not new. No. Do you remember a little book called 50 Shades of Grey? 50 Shades of Grey is probably the most notorious erotic fiction, and it's heralded as the book that brought spicy books into the mainstream. Girls getting a little goopy down below, a little swamp fever at work? Every time I think of 50 Shades of Grey, too, I always think of Gilbert Godfrey reading 50 Shades of Grey.
I agree to the sting, but I'd really like to claim your ass.
There was the meme around the time it was coming out because it was so popular that like even during the movie, people were leaving cucumbers with condoms on them. There's that really image that circulated of the woman who she went to the grocery store. She only bought 50 Shades of Grey and 1 cucumber. Before 50 Shades of Grey, bookstores had a small section of erotica, but now they have full walls and aisles dedicated to it, which I don't think is wrong, Nick. I don't think is wrong. The problem I see with all this stuff is that people, they don't just come out and own it. They're like, it's literature. Oh, it's book talk. I love reading books. Why can't people just come out and just be like, I just want to be f***ing chubbed up all day? Can't say that as a guy. Double standard much? The girl sitting there reading something next to me, Court of Thorns or whatever the f*** it is. And if I had a big Penthouse magazine and I was like, oh, so I'm the bad guy now. And you know, here's the thing. When I was younger, my mom, you used to be a little more Puritan, right? Women had there was little book stands you could spin. It's like, it's always the same thing. It's like woman with man holding or is behind her. It's like a fantasy novel. And inside they just talk about deep f***ing. That's all they do. Every time the cash register was always just like, my mom was reading that litigiously.
Good girl.
Does that make sense? Please do not say good girl about my mom, dude. My God.
2nd grade, there's this book, Big T-Rex. Partly why I bought it. But then there's a girl on an ATV, her titties were like, you could see them through the shirt.
So let's dive into the world of book talk and see all the horror that goes on there. Come with me. Come. First, we're going to start off with a notoriously popular one called Fourth Wing. This is written by Rebecca Yarros. It's a #1 best-selling author. Just like every other book I see on the stores, it's a #1 bestseller. One of the most recommended book series on Book Talk is Empyrean by Rebecca Yarros. The first book in the series is The Fourth Wing. It has a 4.58 on Goodreads with over 1.7 million ratings and 232,000 reviews. Here is the synopsis. Fourth Wing is a fantasy romance novel set in a brutal military college for dragon riders. The story follows Violet Sorengale, a young woman who is forced by her commanding general mother to join the Writer's Quadrant instead of living a quiet life among books and history. Just like my book talk. She's just like me. It features a strong romantic subplot between Violet and Xaden Ryerson, a powerful and attractive wing leader.
Okay, this is kind of turning me on.
If there was a GoPro under my desk, we would be in a lot of trouble. Somebody was good enough to upload their emotional turmoil and their emotional stages while reading this piece of literature.
This is me before reading Fourth Wing. They are going absolutely. Don't fight it anymore. He's always wanted her. Oh my god, what's going on? This cannot be happening. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this.
I'm telling you, once again, if I'm able to do the joke of like, don't put this in. The first comment is, I cried for an hour because of Liam. I wish I knew what that meant. Editor, put just a, who is Liam and what happened?
Man, I'm dead.
Destroyed my soul! Oh my god! God! No, because after that I couldn't do it. Full on sobbing. For real. Mother is mothering. You know what's kind of pisses me off about this? It isn't even the emotional response, right? The cringe, right? Because I can sympathize with somebody giving themselves over a bit. No, I'm fucking pissed because I can't be a part of a community like this. I don't think I like anything enough to really be a part of that.
What if they made a Magic the Gathering erotic fiction?
If they made a Magic the Gathering erotic fiction, I would unironically read the shit out of that, and I would be laughing my ass off. Here are some of the reviews. I just want to read some of the reviews on Goodreads of what Fourth Wing is. I need the next book now! I cannot gather my thoughts and get my points out coherently right now. Like, how can I even write this review and explain how much I love this book? I swear, this book had me in the biggest fucking chokehold. 2 chapters in! I am obsessed with this book! The romance, oh my god. The romance was perfect, chef's kiss. Enemies to lovers, splendid, beautiful, it had me going feral. The tension was everything. It's the perfect build-up, and the payoff is amazing once it happens. That was Brooke's review. That was crazy. I mean, I can't believe she reviewed that much. If Throne of Glass, Divergent, Aragon, and Zodiac Academy had a baby, this is better. I am utterly obsessed. Mark my words, this is the next big romantasy series. Xaden Ryerson, this man has easily become one of the top book boyfriends of all time. He's a man who is loyal, caring, and wise. And the way this man obsesses with Violet, damn. The things I would let this man do to me. These are intense reviews, but you know these people are writing this with no emotion on their face. The things I would let this man do to me. She's just down, she's like, I want to say we do have a couple excerpts from this book.
I think we should preface, there are entire videos that people post on Book Talk of just the spicy chapters.
I knew it was coming, but it still got me. People post entire videos of just the scenes, which at the same time, I understand. It's like the most titillating thing, but it's crazy that people can just be like that openly horny together. With would you say the parallel to guys is people just being like, that's hot?
Yeah. You know, it's like similar to guys like Stella Blade or Stellar Blade.
What is Stellar Blade?
Oh, it's that like anime girl. People were going crazy on Twitter saying, don't censor her! Don't censor her!
Stop censoring her! Leave her be! If we're going to talk about these books, we at least need to read some of the spicy passages so we can at least get an understanding of what these books entail, okay? So here's a couple excerpts from The Fourth Wing. Well, this is from chapter 30. This is the first excerpt. He captures my wrist in one hand and holds them prisoner above my head.
Violet?
Xaden groans against my mouth. The plea in his tone floods my veins with a whole different form of power. Knowing he's just affected by our attraction, I am in a rush.
This isn't what you want.
It's exactly what I want. I counter. I want to replace the anger with lust, the death of the day with the pulse-pounding assurance of my own life. And I know he's capable of delivering all that and more. You said to do whatever I need.
I arc my back, pressing the tips of my against his chest. His breathing changes, and there's a war in his eyes that I'm determined to win. That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Just, getting around. That's not too bad, though. I can see the kind of like little play to that. Here's excerpt 2. Our mouths collide, and the kiss is hot and hard and completely out of our control. No more holding back. Not anymore. I reach between us, guiding the head of his to my entrance. I did not know it went this hard. Some people say it's not smut. I did not realize it got this is graphic. Also the head of his cock. But this position is shit. He's considerably taller than the desk, and if I wasn't so desperate for him, I'd laugh. His biceps flex as he lifts me by the back of my thighs, and I wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist. Our mouths meet in a ravenous kiss as my back hits the armoire, but I barely blink. Too consumed with the stroke of his tongue, the feel of him between my thighs.
Are you alright?
He asks. I'm fine. You won't break me. He pushes inside that first tight inch of me, and I gasp at the fit, the stretch. What? So is this on Amazon? You said this is on Amazon? That's pretty... I go to Barnes & Noble, I'm just shaking the whole time. I'm flustered. I didn't realize, Nick. I didn't know.
That one is the most tame.
What do you mean that one's most tame?
They get worse.
The Fourth Wing is the most tame of these? Oh my god, okay. Here is another popular series on Book Talk. The first novel in the series has 4.19 rating with 2.8 million ratings and 220,000 reviews. That's way more than the last one. A Court of Thorn and Roses, or Okatar, as people say, by Sarah J. Maas. It's a fantasy romance novel that follows the journey of Fair Archinson, a mortal huntress who is taken to the magical land of Perthian after killing a fairy wolf. Fear and Tamlin's relationship is central to the story, and it includes several explicit scenes. Which here's some reviews, which I love reading these reviews. This one is from Maria. I'm speechless. What am I supposed to say after this? Am I supposed to write a coherent review with vital points as to why this book was f***ing amazing? I can't even talk right now. I'm speechless. I want the second book in my hands, but my order still hasn't come. I'm ready to go to f***ing England myself and purchase it. Kids, I'm literally dying here. Holy f***ing shit. I shipped these two so hard I can't even breathe. When he sent her away, I wanted to scream. He gave her a good f***ing and left her hanging. My God, Maria, that is unhinged to say right after you said, kids, I'm literally dying here. The kids in the back, they're in the kids part of Barnes & Noble, like hiding. She's like running around. Where the kids at? Where are they at? You don't even know how horny I am right now. We do have excerpts again from Okatar, A Court of Thorn and Roses.
I put that review in because this is that scene that she's talking about.
Oh, this is the scene. Okay, so we get the scene that she's talking about. Okay. Chapter 27, and apparently they say this is the spiciest part of the book. So ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. He leaned in forward and kissed me lightly. Not forever. And though I knew it was a lie, I put my arms around his neck and kissed him. He pulled me onto his lap, holding me tightly against him, and his lips parted mine. I became aware of every pore in my body when his tongue entered my mouth. Though the horror of Resin's magic still tore at me, I pushed Tamlin onto the bed, straddling him, pinning him as if he would somehow keep me from leaving, as if it would make time stop entirely. His hands rested on my hips, and their heat singed me through the thin silk of my nightgown. My hair fell around our face like a curtain. I couldn't kiss him fast enough, hard enough, to express the rushing need within me. He growled softly, and deftly flipped us over, spreading me beneath him as he wrenched his, and I dragged my hands through his hair, savoring the silken smoothness. He traced the arc of my hip bones lingering at the edge of the undergarments. He breathed my name onto my chest, one of his hands exploring the plane of my torso, rising up to the slope of my... I trembled, anticipating the feel of his hand there, and his mouth found mine again, and his fingers stopped just below. With one long claw, he shredded through the silken lace, and my undergarment fell away in pieces. The claw retracted, and his kiss... his wolf claws can retract? The claw retracted, and his kiss deepened as his fingers slid between my legs. I'm telling you, dude, we're getting swampy in here. I'm telling you, it's about ready to be a whole bag of melted jelly beans before too long. I wanted him now. I wanted the barriers of our clothing to vanish. I wanted to taste his sweat. Wanted to become full of him. Don't stop! I gasped out.
He lunged, a beast freed of its tether. We were a tangle of limbs and teeth, and I tore at his clothes until they were on the floor, then tore at his skin until I marked down his back, his arms. His claws were out, but devastatingly gentle on my hips as he slid down between my thighs and feasted on me. Stopping only as I shuddered and fractured. I was moaning his name when he sheathed himself inside me in a powerful, slow thrust that had me splintering around him. I want to tell you something. A friend of mine, his wife gave my wife this book, and she'd never read it, and I hope to God it stays that way. How am I supposed to follow this up, dude? Motherfucker has retractable fingernails and stuff like that. It is going to be a sad day when she reads this book. We moved together, unending and wild and burning. And when I went over the edge the next time, he roared and went with me. I fell asleep in his arms, and when I awoke a few hours later, we made love again, lazily and intently, a slow burning smolder to the wildfire of earlier. And then he f***ing bails. There's the reality check, women. You know what happened is actually they were like, and they lived happily ever after. I bet you the f***ing author, what's her name again? Somebody left her hanging. Don't you want to stay? And the guy's like, no. Dude, that wasn't as bad as the Fourth Wing.
This next one.
Okay, all right. This next one up is called Icebreaker, which Icebreaker by Hannah Grace is a contemporary romance novel that combines elements of sports, romance, college life, and personal growth. Okay. That sounds awesome. The story revolves around the unlikely relationship between a figure skater and a hockey player, set against the backdrop of a university setting. I hate that. She's a competitive figure skater. He's captain of the hockey team. I hate this. I hate this already. Why can't he just be like, he just plays hockey? He's the best of the best. Despite Anastasia's Despite Anastasia's best efforts to not fall for a hockey player, but fall she does. Here's some of the reviews.
Shut the f*** up! This is 100% one of my favorite romance books ever! I love it so much! I was smiling wide while reading most of it.
So, Sophia. Here's some of the excerpts, all right? Chapter 9. He wastes no time sinking his hand into the hair at the nape of my neck, gripping tightly. His free hand slips under my body and palms my... All right, you're not wrong. We're starting off fast. Making me moan into his mouth. What is up with people moaning into... Nate is everywhere all at once.
It's just like the movie.
Nate is everywhere all at once. All I can do is hold on to him and take it. And when his mouth travels down my neck, sucking and nipping, I'm practically panting.
You sure?
You have a pen and paper for me to draw you a map? I'm making jokes. Why am I making jokes? Why do I find how unimpressed with me he looks right now so funny?
And hot?
I'm about to open my mouth to tell him to hurry up when his tongue runs down inside my folds. I'm actually wondering how much we can actually put in this. The cover of this is extremely deceptive. A loud, desperate moan echoes around the room. I don't even realize the noise came from me until I feel his shoulders move because the jackass laughs. Fingers tickle up my back of my thighs until they can't go any farther. His huge hands sink into my ass, squeezing at the same time. He sucks my clit into his mouth in a way that makes me feel like I'm floating. Giving her the f***ing old sour, the green apple Jolly Rancher treatment. One of his hands moves from my ass cheeks, and when I look down, a pair of brown eyes are staring back at me. What the f***? It's like a fucking it's like an eyewitness animal documentary. Remember that song? He's sitting there. Oh, hey Nate, you about ready to make me act up? They stay burning into me. Watch me closely as two of his fingers slide into me, finding my G in 2.5 seconds. The feeling keeps building. Hands tug harder at his hair as I cry out. Stiletto heels digging into the hard muscle of his back as I desperately try to move my hips to ride his finger. Dolphin, I whimper.
I'm wound so impossibly tight I can't breathe. Nathan, I'm going to... I don't even get the words out as every part of me spasms and I scream! Everything tingling and throbbing as I tighten around him, bucking and thrashing, pressure and heat flooding my entire body. Removing his fingers and mouth, he leans back so he can look up at me properly. Wearing the smuggest expression I've ever seen as he sucks his fingers into his mouth, not once breaking eye contact. Oh my God! Wow. That's chapter 7? That is early on, or chapter 9. Wow, and we still have more to read. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell. That one got me good. I don't know if they're gonna get any better, but here's we go. We're gonna keep going forward here. We gotta keep pushing on. My trader's hips are moving on their own accord. A desperate whimper slipping from my parted lips as Nate slowly and deliberately rolls his hips forward. Oh, Nick, this one's taking it out of me, man. You only like me when you're drunk and horny.
Can you be a good girl and be quiet?
I nod, prepared to finally feel his long, thick fingers easing, throbbing between my legs. Dude. The music is still blasting. Our friends paying attention to anything but us, and the familiar red-hot pleasure shoots up my spine. Shower scene. I can't. We can't. Well, this video is, there's no way it's monetized. The video has to be age-gated by this point, right? We're riding an extremely thin wire here, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Let me tell you, there's thousands of these books, but we just want to end it on this one. The Kiss Quotient. Here's the synopsis. Stella Lane, an econometrician with Asperger's, believes she needs practice in romance and intimacy. She hires Michael Fan, a handsome escort, to teach her about relationships. It is rated a 3.9 with 500,000 ratings and 50,000 reviews, which we just want to do an excerpt from chapter 8, and it goes as followed.
How should I? What should I? Maybe I...
She gripped the collar of her shirt.
Should I undress?
I don't know. It's not in the lesson plan. Once the words were out, he wanted to take them back. Her list annoyed the hell out of him, but he didn't need to belittle her.
Are there parts I should reword? I'd be happy to change things.
She turned back to the lesson plan and skimmed her fingers over the lines at a thoughtful pace. The ball of irritation in his chest loosened. He couldn't be annoyed with her when she didn't understand.
It's like a puppy.
It's like a fucking puppy. God. Well, I can't be mad. She doesn't know what she's thinking and saying. She has Asperger's. God damn it. He usually preferred women with bigger breasts, lusher hips, and rounded thighs. He liked their softness, the way they filled his hands. That was not Stella. She was a rickety bitch, thin like a paper. Take your bra off. His voice came out rougher than he intended, but he couldn't help it. He was dying to see the rest of her.
It's not necessary. They're not my best feature. They're small.
Dude, I'm getting the Asperger voice down good, aren't I? A rough hand skated down her stomach and slipped beneath the waistband of her panties. Clever fingers caressed her with bold strokes. Her body clenched hard, clenched even harder when he pressed a finger deep, filling her. She climbed quick and sharp toward release, and it scared the hell out of her. Ah! Ah! She clawed at his wrist.
Stop. Stop, I'm not ready.
Okay, I'm f***ing calling it there. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. There's no way in hell this video, you're even going to see this video. It's going to be age-gated. We're going to have to delete it probably. I don't know. All I got to say is, listen, ladies, I get it. The thing is that to women, I'm reading it in my voice, so it makes you laugh. If I would read this alone, I would laugh, right? But I could see people, if they really got into this shit, I could see them being like, yeah. To me, though, I'm curious. Well, okay, I'm not gonna lampoon everybody onto one thing, but I would say the majority of men would probably think they wouldn't like get into it the same way. Especially the commitment of having to read a whole book just to get your nut off. Come on, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, those were abhorrently cringy. To be fair, and the thing is, there's no way to take them out of context. It's a scene. You know what what I mean? You know what it is. It's just, I don't know. But I get it. And I gotta tell you one thing. There's a lot of worse things to, I don't know, be a part of. Smut talk, if you're a part of that, and you're throwing yourself on your bed because you're all horned up and you have to tell other millennial women about how your fucking beanbag is... Do what you gotta do. But I gotta say, very funny. I did not know it was this severe. I gotta tell you, I'm not gonna lie. This was a polarizing recording. I don't even know who I am anymore.
You're sweating, dude.
I'll see you next time. That's how I'm gonna end it. The Kiss Quotient. Quotient? What is? Okay. The Kiss Quotient, an econometrician. There we go. Stella Lane, an econometrician. Say it again. Econometrician. Wait, before we get into the video, we're doing a subathon right now on twitch.tv, live right now, all in order to raise money for a new production barn so we can do more sets, more puppets, bigger stuff. We're live. After you watch this, go watch, support the Barnathon. Twitch.com/MeatCanyon. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about freaks. Or as we like to call people nowadays, TikTokers or people on Instagram Reels. But before you had entertainment at the little tips of your fingers, we had a little thing in the world called freak shows. That's right. I mean, people I think take for granted how easy it is to see all of the abhorrent, terrible people, not even disfigured, just terrible people out there in the world, right? TikTok. Jack Doherty, that guy who messes with tourists overseas, Johnny Somali. We take for granted how crazy it is that at any time you can watch, I'll give you a link to this. I watched a guy on Instagram Reels the other day. He pulled out his tooth with a wrench. His 4 teeth left in his mouth. Horrible. You would pay money for that at a freak show. Because back in the day, people actively looked for these things. People wanted to have some kind of weird attraction, some kind of crazy phenomenon they could see, something to break up the mundane nature of their day-to-day life. And that's where the freak shows came in. So today I wanted to go down the dark alleys of the freak show, really see what made people tick back in the day. Because I gotta tell you, if it's anything like, it's gotta be, there's no way it can be as worse as today, but we can at least see. So let's talk about the earliest freak shows, right? It feels weird too. A lot of this is just like obese men. They're like, what a freak! You have to pay a ticket to like watch a guy like eat a cupcake. They're like, oh,
He's 250 pounds.
he's 250 pounds since the Great Depression. How does he do that? You fat f. The concept of freak shows really began as early as the 1500s. These deformities used to be seen as a curse or an indicator of evil spirits, but eventually turned into public curiosity. So I like how back in the day, they're just like a woman with like maybe some facial hair, and they're just like, oh my God, there's a goddamn demon attached to that woman. Which, to be fair, if you're in 1500s, you'd probably think the same thing. You're just like, I don't trust her. Often, these exhibits showcase people with a unique number of limbs or those with dwarfism. For the time, this was surprising to see and would merit paying for the chance to witness it. We're talking about 1500s. The WWE with Andre the Giant, that was the 70s, and people would come out in droves because before the internet, it was all word of mouth, right? So you would have people be like, the guy's 12 feet tall, he weighs 4,000 pounds. And this weird childlike optimism would go in people's heads, and they'd be like, oh my God, he must be the biggest person ever. So the same thing applies with people with dwarves or like people that are like, he's the Spider-Man, he has 8 limbs. I could see people being like, are you fucking kidding me? Here, take a chicken, whatever they're paying. I don't know what they're paying with back then. An early example of a quote freak was Lazarus Colorado and his brother Johannes, who hung upside down from his chest. This is a crazy image, dude. Good fucking Lord. His brother was a parasitic twin that did not speak and kept his eyes and mouth shut. Dude, if I sat there and I saw a guy, he's like, hello, I'm Lazarus. This is Johannes. And he's just like, he's alive, right? And he's like, he refuses to look at you. Look at me, Johannes. And he's just like, Because of his condition, he was unable to make money unless it was in the form of showcasing his deformity or a freak show. Now, this is kind of a sick way. The first guy who's just like, yeah, I don't give a pay to see me. Look at me. It costs $1. Look at me. Spectators would note that Johannes would occasionally open his eyes. Like he's just upside down. He's just like, that'd be creepy. If I was a kid, that would scare the shit. If I was a 15th century, like Victorian child, I'd be like, hide behind my mom. The two of them even made an appearance with King Charles I in the early 1640s. At one point in Lazarus' life, he was put on trial for murder after smashing a bottle on the head of a drunken man, acting in self-defense. Dude, you definitely know that guy was just like, let me fucking pick at him, let me see his cock. Lazarus is like, God damn you, sir. I do think Lazarus is like a very well put together guy. You son of a... He was charged with a death sentence. God! Jesus. But it raised the question of whether or not it was moral to take the life of Johannes, who had done nothing wrong. Yeah, Johannes is just like, upside down.
Death to Lazarus, but keep Johannes alive somehow. He's innocent. Look at him.
Yeah, that's death sentence.
The death sentence to you. After showing records of the two of them being baptized, Johannes was deemed to indeed have a soul, leading to both of their freedom. So basically just like, fine, throw the freaks in some water. He has a soul. We'll let him live. It'd be funny if the next day Lazarus just busted another bottle over another guy's head. You son of a bitch! Hit him again. Or we could talk about the history of P.T. Barnum and his infamous freak show. Even if you haven't heard of P.T. Barnum, you've probably seen, I would assume, pictures or... This is like the most infamous freak show around. This is the world famous P.T. Barnum freak show.
Also Barnum and Bailey's Circus.
Barnum and Bailey Circus, you heard of that? I didn't. Nick just said it. I've never heard of that.
Really?
No. While freak show acts technically started in the 16th century, it didn't begin to see widespread appreciation and popularity until the 1800s. 200 goddamn years of Lazarus beating people with bottles and Johannes being like, Oh, do you think he could speak, Johannes?
He said he couldn't speak. His mouth was shut.
He had to feed the little motherfucker on his chest, right? Johannes, eat the gruel. Fucking Lazarus has to lay on his back and like feed him up like that. It'd be a crazy session too. Can you imagine getting back shots from Lazarus and all of a sudden Johannes' hands are just like,
He's feeling it, titty.
looking like Hector Salamanca, whatever, for Breaking Bad. Lazarus is like, look at me, actor. Look at me, actor. Okay, we gotta move on. Amongst those in circus industry, P.T. Barnum was known as one of the most influential of his time. You may recognize the name for the movie The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman that definitely no one saw. In the movie, P.T. Barnum is portrayed as a fun-loving hero that takes in people with unfortunate abnormalities and celebrates them. But in reality, P.T. Barnum was an incredibly selfish man that took advantage of people around him from the very start of his career. Of course, the 1800s fucking freak show runner is not a good guy. I like how people are like, what? P.T. Barnum wasn't a good guy? He's like, Dolphin Boy, get in the tank! He's like, I actually don't know how to swim. Get in the fucking tank! His name was Phineas Taylor Barnum, and he was born in 1810 and proved himself to be a natural entrepreneur. Before he was 21, he was publishing his own newspaper and running a general store, as well as a lottery business. How the f do you start that? Buy a ticket. I'll call some numbers later. Maybe you'll win. It's like, yeah, I trust you. He entered the world of entertainment at 25 when he bought the rights to the exhibit of an elderly African-American singer named Joyce Heath. She claimed to be the 161-year-old nurse of George Washington. Word? While many believed this claim was laughable, Barnum's impeccable marketing skills made her a cultural phenomenon. It's kind of interesting. The guy's just like, yeah, people will laugh at you, but like, there's gonna be some people who are like, really? Even today, if someone's just like, oh, I knew George, he was my neighbor, there's gonna be some guy be like, are you fucking kidding me? What was he like? Was he cool? You're like, it's been 200 years, sir. It's been almost 300 years.
Also, I think people would be like, oh, that's preposterous. I gotta buy a ticket to prove them wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go and mock them to their face. And it's just gonna be like probably like a 65-year-old woman who's just like, she wins you over. Hello. Oh, she's very nice. He had her working 10 to 12 hours a day. He had her working 10 to 12-hour days until she eventually died at the age of 80. Barnum exploited her to the very end, publicly displaying her autopsy for 50 cents to reveal her actual age as a final performance. What a dick, dude. 200-year-old woman, come see how old she really is. It's just like, she was 80. You got duped! The exit's right over there. In 1841, Barnum created the Barnum's American Museum in New York City, which began the golden age of the freak show. This is eerily similar to Zach Baggins. Is it not? He starts off as a ghost hunter and all of a sudden now he has a haunted museum. What's gonna be next, dude? What is gonna be next, actually?
What if he actually captures a real ghost?
I was gonna say he starts a brothel.
Oh.
Zach Baggins Suck and Fuck Festival. You can come suck my dick if you want and get haunted. I don't know. The exhibits consisted of various items like taxidermied animals and fake historical artifacts. They were often referred to as dime museums. One historical artifact was a trunk of a tree that Jesus and his disciples supposedly sat under. He's like, that's it. I think he sat like this. Well, is it? Yeah.
How'd they get that from Jerusalem?
It's a dime. Yeah, how'd you bring that over from Jerusalem? Don't worry about it. The hawk guy helped me. It's like a guy with like covered in feathers. Another was known as Fiji Mermaid. Rather than being the mummified remains of an actual mermaid, it was simply the torso and head of a monkey sewn to the back of a fish. I've heard of this one. The monkey thing, it looks rad. Looks very cool. P.T. Barnum's like a master. He's actually a master crafter, and they're just like, you should just become an artist. He's like, no! I'm a showman, you see. I have to make my money my only way I can. It's like impeccable work. P.T. Barnum, while incredibly talented, was very driven by greed and was often quick to exploit and deceive people for financial gain. He was commonly attributed with the phrase, there's a sucker born every minute. That's a fucking good phrase though, isn't it? For like a seedy, like, there's a sucker born every minute just for me to penny pinch him. His unapologetic exploitation can be highlighted with the biggest breakout exhibit, his Human Curiosities, consisting of individuals with rare conditions or physical deformities. This would become what is known as the Freak Show. The performers were marketed as freaks of nature or simply freaks. Which now we can finally get into the Freak Show acts, dude. Let's actually start looking at what these people are. Starting with General Tom Thumb. Born in 1838, Charles Stratton lived with pituitary dwarfism, meaning his body was unable to properly produce growth hormones. This heavily impaired his development. Hasbulla. Have you seen the video of Mike Tyson kissing Hasbulla? How creepy is that?
Did you see he got interviewed and he's like, I thought he was a kid. That's what I do to kids.
I don't know, man. That's how I am with children.
Yeah, I didn't know if you actually knew it.
He's like 26 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a 30-year-old man.
He had stopped growing at 6 months old and only grew to a maximum of 3 feet 4 inches in his lifetime. It's kind of tall. Taller than Hasbulla, right? When P.T. Barnum was made aware of this man's condition, he saw an opportunity. He urged his parents to let him take Stratton under his wing in order to turn him into an entertainer. Now they're just like, let me take your baby, man, and I'll be able to produce gold with him. They're like, okay. I imagine the 1800s too, they're just like, you could have just walked in and grabbed him. Take him off my back, literally. He's on my back like a seat tick. Because of his abnormal height, finding a job was no easy task. So he took him up on his offer at only 4 years old. That's actually, I thought he was a full-grown man. He's just a child. How do you even know that there's something wrong with him? It wasn't the size of a goddamn, like a volleyball. Let me take your ball, child. 1840. How did he hear about him?
He must have been walking by.
Oh my good God! Look at you, little man.
I'm 4.
That's the strangest 4-year-old I've ever seen. He learned to sing and dance. He learned to sing and dance while dressed in elaborate outfits. He was also known for his impersonations of famous people and was regarded as a talented comedian. He had talent. He's just like, stop doing the Rockefeller impression and get back in your monkey outfit. God damn it. Under his stage name, General Tom Thumb toured with Barnum for 3 years and made a fortune from his success. He even joined Barnum as a business partner. Damn, this looks like they're getting in there. In 1884, Barnum even went on tour to Europe, bringing Stratton along to perform in front of Queen Victoria. Stratton passed away from a stroke in 1883 at the age of 45. It was reported that 10,000 fans attended his funeral. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, like when I heard the 4-year-old thing, I was like, that's crazy, but don't get me wrong, he exploited the shit out of him. But it seemed like they were actually like in cahoots with each other, or, you know, he got a good cut of the pie, hopefully. Which even the smallest cut of the pie would be pretty big for him. Okay. Next up, we have the Bearded Lady. One of the most iconic staples of the old school circus freak show was the Bearded Lady, aka Annie Jones. Born in Virginia in 1865, it was reported that she came out of her mother's womb with a chin covered in hair. Her money-hungry family sought to make money off of their daughter, sending her off to P.T. Barnum's New York exhibit before she was even a year old.
What is up with these parents?
P.T. Barnum was just, he's like goddamn Professor Xavier. He just is like getting like all these like wayward kids. And he's like, well, I have a school for you to be a freak in, my friend. My God. She was showcased in his museum and became a big hit. At a year old? I mean, behind a glass case, we were just like, ew. P.T. Barnum's just like, good girl, here's an apple. Everyone's just Johannes to me. Barnum offered her mother a weekly rate of $150 for a 3-year contract. Damn, that must have been good money, right? Holy
That's
shit.
a lot of money.
Annie would contrast her masculine features by dressing in extravagant dresses, and even honed her musical skills with the mandolin to elevate her performance. At one point, Annie helped Barnum out as nanny to his children. While she was caring for them, a phrenologist from New York kidnapped her.
I think that's a blood.
A fucking vampire doctor came in and fucking stole her. This man attempted to steal her and add her to his own sideshow exhibit. What? Desperate for the same success, he even claimed Annie was his child. I mean, she can talk. I mean, what? Unless they're all like Giannis. Feverishly braiding hair. Fortunately, things were settled in court and she was returned to her parents. Oh, good. How old was she at this point?
She was watching Barnum's Kid at 8 years old.
But she had like P.T. Barnum's just like, keep the whole house under, don't worry, we're in a bad part of town, watch my kids please. She's at 8 years old with a full beard. She was one of the first to campaign against the usage of pejorative word freak as a way to refer as sideshow performers. Sadly, she died of tuberculosis in 1902 at the age of 37. Damn, dude. It's kind of sick though, dude. All these people actually have some kind of like, they're well-adjusted, respectable people trying to make positive change. Both Stratton and Annie here had positive actions, even at such a young age. Being taken away from your family like that, are you fucking kidding me? And then P.T. Barnum's just like, what do you mean? Freak isn't derogatory.
That's what you are, you're free.
It's just what you are, you're a freak. If I was fat, would it be rude to call me fat? Which now it is, I guess. Okay, never mind. Chang and Eng, the original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in Thailand in 1811. Conjoined at the sternum with both of their livers fused together. Aside from this, they're completely separate organs. Wow, the only thing combining them was just their livers? That's kind of f***ed, right? They had begun touring as a sideshow attraction with a man named Robert Hunter in 1829, going to Boston, London, and New York. They were very successful, and even got to perform for the Prince of Siam. The f*** is Siam at?
Siam.
What's Siam? God, dude, I don't know shit, dude. I'm dumb as fuck. Editor, I don't know. After that, they decided to buy a plantation in North Carolina.
What?
Investing a fortune in the importation of goods. They both got married and had 21 kids between them.
Oh my God.
Damn! I want to become a fucking freak, man. I need to get my life on track. Are you kidding me? Holy hell. Purchasing 18 slaves to take care of their massive family. Well, you know, it was a different time, you know. In 1860, they signed with P.T. Barnum in order to have a wax sculpture of them displayed at his New York museum. They worked together for only a short time. Chang and Eng struggled after the Civil War, no longer being able to rely on slave labor. Different time. Their plantation began turning very little profit, prompting them to consign themselves to the life of the circus with Barnum once more. He's just like, sorry, looks like you had to get rid of your helpers, huh? You want to go on the road? Chang Bunker died in 1874 due to cerebral blood clot after failing to perform an emergency separation surgery. Eng Bunker died as well 3 hours later. That is brutal, dude. All because they didn't want to do the surgery?
No, what happened was Chang died because of the cerebral blood clot. So then they were like, we need to cut you off because you're gonna die.
Oh, so they
with
failed.
him.
They failed to perform it. So they tried to do it, but he died 3 hours later. I see. Cut me off of this bastard. Get him off. Or we could talk about Isaac Sprague. Sprague. I think it's Sprague, the living skeleton. Isaac W. Sprague was born in 1841 in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. At the age of 12, Isaac suddenly began to lose weight at an incredibly fast rate due to the lack of medical knowledge at the time. Doctors were unable to figure out what was happening. One doctor suggested that it was simply from swimming too much. To have that be a conclusion, he must have been in that fucking pool all day. Or in the water. Isaac! I'm staying out. When he was fully grown, he weighed about 43 pounds and stood at 5'6". Due to this thin frame, he was often low energy.
Maybe that's why he was in the pool.
Yeah, I don't have to walk, I can just float. I like to think that they're just like, you're 43 pounds and you're 5'6". He's like, throws a towel over his shoulder and just walks down to the beach. Like, God damn you, Isaac. He had been working for his father as a shoemaker as well as a grocer. However, at 19, his parents had passed away. He found that he was unfit for most other jobs and struggled making a living. In 1865, P.T. Barnum convinced Isaac to work with him, going so far as to offer $80 a week, which is about $1,300 today. I mean, I was making about $5,000 a month. A little over $5,000 a month.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Like a living skeleton. I could buy my own pool. Barnum created the stage name The Living Skeleton, and his act became incredibly successful. That is crazy. He's a very thin man. Nice face though. Damn nice face. It's kind of crazy. I don't see it now. My legs are too fat. Knees are just always so unpleasant to look at, aren't they? Like, especially on skinny people. I don't like it. Strangely enough, imitators were inspired to starve themselves and lose an unhealthy amount of weight just to gain the same level of success that he did as a sideshow act. Isaac eventually married and had 3 children who did not have any of the ailments as their father. I'm telling you, dude, they are putting us all to shame right now, aren't they? Holy hell. He attempted to take a break from the circus work to be with his family, but eventually had to return to make ends meet. It was known that Isaac heavily disliked the job, likely for the constant ridicule he received for his appearance. Yeah. I'd love to sit there and be berated the entire 10, 12 hours a day. Can I please? He had also become too weak to easily perform his job, to the point where he was forced to wear a flask of milk around his neck to make sure he had enough energy throughout the day. Oh, pours in a little tub in front of him. He's like, Isaac, you're supposed to drink it, not swim. Okay. As the show began touring around the world, Isaac developed a bad gambling habit. The money that was meant to support his family was being used to feed his addiction. Can you imagine seeing the little muff got like a blackjack table?
Hit me.
You have 19.
Hit it.
All right, that's a 24. Ah, shit. Gets up out of the table. You can't swim away from this gambling. Okay. In 1882, he was diagnosed with severe muscle atrophy. Harvard Medical School was fascinated by the rare case, offering him $1,000 or $26,000 today to study his body after his death. Not a bad deal. You give me $25,000 up front now? Are you kidding me? I'm not. Yeah. Isaac eventually died at the age of 45 in 1887 from asphyxiation after living his last several years in extreme poverty.
Dang, he just blew that money away.
He did, dude. I'm telling you, you gotta watch out. Now, hey, who doesn't like playing baccarat, right? Getting a little couple drinks, you ain't playing baccarat. Why not? But Isaac, I mean, can you imagine seeing that little shaky motherfucker at the table? A 2. People aren't even gonna know. People don't know how to play baccarat. Never mind, doesn't it? But tragedy struck this freak show. While the museum was very successful, a pattern of tragic events pushed Barnum to take his show on the road rather than being confined to a single building. He definitely just burned down his own thing for fire insurance. Let's see. In 1865, Barnum's American Museum was engulfed in flames, destroying the entire property. While no humans lost their lives, it was reported that 2 whales had boiled alive in their tanks.
Look at these. So he was SeaWorld.
His museum had 2 whale tanks. You know it was something too where they probably were just idle. They can breathe.
Just big enough to put them in.
That's what I'm saying. They're just sitting there like, they can't even move. They're just like, their fins touch the glass. He's like, well, at least they're breathing there. They gotta be happy, right? Hitting the fucking glass really hard. I love you! After it was fully rebuilt, another fire had destroyed the property in 1868, only 3 years later. The water used to extinguish the flames had frozen over, covering the building in icicles and inadvertently creating a dazzling spectacle. It does look pretty sick, honestly. Barnum decided it was not worth to keep rebuilding, opting to take the show on the road instead. It seems something like, is there an insurance scam there?
I bet he was a competitor.
That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, if people are starving themselves, some fucking anemic guy walking up, I haven't had a fucking piece of bread in 3 days. You, Barnum. But because of these fires and not wanting to rebuild, it ended up creating the greatest show on Earth. His new show was established in 1870. P.T. Barnum's Grand Traveling Museum, Menagerie, Caravan, and Hippodrome. You gotta shrink that name. Okay. This was thanks to the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, allowing circuses to easily relocate their animals and equipment, like the whales. P.T. Barnum was eventually approached by W.C. Coop and Dan Costello, agreeing to merge into a much larger production known as The Greatest Show on Earth. That's a great fucking name, way better than Hippodrome. What the fuck is that? As circus shows began to become more and more popular, many other big acts were being discovered, not just by P.T. Barnum, but from circuses all around the world, such as Myrtle Corbin or the four-legged girl from Texas. Corbin was born with dipicus, a duplication deformity that led to the growth of 2 extra legs and 1 extra pelvis, a whole other pelvis. Wow. It's crazy. I'll tell you what, dude, can I just say something weird? Pelvises are kind of aesthetically pleasing. Actual drawing them, like drawing them and stuff.
Okay.
You know, I don't have to fucking defend myself, dude. I said what I said and I meant what I said, Nick. You look disgusted there. Oh.
The bone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The bones.
Well, yeah, what do you think I meant?
I don't know.
You know, like when a girl has a nice pelvis, nice abs, you see like little bumps from the pelvis there?
Oh, okay. So, but you're not talking about just...
I'm not even having this conversation anymore. Well, this is going nowhere. Soon after she was born, her father would charge people a dime to come up and look at her. Hey, you, come here. Give me a dime. All right, have a good day. They got the attention of Barnum, who snatched her up and had her performing as young as 13 years old. I'll tell you what, Barnum finds a fucking way to find you, doesn't he? I like to imagine once again it was her like walking by like a fucking crab. Good God! She made enough money to retire at only 18 years old. That's awesome. That's fucking sick. The success of this attraction led many people to create fake prop legs in order to mimic the attraction. As she had a successful career, married, and had 4 children. It was said that different children were born from each orifice. Awesome. Hell yeah. Can you imagine that going out? Which path are you going to take? Pussy A or pussy B? So she had 2 pussies? Awesome.
This was the second pelvis.
That's sick, dude. Wonder which one she liked more. I hope this one comes out of pussy A. She passed away in 1928 before her 60th birthday. For a freak show life, that's a fucking good life. She worked for 5 years and she just retired. That's awesome. Good for her. Or Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man. I love the Elephant Man, dude. Have you ever seen the movie with Anthony Hopkins, the Elephant Man? I'm a human being too. You ever see that? All right. Joseph was born in 1862 and looked like any other healthy child. At the age of 3, he began to develop swelling across his whole body that continued to grow to alarming sizes. In his early years, he struggled to find a job after leaving school. Due to his disfigurement, he could not perform certain tasks and had to look extra hard for sustainable work. His dad helped him gain the proper license needed to become a door-to-door salesman, but would shock and scare off those that answer the door. First off, way to not have any intuition. So you look odd. Let's have you do something where you have to approach strangers and talk to them. Door? After being beaten by his father for his poor sales. God damn! You're not selling enough globes. I'm sorry, Dad. I did not want to buy it for me. He ran away from home. At this time, he was homeless and eventually admitted to the
Leicester
Union Workhouse, which helped out the poor by giving them work, food, and water. The conditions of this place were more so like a prison. His growing deformity took away his ability to perform any sort of physical task. In desperation, he offered to put himself up in a freak show. And soon, he was being paraded as a man that was half elephant, half man. It's so f***ed up. You know, like, it's something, too, that I like to imagine they came up like, just like that. You're an elephant. All right. You know what I mean? He's like, okay. When human curiosity exhibits were outlawed in the UK, he was again desperate for work. He went to Belgium to find work, only to be mistreated even further before contracting a bronchial infection that soon took away his ability to speak clearly. Sound motherfucker. I mean, what a hand life has dealt you. With the help of Sir Frederick Trevis, a medical student, he was able to reduce his infection. Regardless, he passed away at the age of 27 from asphyxia. He had dislocated his neck due to the weight of his head and the lack of support from his neck. It was said he tried to sleep on his back like a normal person, which ended up taking his life. This is very sad. Once again, yeah, just a completely hand that life gives you. Also, to outlaw the freak show thing seems ethical because of human exploitation, but it sucks because you're like, this is probably the only way this man could have ever had any kind of like living, you know, any times a means of living. Very sad. I wanted to put a fucking damper in the room here. Gotta get my another Johans kind of moment here. Or we can talk about Fedor Jiftichu. Jiftichu? He was Jojo the dog-faced boy. Now we're back in it. Fedor was another one of the most famous sideshow performers. Born in St. Petersburg in 1868, he was brought over to the U.S. when he was 16 to work with P.T. Barnum, because P.T. Barnum always finds a way. He had a condition known as hypertrichosis, which is excessive growth of hair anywhere on the body. The story that Barnum conjured up to sell tickets was that he and his father lived in a cave in the forest before being captured by a hunter. In the story, his father was killed for being far too savage. The reality was his father died by drinking himself to death. Well, maybe the being a freak werewolf man might be a better way to go. Although Jiftichu was incredibly intelligent and could speak various languages, he was reduced to a dog that had to bark at a mocking crowd to make a living. A fucking bilingual man. Reduced to just being like, ruff, 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 and people were like, oh, God! He passed away in 1904 from pneumonia when he was 35, being mourned by fans and performers all over. I will say, I wonder if this had any influence on the Werewolf Man. Does this not look like the Werewolf Man?
It looks like the Wolf Man, Michael J. Fox.
Well, the Universal movie came out in the 30s, like the 20s or something like that, but Michael J. Fox, Teen Wolf, you know, the first Werewolf Man. Or we could talk about Felix Wary, the Elastic Man. Born in 1858, he was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare disorder that gave him stretchy joints and skin resulting from very weak connective tissue. Oh, what the f does that even mean? This gave him an innate skill, allowing him to pull at his skin like he was made of rubber. He could even bend his fingers backwards. Ooh, can you imagine seeing that? He's just like... He was popular for his contortion sideshow attraction with Barnum and Bailey.
He's Luffy.
Oh my God!
This is literally just a real life Luffy. Makes me sick, dude. If I had a stretchy, if I was Elastic Man, you better hope I could stretch my cock. Would be the final. You have like a little pig, kind of tiny, and people are just like, haha, they laugh at you, and all of a sudden he's just like, oh really? People are like, oh. Would that not be the best way to end your show? Or Grady Stiles, the Lobster Boy. Grady Stiles was born in 1937 with leading to a deformity in his hands and feet that gave him lobster claw-like hands. He was unable to walk due to the shape of his feet. His father already had the condition and was part of a freak show, which led him bringing his children along to join the act. Stiles was known as a Lobster Boy at age 7, so his dad was the Lobster Man. This is kind of sick, though. His hands do look like lobsters. I gotta say, his getup's kind of sick too. They got that old boy splayed open though. Close those legs now. The past 6 generations of his ancestors had this same condition dating back to 1840. The condition seemed to be genetic, leading to a large family with similar appearances. They ultimately created a family circus group called the Lobster Family. The family gained amazing wealth for their performances. Oh, good. But Styles struggled to cope with those that resented him and treated him with disgust. His answer was a turn to alcohol. Don't put that in. This would manifest into anger and violence, which came to haunt Mary Teresa, a carnival grifter that he fell in love with and eventually married. At one point, Styles allegedly ripped his wife's IUD out of her body during a heated exchange before using his claw-shaped hand to choke her.
Oh my god!
An IUD?
That's to prevent
pregnancies.
So you went up there.
This would lead to a horrific event in which Styles murdered an innocent man out of pure anger. Lobster boy Angie. His daughter Donna wished to marry a man named Jack Lane. Styles heavily disapproved, but Donna was eager to escape her dangerous family life and insisted on living with him. Styles insisted that he would kill him if it were to ever happen. When things calmed down, Styles and Jack arranged to meet to discuss the marriage. When they met, Styles pulled out a shotgun and murdered him in cold blood. Reportedly, after Donna learned of his death, Styles gave an evil smile and said, "I told you I would kill him." On trial, he claimed self-defense and used deformity along... Well, how could you do that? Like, are you kidding me? It was self-defense. After you just looked at your daughter, I told you I would kill him. On trial, he claimed self-defense and used his deformity along with fake tears to garner enough sympathy to leave with only 15 years of probation. That son of a bitch. At home, the violence only escalated, but after his divorce, the kids were targeted the most. God damn, it still isn't ending. Teresa had already remarried and had children, but felt so much guilt over the state of her other kids that she returned and remarried Styles.
Jesus.
Now fed up, Teresa and her son offered $1,500 to a sideshow performer to take Styles' life. Sick. Ultimately, Styles died at the age of 55 after being gunned down in his trailer while he was watching TV. He was hated by many, and only 10 people came to his funeral. Wow! The Lobster Boy. The Lobster Family. My God! Lobster Boy's a piece of shit. But then we usher in the era of the end of the greatest show in the world. In the 1890s, people became less interested in freak shows due to the ethical and moral issues with parading people's misfortunes for entertainment. Around this time, P.T. Barnum died of a stroke at 80 years old. In 1898, famous sideshow performers staged a labor strike during a UK tour in order to demand the removal of the word freak on all advertising materials. This event was dubbed the Revolt of the Freaks. Ironic.
Let's remove the word.
Yeah, freaks, and then we'll put the Revolt of the Freaks. There you go. In the coming years, medical advancements brought along a better understanding of what was going on with these people, which took away the mystery and magic of human curiosities. It didn't help that the animals held in captivity were mistreated horribly as well. The freak shows eventually died in the 1940s due to federal laws, prohibiting the discrimination of people with physical disabilities. Way to go. Barnum and Bailey Circus slowly evolved into the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, which is still running to this day. Kind of crazy to think about.
I think they just canceled that.
Oh, they just... Okay, never mind. It just got canceled. Never mind, it is just gone. The circuses of today are not much better. I think it's still this weird area of animal abuse, you know, exploiting people. I think circuses, the idea of circuses are still very controversial, yet it still brings in crowds. Whether the ethics of it, it's still something that happens today. Personally, I'm just like, let's not chain up animals and do what, I mean, like, we have enough, the internet gives us all we need, which that leads me back to the internet. I sincerely believe that vertical content, as we know it, reels, shorts, TikToks, are the future and the mainstream way of the P.T. Barnum production now. Only this time there's no ringleader. The only ringleader is people's need for likes, notoriety, the need for attention, the disconnection people feel nowadays that they try to actively get online. That's the freak show. Even with the things we do on this channel, you could say is a freak show. The participation in weird events just to garner likes and clicks. It's a horrible thing, but people crawl out of the woodworks to be their own P.T. Barnum for themselves and raise their own kind of attractions. And my God, I don't see that going anywhere anytime soon. It seems like kind of a thing that'll continuously evolve as time goes on. Now it's vertical content. What will be next? I don't know. But all I know is the freak shows of the past, the people who participated in those, seem to be much, much more respectable than the Jack Dohertys, the Jesse Somalis of the world that we have now. Johnny, whatever. Doesn't matter. He's in South Korea. He's gonna die there. The freak shows were a thing of the past, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction by just having the freaks come out and parade themselves around for free. That's freak shows for you. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and hanging out with with us today. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today, my friends, the end is finally here. Oh, we're talking about Doomsday. But most importantly, we're talking about the people who prep for those Doomsday. Doomsday preppers!
When survival's the goal, it's into the spider hole. And it's cozy in here.
Ah, another interesting facet of the world of people who are preparing for the end. People who want to be prepared for when shit hits the fan. But there's a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now. Inflation. The worst thing that's happening is inflation. How about monkeypox? Maybe even potentially World War III? Whoa. Pretty much what I'm trying to get at is the world is going to end. We're all gonna die! I'm kidding, we're gonna be fine right now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe by the time I post this, we're all dead. I don't know, I can't tell you. I'm not a future. Not a fortune teller. But thank God there's one group of people out there who can circumvent all of these horrible things that are happening. So today I just wanted to take a deep dive down into the rabbit hole of people who are going to survive the apocalypse. There's a group of people that are here to kind of show us the way. And of course, I'm talking about Doomsday Preppers.
Here's to the end of the world.
Let's go. Now, we need to realize that these Doomsday Preppers are rational, but albeit paranoid people. A lot of people ask, why? Why save 50,000 cans of corn in your cellar? Well, you never know when shit's gonna hit the fan. But preparing for disasters is not a crazy thing. I'll be honest, I think it's downright smart. I'm from the Midwest where there's tornadoes left and right. God's just sending little twisters to come greet your house and throw it into the air. And it's nice to feel like, you know what, we got a little provisions just in case something bad happens. Is there a flood? Is my electricity gonna go out? When I lived in Texas, I was without power for like 2 weeks. And it was brutal. I did not prepare for that at all. Wish I would have. That would have been a much easier experience. When I was sitting in Texas and there was the deep freeze, I watched Amadeus, I think 6 times on my phone. If anything happens, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Like if the world ends, I will not survive. Just take me, God. When something bad happens, you wanna make sure that you have the right tools to be prepared. If a natural disaster strikes, like earthquakes, tornadoes, and tsunamis, you wanna make sure you have the basic necessities, like food, water, flashlights, and power. There comes a separation, my friends, where people, you go from being prepared for a lightning storm and being paranoid that the collapse of civilization is right at our doorstep, right? That's it. That's a leap.
I'm preparing my family for the imminent collapse of the United States economy.
Wait, I want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSupps. Now, I like to get nice and hyped up in the morning, but sometimes I don't prefer coffee. Sometimes I don't want a carbonated energy drink like Red Bull or Monster. I just want something a little more fresh, something a little more me. And that's why I drink GamerSupps. Not only does it have 0 calories, so my big fat fucking belly doesn't get any bigger, also no sugar as well for that stubborn waistline. And it's even keto friendly for any of my little gym rats out there who are trying to protein bulk right now. I see you. All of the flavors are amazing. I haven't had one GamerSupps flavor that I didn't like. All of them are extremely tasty, especially mine, raw meat. It's watermelon cantaloupe. It's basically summer in a cup. Wow. They also sell amazing waifu cups that resell like goddamn blood diamonds on the black market, so be sure to check those out as well because those are a hot commodity. And if you use my promo code PAPAMEAT on any orders, not even on my products, you'll get 10% off your entire order. And just let them know Papa Meat sent you. So thank you so much to GamerSupps for sponsoring this video, and hey, stay energized, drink GamerSupps. Back to the video.
Doomsday prepping became a popular movement in the mid-20th century during the Cold War, which wasn't really that cold, Nick.
It wasn't?
No. You could say that the Great Depression sparked Americans or people, probably just Americans, to hoard what they have. Who knows? It's mine! Don't touch it! Get away from me! People go through some dicey shit and all of a sudden, there's no I in team. But that became, they're like, the team. It's all about I.
There's me in team.
There's me in team? That's true. It's backwards, but it's there. With the threat of a nuclear war looming, people were encouraged by the US government to build fallout shelters and to stockpile supplies in the event of a nuclear apocalypse. I love that. I got the US government's just like, everybody, real quick, gather around. In your backyard,
we're gonna start digging holes, and that's gonna stop you from having to worry about a nuclear bomb being dropped in your head. Go have fun, guys.
Have you seen the old commercials where it's like, if a nuclear bomb drops, hide under your desk?
I love that. But my favorite one was, if there's an active school shooter, we're gonna turn off the lights and hide under our desk. He's like, nobody's home in here. All right, well, these lights are off. I'm probably not going to go in there. But you also have religious reasons, right? For example, the Church of the Latter-day Saints believe that the end times are nigh since the dawn of their religion. So they encourage their followers to have 3 to 12 months of supplies at all times. When it comes to doomsday prepping, the goal is to have enough supplies to last you a few months inside your bunker when the world goes to shit. AKA when shit hits the fan. We watch Doomsday Preppers, the show. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but that when shit hits the fan is going to be, it's part of my everyday vernacular now. I just want to say that.
When the hits the fan.
When it hits the fan, if hits the fan.
Hey, it's gonna hit the fan sometime.
Hits the fan in 5 years, I'll probably be okay.
If you can survive in your little bunker while everyone else is fighting for resources outside, then within a few months, 90% of the population will die out, and you can emerge from your bunker as a goddamn survivor. Which we've already seen some of this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone remember toilet paper? Does anyone remember toilet paper during the pandemic? Hello? As soon as shit starts hitting the fan, people hoard stuff like motherfuckers. I had the worst food poisoning. I tried making some chicken at home, did not cook all the way through, and I had horrible diarrhea. So it's that kind of pain in your asshole where it feels like chapped lips. I didn't even know the pandemic was that big of a deal at the time. This is before, I mean, I really knew what was going on. I went to the store, when I went to the aisle and like every single piece of toilet paper was gone, that's when I knew. I've experienced stuff before where people raid grocery stores and stuff, and you're like, they left all the bottles of water, but they took all the goddamn Tang. Something's going on here, okay. The thing about being a doomsday prepper is that it is a beautiful spectrum. On one side, you have rational people, and on the other side, you have mentally deranged people. So you have rational people who are like, hey, it might storm, it'd be nice to have some Duracell batteries, some flashlights, and some water. And there's some people who are like, if you come near me, I'm gonna kill you. But that's what we're trying to figure out today, dude. Which end of the spectrum are you on? So level 1, the toe dippers. Ooh, the water's cold. I just ate a pizza. I'm not going to jump in for cramps. These are people who have a case of water, some canned food, and a few rolls of toilet paper. If you went into their house, you'd probably be like, a little extra supplies. They probably go through a lot. I used to go to my friend's house. His mom used to have, I'm not even joking, used to have 150 rolls of toilet paper. She was a little...
Have you seen that video of the lady getting hit with the brick in the car?
There's a video of a woman getting hit.
This guy's driving and a brick falls off a truck and lands in his mother's head.
That was her. These people, the toe dippers, usually have an emergency kit with candles, maybe a flashlight, a first aid supplies, just in case anything happens. It's more so just being like, something bad might happen, but it's an afterthought. But then we get into level 2. And level 2 is where we start getting a little shaky, all right? We call this the paranoid. These are the people who get a little further beyond preparing for your occasional emergency and expect weeks to months long emergencies, such as civil unrest and severe natural disasters. Which, let me tell you, Nick, if I was younger, I'd be like, civil unrest, what the f are you talking about? Yeah, the past 4 years, goddamn, I might even be at level 2, dude. I'm a little paranoid. I've experienced so many natural disasters anyways. Texas, the deep freeze, goddamn pipes burst everywhere, flooded the house. Unbelievable. The paranoid also believe that people are going to immediately raid the grocery stores, so you need to have a full stock pantry for you and your family in order to weather this storm. Once again, doesn't seem that paranoid whenever I've seen this firsthand. COVID, toilet paper, all kinds of stuff.
So you're never more than 20 feet away from a firearm in this house. One example is a small firearm and a number 10 can of peas. And I remember that because it's my pea shooter.
These prepper pantries are rooms or garages in people's homes where they stockpile non-perishable food items and emergency supplies that typically last a few months to even a couple years, which I can't even imagine. We could survive for years. That has to be like your entire garage is just filled with stuff. Even like canned food, canned food, years? Some of the items that these preppers may have include shelf-stable foods like rice, beans, and canned food, water storage containers, solar generators, some basic tools. Not Ryobi, dude. Nick bought Ryobi stuff for the studio and it pissed me off. Just get DeWalt. Why'd you do it, Nick?
That's what they had.
They didn't have any DeWalt? You're a liar. A portable stove for cooking, maybe a gun and some ammo, maybe, I doubt it, and tarps, tents, blankets, and sleeping bags. Which honestly, out of this paranoid section, doesn't feel too crazy. Doesn't feel crazy. It's the excess. Well, it's the excess, and it's also immediately jumping to the conclusion that the worst is going to happen. Or prepping as if tomorrow it's going to happen. If the pandemic happened and people did that, I'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, we're in trap. But like right now, if something happened, I don't know. Which I guess it is just hindsight, but to me, I'm just like, why don't you calm down, dude? You need years of perishables? We got enough beans to last us 4 winters. Some preppers in this category also have what is called a bug out bag. These are duffel bags that are packed with essential items that can last 48 to 72 hours and are stored in a safe place. Bug out bag. The bug out bag.
Most people call this a bug out pack, but I just refer to it as a survival pack. There are birds and ducks and things, and if I had to, potentially I could catch some meat for dinner with my sling.
Which you call it a bug out bag because if something hits the fan, you need to get a bug out bag. Get out.
Need something for my bug out bag. Bug out bag, gotta have it.
Also, you know what's kind of crazy too? This is also enters that level of paranoia. Think about how often they have to update the bug out bag. These beans are no good. We gotta update the bug out bag. If an emergency requires you to leave your house, aka bug out, then you can quickly and easily grab your bag and head to your new destination.
We're here at Walmart. I've got $100 for my $100 survival kit Walmart challenge.
$100 survival kit Walmart challenge. That does not feel that hard. For $100 at Walmart, you kidding me? He's like, I was able to pick up 2 guns, a fishing pole, and enough perishables to last us 4 autumns. The way she jolted out of that thing, goddamn, dude. Did her dirty with the edit there, though. She's like trying to turn and like smile and be like, this is what I got, and he's just like, cut that. And similarly, there are get home bags that preppers have in their cars that contain enough supplies to get them safely home. I got a pistol, a flashlight, and enough Cliff Bars to last me 6 autumns. I'm done with the winters. I'm doing autumns now. The winters I'm not scared about. The autumns is when it gets unruly. Start getting diarrheas. In this category, you also learn basic skills such as CPR, medical training, and even some survival skills. Here's the thing. I just want to say, I know I said that we labeled this level 2 paranoia. It is paranoia. I still don't think this is totally egregious. The problem with these group of people is I bet you they talk about it a lot. Did you just see what happened on the news? And you're just like, oh, goddamn, dude. To me, it's mostly, I already got enough shit going on in my life. The beatus, got acid reflux, hemorrhoids, back acne. My fingers are starting to get hairy, like my Bulgarian grandpa's. I got ducks dying on me. And then some guy's just like, did you just see that they actually just shot off 6 missiles? It's probably coming any day now. But can we just talk about how horrible everything? Please. Oh, I'd love that. Let's do that. Please. Thank you. Yeah, thank God I got my bug out bag though, and 6 rounds of corn just in case you need to make it through the autumn. Level 2 is probably where I would still be friends with this person, but level 3, this is when I start like, I can't anymore. Which level 3 we have as the survivalist, aka the LARPer. This category is for the extreme preppers who have swallowed the doomsday pill. These are people that are preparing and sometimes even hoping for the collapse of civilization, government tyranny, and apocalyptic events such as nuclear war, global pandemic, and even an asteroid impact. Oh, please, God, please hurl that rock at our Earth. Please, God! At this level of prepper, you're basically fully committed to the idea that the world is ending, and you are so deeply entrenched in the philosophy that this is now your identity as a person. There is even a dedicated show all about doomsday preppers showing off the crazy lengths that people will go to prepare for this end. That's not just the end.
You have to get ready. There's no other way but to prepare. If you're gonna survive.
No longer are you storing canned greens and rice in your pantry. Rice? What are you talking about? Rice and canned beans in your garage? You got soft hands, sweetheart. I've been prepping since I was 6 years old.
There's kids on here who are prepping since.
Oh, I know there's kids. I feel bad for these. You know what kind of reminds me of like a cult, like a religious cult, a little bit. You know what I mean? You ever see like a kid dressed up in like a like suit? He's like, oh God, is an awesome God he reigns. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't stand a chance, dude. You know what I mean? It's like if you're older and you're just like, dude, I just love getting the gospel out. It just creeps me out, dude. When I see little kids and they're just like, I can't wait to go to heaven. But instead of, you know, your little cupcake factory that you were in before, now you're investing thousands of dollars into prepper-specific brands that can last years. Such as our good old friend, Jim Baker. Remember Jim Baker? Love Jim Baker's food buckets.
This is Mexican food that real life Mexicans approve of. You know, this is not gringo food. This is good food.
The Jim Baker food bucket we will buy one day, and I will try some of his soup. $300 in the Jim Baker bucket can get you 144 meals with a guaranteed shelf life of 25 years. If you purchase that bucket and 25 years later you're just like, I didn't even need this thing. Well, I had all these potato soups from Jim Baker, but
Guess that didn't pan out. For $4,000, you can get the Defender Dozen. We gotta spend $4,000 on the Defender Dozen. It's gonna be crazy. This gives you 2,448 total servings of food for $4,000 up front now. You're getting almost $2,500 servings of food. Does that seem like a lot? If across you and your family.
Technically, like for a family of 6.
A family of 6?
Which, divide that by 6, it's about 400.
400 meals, that lasts you like a year. Not even a year. Like, well, just cut it down to 2 a day. That f***ing sucks. You, Jim Baker.
Oh, good.
And if you're cheap, like me, you can buy Costco's emergency food buckets instead. $80 for 150 meals. Dude, Costco always just does it best. $80 for 150 meals? Come on. That's 50 cents a meal, and then it's just like, dude, Jim Baker's deal. I can just stock up on Costco shit. Another popular item among your shelves are MREs, which are meals ready to eat that are used to eat out in fields by the U.S. military personnel. You know, I used to always think of peanut butter was a big thing. A sniper can survive on 2 tablespoons of peanut butter for 16 days. Most MREs suck, so the term rat f***ing was coined in the military because people would open up the pockets and only take out the good shit like desserts or whatever else was in there and just leave the rest. They're like, I'm not even gonna touch that other shit. Some preppers even have canned dog food in their pantries just to protect the puppers in the event of an apocalypse.
It's not for the dogs, it's for them.
They're gonna eat the canned dog food?
Chicken morsels. And they're just really good.
Really good.
He has Chef Boyardee right here, Nick. I don't even look at that Italian son of a bitch anymore. All I want's pedigree. There's 3 different kinds of meats and carrots in this. Says so right on the can. But eventually this supply will dwindle, so you're gonna have to live off the land. So you better learn how to farm your own crops, kill your own meat, and collect your own water. Else you're f***ed. So what, you got your fancy dog food, your pedigree, but you don't even know how to grow your own crops? Good luck, buddy. But let's talk about shelter. People think of doomsday preppers, they think of one thing, and it's doomsday bunkers, dude. Your little straw house that the big bad wolf can blow over isn't big enough for you and your growing supplies, and hell, your growing family. Most preppers have a room or a basement to store their supplies, but if you're a true doomsday prepper, then you have to have your own dedicated underground shelter. If you're like, I'm a doomsday prepper, and it's all in your house, you don't have some shit built underground, you're right, dude. But where are you gonna put all your stuff? These range from concrete domes to fully fledged steel bunkers. And some preppers construct their own. But if you're like me and you can't build your own, then you can get someone to professionally install a bunker right in your backyard. I saw a Reddit post years ago about a guy making his own bunker and a man cave out of a shipping container. But the problem with the guy making it, he wouldn't have saw the criticism he got on his own post. The thing was basically a death trap. He had no air vents, so he basically was going to suffocate. And the container that he used to store pesticides. So he would have just suffocated and just been poisoned to death. All for a little man cave, which to be fair, kind of metal. I watched the football games in the rat poison den that I like to watch my games in. Simple bunker can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $80,000. A simple bunker, okay? These are underground structures, typically made of steel, reinforced with concrete, that contain 1 to 2 rooms in order for you to store food, water, and other survival necessities. And there are dozens of companies throughout the world that specialize in doomsday bunkers, like the company Atlas Survival Shelters, who have prefabricated bunkers that they can install in your very own backyard. That'd be a crazy thing, man, in your suburban neighborhood. What's Douglas putting in his backyard? They have a wide variety of options to choose from, ranging from a simple 5x7 design to a 6,000 square foot military complex. This looks like the f***ing Fallout game. I was just wondering, because it looks like 7 families interconnected their yard with a giant metal structure system. All the people are like, I don't think it was me. Or there are even nuclear silo condos. In the state of Kansas, a company is renovating Cold War era nuclear missile silos into condos. It's actually kind of sick. The Survival Condo Project is a luxury bunker development designed to provide safety and comfort in the event of catastrophe. Well, just because we're surviving doesn't mean we can't look good while doing it. These silos can hold up to 75 people and have over 20,000 square feet of floor space per silo. They span 200 feet underground with 15 floors. The facility has a shared pool, gym, bar and lounge, and a custom theater, a library, classrooms, medical center, and, you need the last one, a command center. Also, not to mention, there's Wi-Fi.
Because when the world does end, you better believe all of our beautiful internet companies who love us will keep that shit running forever. That even when Earth is gone, those fiber cables are going to be working, all right? If you're interested in owning one of the spaces, the project features a few unit options. For 1.5 million buckaroos, you can buy half a floor condo. Not too bad. For only, what, $1.5 million? Chump change. Chump change. This gets you 900 square feet of living space, 1 or 2 beds, a kitchen, and a TV in every entry. It's a lot of TVs. You're welcome. Or for $3 million, you can get the full floor. That's about a little over 1,800 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, then a kitchen, a great room, and a dining room. But if you're like me, then you might want to go for the $4.5 million package, which can get you 3,600 square feet condo on 2 goddamn floors. You can even pay for a custom build complex ranging anywhere from 50,000 square feet to 300,000. Did you want to live in a legitimate military base factory? You okay, just making sure. You can build this out to be your own specification. You can modify it however you want to your tailored apocalypse experience. I think that seems pretty cool. You can have a giant pool, an arcade room, a theater, a full gym, and a conference room are just some of the examples of the spaces you can get built. I like the conference room. What meeting are you having? The meeting of the minds. Well, the world has ended. What next? Thank God we have this inquisitive conference room to think in. Let's access the internet. Appears the internet is down. Even better example is the $18 million bunker house in Las Vegas, Nevada. This bad boy is 15,000 square feet, and it has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a dance floor, yeah, a barbecue, yeah, a pool, a 4-hole golf course, 2 hot tubs, a sauna, a bar, lighting systems that can simulate sunlight and twinkly stars, artificial trees, fake rocks, and hand-painted murals simulating the outside world, a 1,000-gallon water tank, a cryogenic capsule that can hold up to 5 human heads and 4 bodies. Not to mention, it has cell phone reception, cable, and internet. Thank God. And you can rent the property out right now for receptions, weddings, and even dance parties. That actually does sound kind of cool. But I will say, seeing pictures of it, the outside scenery thing makes it look like you are being held captive by some murderer. It's like, let me leave in time. I feel claustrophobic looking at it. Also, I want to say this, there's like a family where they're like, let's go down the elevator ride. I would not get in that elevator. That would be my fate. Thank God we have the bunker. Can't wait to play some golf. Get my sauna.
Wow. It's really fast. We're going deep, guys. Don't be fooled by the slowness of the wall. We are now 50 feet down.
Sure, we talked about the bunkers and where you stay, but let's talk about defense, because in the apocalypse, and from what video games and movies have told me, it's a dangerous place. You have food and shelter, but no way to defend it. That's why you need to stockpile guns and ammunition and learn how to fight when shit hits the fan. Like Steve H., who's preparing for the United States economy to collapse, which it will. It's going to. Better buckle up. Every Monday, he sets prepping goals for his family. And by the end of the week, everyone in the family has to contribute to the prepping supplies. This isn't fun and games. He also vacuum seals his weapons to make sure no moisture gets in. Good man, Steve. And a good tip from Steve is to place explosives around your property to ensure that no one can break your defenses, because they'll blow up. Checkmate. Steve often performs drills that simulate what it would be like to have his property invaded. These kids are gonna enjoy that. Dude, sometimes you have to make sure the fam is up to date. Sometimes shooting at a car just makes you feel a little better. But you know what? Steve is a pretty sane guy. He glued back his own tooth instead of going to the dentist. Sometimes you gotta drill your teeth in, dude. It's also important to live off the grid and away from society. That way, when the world does end, you're already far away from anyone trying to steal your precious supplies. Like Michael, for example, who fears his land will be targeted in an overpopulated world. He's like, this is the Garden of Eden. All right, and if the world's overpopulated, people are gonna try to come and take my land. Michael created his own alarm system using bird calls. He said he has studied the language of the bird for 2 decades and is now passing on to his children. He can even mimic the bird noises. Take it away, Michael.
He doesn't want to have to be relying on guns and prefers to throw axes, which he made his kids practice for 7 years. He also makes them practice martial arts as well, just in case they have to fight any invaders on their land. He also uses a throwing stick, claims that they're just as good as shotguns.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air now. What do you do?
I have a feeling that that girl would have gotten shot in the back of the head right there. I'm also, let me see your hand. She like turns around, pop. Michael also gave his son his umbilical cord back once he turned into a man.
You're entering a new stage of your life. You're no longer a little kid anymore, turning into a young man. This here is your umbilical cord.
He's 12. He's a man. Son, just want to give you this back. Oh, what do you do with that? You just put it wherever. And if you got the cash, you can install an incinerator in your bunker as a last-ditch effort for intruders.
You can simply push this button right here and eliminate that threat. A torch fire chamber.
Just burn them down.
Or run a homemade device that turns water into fire. This is an incinerator room. And also, we're able to turn water into fire. Did I mention that already? I feel like I'd just rather build a castle. But sometimes I believe with these doomsday preppers, as goofy as they may seem, I think that sometimes it goes a little too far. Controversial opinion. Sometimes prepping for the end can lead to tragedy. Survivalist named Peter Keller feared that the world was going to end. So for 8 years, he worked on a secret bunker he dubbed Camp Keller, which could be confusing because of Helen Keller's fame. In one of his journals, he had sketches of a bunker with notes on how he wanted a laboratory space to study viruses. This is some Resident Evil shit. Then in 2012, when the bunker was complete, Peter killed his wife and 18-year-old daughter, set his house on fire in order to live in the bunker. I'm laughing because of how shocking that is, all right? That's not me laughing at the situation. That's just unhinged. Could you not have just lived in the bunker without doing that? Why didn't you just live in the bunker?
He was so paranoid of like people finding him that's why he killed his family.
So they couldn't even tell him.
But then that's what like led people to find him.
If he just would have been like, hey, I'm divorcing you. I don't want to see the kids anymore, which is also horrible. Not as horrible as murdering them. But after 7 weeks of searching, Peter was found in the bunker dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When he was found dead in the bunker, there were weapons and ammunition, explosive devices, bulletproof vests, 45 pounds of beans, wine-making stuff, and various of other survival essentials. And for years, he would vlog about the construction of the bunker, as well as conspire to kill his family. In one of the videos, he says, I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian, go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here robbing banks, pharmacies, and just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it will be exciting.
Think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want. At least it'll be exciting.
The Diaries of a Legitimate Madman. A reason we bring this up at the end, I think, is because paranoia can amplify fear. But I think people fantasizing over things can become an obsession. I think a lot of people would get under the impression of like, well, why would you want something horrible to happen? When I don't think that these people want these things to happen. I think that they just believe it is going to happen. And that becomes the fantasy. That is the narrative in their head that repeats over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with stockpiling beans and corn, or even having something to protect yourself in your house like a gun, or having a flashlight, something that gives you a bit of security. But it's when you amplify these things to such a means that once again as affects others or affects people around you that you love. I mean, it becomes a dastardly deceptive obsession that just completely overconsumes every other facet of your life, where it's the only thing you think about. That's where I think the paranoia and the doomsday prepping gets a little dicey. If the world ends, I'm sorry to say it, we're probably all fucked.
Not me.
Not Nick, because he did spend the $1.5 million and has the bunker in his backyard, but that's his story, not mine. I just want to say that trying to be prepared is not a bad thing. I think trying to instill the idea that the world is going to end is also probably not a fictitious thing to say either. I think I'd like to live in an existence where I can do my part now and try to make it a better place for today. That's all I gotta say. Also, I like beans and corn. So that's our video today on Doomsday Preppers. Are you a Doomsday Prepper? Hopefully the world doesn't explode so you guys can see this video. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This is just all part of our preparedness kit so that we can have transportation. The way that we educate our children and our prepping needs is basically show them ways of preparing for events and natural disasters that are going to take place, that have been taking place.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about internet scams, baby. Roll the Patreon plug. See what I did there? You know, scammers have been around for so very long. Even before the internet, people used to do phone scams. You ever see Kit Boga?
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card! What?
No.
Cancel!
I wish I was an Indian dude who was just calling old women and getting Google Play gift cards. You know? Is that racist for me to say? I mean, it's mostly Indian guys. I feel like the more of them backtrack, I'm like, oh my God, wait, did I just... Hold on. People have been trying to scam their way into getting money since probably the beginning of time. Someone probably scammed Jesus. Judas. Whether it was the snake oil salesman in the 20th century or the counterfeit cash dealers in the 19th century, there have always been people willing to take advantage of gullible people for their hard-earned cash. People like to prey on people's gullibility. But not only that, but with the rise of AI and internet powers that be, it's easier for the average Joe to create a realistic scam that'll have an unsuspecting victim forking over thousands of dollars of cash of their stimmy funds. But sadly today, scamming people has never been easier. Really letting people know that you could scam people and get away with it. That's not what this video is trying to be. You used to have to leave your home and risk getting your ass kicked for conning someone maybe in the streets, right? But now it can be done from the safety of your home with a stable internet connection. Well, we're really promoting this. I don't know. It's hard times. Maybe they're stimmy funds. Are we getting stimmy funds round 2?
I hope so.
I don't know. Almost threw up. So come along with me as we look at some of the internet's biggest scams. See, this is where we redeem ourselves. We're letting you know all the bad scams so you don't get fooled. Let's ride.
But sign up for our Patreon for the good ones.
But no, seriously, I will say right now that our Patreon isn't a scam. And that it's one of the coolest things that we have on the internet. And that, you know, you get to see behind the scenes content, you get to support me and my team, so if you want to do that, feel free. It's not a scam.
Where'd that barn money go?
Let's talk about some of the old school internet scams from back in the day, right? These are some of the Hall of Famers from the early days of the internet where people, they didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I still feel like in a way we're still kind of in the Wild West age of the internet. I think that we have more of an idea of what's going on, but way back in the day, the internet, you have to realize, was a barren landscape. It was like the Book of Eli. I'm gonna fit in the Book of Eli thing somehow. It was like a dystopian landscape where people didn't know where to run and hide and people were kind of just journeying around. Thus, the perfect place for internet scammers to come in and attack unsuspecting victims. So first, we have to go back to the classic internet scam that everyone's probably heard of, which is a classic, the Nigerian prince scam. Love that one. I'm a Nigerian prince, please sir, help me. This is pretty much how it worked. A random person is emailed by someone that claims to be a high status individual, Nigerian prince, like a wealthy government official or a successful businessman. After telling you how they have temporarily lost their wealth due to some sort of unfair circumstance, they ask for your help in order to regain it, promising a sizable reward. These lies can range from unfairly sent to prison or needing bail money to having their children kidnapped and the fear of their own life. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you, right? My kids are fucking kidnapped, sir, please help me. After taking advantage of the victim's greed or generosity, they transfer the money, sometimes giving out important bank information, you know, that kind of stuff. Really, you know, stuff that nowadays you'd be like, why do you need my social, dude?
To run a credit.
Dude, it's a credit. Please, sir. Their money is taken and the scammer disappears entirely. We got an example of one of the texts that is usually from one of these scams, and I can't wait to read it. It goes, "Dear beloved friend, I know this message will come to you as a surprise, but permit me of my desire to go into business relationship with you." Already nowadays, you would be like, you're not doing shit with me, dude. What the f are you talking about? But I feel like people would be like, what are you, okay, what? I am Miss Blank, a daughter to late Blank of Libya.
I like how they protected the internet.
Yeah, why the f do they have to? I can't tell people the fake name he gave me. Whom was murdered during the recent civil war in Libya in March 2011. Before his death, my late father was a strong supporter and member of the late Muammar Gaddafi government in Tripoli.
Gobbled.
God God! Meanwhile, before the instant, my late father came to Cantono, Benin Republic with the sum of USD $4.2 million, which he deposited in a bank here in Kaluno, Benin Republic, West Africa for safekeeping. I am here seeking for an avenue to transfer the fund to you in only your reliable and trustworthy person to investment the fund. I am here in Benin Republic because of the death of my parents, and I want you to help me transfer the fund into your bank account for investment purpose. Please, I will offer you 20% of the total sum of USD $4.2 million for your assistance. Please, I wish for to transfer the fund urgently without delay into your account, and also wish to relocate to your country due to the poor condition in Benin, as to enable me to continue my education, as I was a medical student before the sudden death of my parents. Reply to my alternative email. Beep. Your immediate response would be appreciated. Remain blessed. From Miss Beep. Nowadays, once again, I feel like you would look at this and be like, bullshit. This is also with the context, though, that people would probably tell you, hey, watch out, you're gonna get scammed online, right? Imagine you're the first person on the internet to see this. Do you know how jazzed you would be? It's like a fucking movie. And you wouldn't ask yourself the question of like, why am I the only reliable person? You don't even know me. You'd probably be so wrapped up in the fantasy.
Scammers purposely pick dumb people, so it's like they make it seem outlandish because it's like if someone believes this, they're gullible.
Oh, dude, if I was one of those people, I would be gullible enough to do it. For one of the first people, and like you've never heard of this kind of scam before, I could see myself being like, really? Okay, what do you need to know? I'll help you. I'm sorry you lost your parents. You know, that's what people say too. They go back on the email, oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear about your parents. And you get like, it's always funny seeing the response backs from the scammers, and they're just like, yes, it's tragic. Please give me the information. Sometimes the same groups will send anonymous emails to those who were just tricked, claiming they are part of a scam victims group that are owed a settlement from the government, only to be scammed again. Double dip, which, to be fair, pretty smart. Dude, I can't believe it. I got totally fucking ripped off. Oh my God, me too. Yeah, put in our information again, whatever we're getting a refund. You'd be like, oh, thank God, right? A saving grace. Well, it can't happen twice, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, Nick. And they're just like, just got you. Tricked. At that point, seriously, I would jump off a bridge. I'd be like, I don't even know what's not a lie anymore. Or I would just be like, I'm never using email again. One man received a strange spin on the classic scam. This time, a Nigerian astronaut named Dr. Bakar Tunda claimed to be stranded in space after being left behind on a Soviet space station. That's awesome. Apparently, he was still getting paid while being stuck in space for 14 years, resulting in the accumulation of $15 million. $1 million a year stuck in space, like, someone pick me up, please. To access the trust fund and receive a massive reward, the Nigerian astronaut asked for $3 million for a flight home. What do you mean? If you have 15 million, like, to be fair, awesome setup. I am currently typing to you from space. You're like, oh, a Nigerian guy. You're like, where the fuck? I can't even see this guy. But if a guy's like, I'm up by the fucking moon, every night you're gonna be like, motherfucker's up there. I guess you're just kind of fishy. He's probably mass sending these out to where he's just like, you're gonna find one guy who just has $3 million. You never know. But move on from those kind of scams. Those are that's an old classic. We've all heard of those before. Let me get you something that is near and dear to my heart, and I'll fill you in here in a bit. But these are romance scams. Sometimes, in order to cloud an innocent person's judgment, scammers enter a full online relationship with people to gain their trust and take their money.
It's a big freaking joke. Yeah.
And the first example we have are the Yahoo Boys. It's a great name, though, huh? In Nigeria, just Nigerians, man. In Nigeria, there is an infamous group of scammers known as the Yahoo Boys, a group of cyber criminals that have successfully scammed thousands of people through elaborate schemes, namely the romance scams. Little motherfuckers got silver tongues, dude. They're sitting there, they're sweet talking you and all that kind of stuff. They operate out of what they refer to as the Hustle Kingdom. In reality, it's a dark, compact room filled with members using piles of computers and phones to enact scams. It's pretty much just, like a regular room, and everybody has like a gateway computer turned on, and it would look like a LAN party, a fun LAN party, but instead they're like sexting old women and stuff like that for money. I do like this picture here. They all have their face masks on. Like, one of us is definitely sick. They extort people through dating sites and social media by impersonating attractive women and men. And after chatting and flirting for a while, they're able to convince women and men to send them money through various means, right? Which the men part would probably be the easiest. You're some fucking like big-titted woman, and some guy's like, hello, princess. Good morning, darling. The person's just like, hello, did you go to bank today? I'm on my way. That guy feels like he's on top of the world too.
You know how you prove that these women are scammers? If they message hello first. Always fake, because they're desperate to get your money.
What are you talking about, dude? Are you talking about women never text you hello first? Are you like a bidder?
On Tinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never. I've never had a real person text me hello.
It's gonna be a lot of women being like, I have definitely said hello first. Dick's like, nah.
Unless you're on Bumble, and even then they don't, because they had to change it that men can now message first, and now the CEO left because the company's failing.
I'm glad we don't put a camera on you, dude, because he is ranting and raving. He's moving his arms around. Look at me. You're stomping and huffing and puffing. According to one of the romance scammer kingpins tracked down by CBS, Americans are by far the easiest in the world to scam like this. You're a perfect. Have you ever been on the dating websites? You talk to Chinese guys all the time.
Wow, they're Asian women.
Well, but they're Chinese guys.
Well, they're guys.
It's a picture of women, obviously, because you always say there's like a breaking point where it's like,
Well, they ask for pictures, and then so you send normal pictures. They're like, no pictures of your thing down there.
Oh, do you think they're trying to extort you? So they're asking nudes for you or blackmailing you or something?
I don't think it's blackmail. It's literally just, I think it's gay men probably just like want nudes. So they're like...
Oh, so you don't even think this is a financial scam? You're saying that this is like people who are like, I just want to see your cock and jack off to it.
I did get scammed out of Ethereum one time though.
What?
It was only like $400, but...
That's a lot of money. So how did that happen? Was that from a dating website too?
No, it was on Reddit. I was being stupid. I was trying to buy like a chemical from a company. You have to have...
What? Like you're like kind of going back to what?
So
chemical?
there's a website.
Yeah. I get that there's a website for the chemical.
The chemical.
But what do you need the chemical for?
It's basically just a preservative. You put it in so like your food or something will last longer.
So, hold on. You went on a website and they asked you for crypto to buy magic dust, apparently, that you throw on your chicken and it makes your chicken last longer? Well, first off, why do you need these preservatives? How long are you keeping things?
Because I was just like, oh, there's a market for this. But then, like, the problem was the preservative you had to buy from a science company, Irvine Science. And so I was like, I don't have a login for this. So on Reddit, I was like, hey, does anybody have a login for this? Yeah, man, I got you. So I was like, okay. And I was like, this is how much I want. And he's like, okay, my fee is like 10%. So then I gave him that, and then I tipped him. Give him like an extra $100. He's like, thanks, bro. Anyways, he sent me these screenshots, and I like looked at them again, and I realized that he just put them in the cart, which anyone can do. And then I was like, oh no, he scammed me. And I was like, well, I'm out of money. So
I just want to say too, what I decided out of that too is that you didn't even say your scam. So in my head, you are still you didn't put it out there so someone else couldn't do it. You're still holding it on the back burner in case you do come across this preservative. You didn't even tell me what the preservative is for or anything. It doesn't matter. We're going, which Yahoo boys, who gives a shit? They're scamming people. That I just find out that Nick is plotting something. I don't know. Watch out. That's all I gotta say. Or we could talk about a woman who lost 120,000 pounds in a romance scam. Linda Young had recently divorced her husband of 24 years. Good woman. Because her children had already graduated and moved out of the house, she found herself lonely and in need of a new relationship. The birds are out of the nest, and now she's in this place where she has a lot of free time. She's looking for a new love. Who hasn't been there? This led to her joining a dating site for people over 50, where she met a charming and attractive man. They were talking all the time, whether it be over email, text, or even phone calls. So she was starting it off on Gmail. And then she's texting. And now she's even calling. See, that's how they get you too, is they're like, well, call me. That's how you know it's a real person. Well, I mean, like in a way you're like, oh, this is a scam. But then you call, hey, I'm real.
I do that. I'm so paranoid of it. I said, you want to get on FaceTime?
To the new people you're dating?
I do.
This is a very revealing video. I mean, this is about internet scams, and you're blossoming like a little flower right now. In an article from the BBC, she recounts her feelings, and it goes as follows.
I just couldn't stop the adrenaline rush. It was addictive. Every time my phone buzzed or a text came through from him, me whole world just lit up.
Okay, she sounds beautiful. After 6 months, she was completely obsessed with this man. This ended up clouding her judgment when he eventually asked for a large sum of money to invest for both of them. She was promised that this money would come back to her since they were going to undoubtedly have a future together. See, this is the long con. 6 months too. That's not a fucking, little weekend thing. This guy's been putting the time in. People are doing that too. They have to be doing it to like 20 different people. And it's like things that are just,
They're on their phone. They have 12 phones.
Yeah, a bunch of different numbers. And 100%. Unfortunately, she decided to go for it, transferring 120,000 pounds to the man only to be ghosted and abandoned completely. That's very sad. Linda admitted,
It took me a long time time to work through the shame.
What a sad way to end that. When you go through one of those scams, do you think that you would ever want to go through like an online dating website again?
Well, I said that, and I still use online dating.
Well, to be fair, you never got online scammed. You just asked for like a mystery chemical to put onto something to scam people. Well, I want to see something.
Hello?
Hello, mother.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing a video on internet scams right now, and I was wondering, can you talk to me about that guy at all?
Oh, God, yes. Well, it was on a first free dating website, but it just started out as a friendly thing, just somebody like online to talk to, and they suck you in. And when you're looking back, it was kind of like a romance novel kind of talk, like women like, but you know, it's not a normal conversation per se. But just all these nice little innuendos and things, and then just goes into what he does for a living. And then it was always some kind of like looking into it, some kind of oil rig. You're in another country. You're working for the military. It's secret kind of vibe. And, you know,
how serious?
They're making tons of money, probably tons of money, but it's very secretive. It's very, and he's always widowed. Unfortunate mishap of the spouse.
How long did this go on for?
Ugh.
The girl who was scammed out of 120,000, it was 6 months.
No, this probably was like 9. Maybe.
Wow. So
Maybe.
it was it pretty serious? Like, did you like?
Well, for a long time it wasn't, and then it just seemed like for like 6 months it was just talking all the time. Of course, because you know. But then he started talking about meeting and stuff like that, and there'd always be something going on. And I remember showing your pictures and. You know, me not having a clue, you're like, wow, that's not real. And I was like, I mean, you were nice about it, but you're like, look at this picture. And I had no idea. I'm like, what? And you're like, I mean, just check it out.
Be honest, mother, did he get some pictures out of you?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Unfortunate. Well, you have any advice for people that are online dating?
Yes, I do. Immediately get offline and try to meet people while you're out and about. Well, that's easier said than done.
Okay.
No.
All right. This is turning into a very bitter. This is turning into a bitter thing. I love you. I'm gonna go.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
Night. Old girl got sent pussy and titty pics to the guy. You know what's f***ed up too is like the ultimate goal is money, whatever, but that's just like a cherry on top for him. You know, it's like a power trip thing too. It's f***ed up. Anyways, let's talk about Stranger Things fan thinks she's dating one of the actors from the show. I guess with AI and stuff, you can count some of these things, but also I think Finn Wolfhard's dating you. You know what I mean? Really? Anyways, in 2023, a mother. I mean, already. What are we? Come on, really? A mother from Kentucky named Michaela. Is that really how you spell it, too? There's some, like, white trash Michaela stuff right there. Good lord, girl. Michaela was going through a rocky relationship with her husband. Feeling lonely, she decided to join a forum for online artists in order to start meeting new people in the filmmaking community. It was there she met Docker Montgomery, an actor from his role as Billy Hargrove from Stranger Things series. She thought that she was dating Billy. Isn't he, like, supposed to be like, the hottest guy from the show?
Will is.
Will's the hottest? Oh, I don't know. How delusional can you be? They hit it off right away. Oh, did they? Yeah, the guy who's an LA filmmaker is in a weird indie Kentucky filmmaking group. They hit it off right away, sending each other romantic messages and expressing their deep love for each other. Michaela was absolutely obsessed, so we're talking sexting like immediately.
She was sending pictures of her wet fingers.
God damn, dude. Rough episode for you so far. The actor told her to decide between her husband or him. Whoa! Michaela divorced her husband without hesitation to show that she was serious. Oh, Michaela, you stupid person.
It was a rocky relationship.
It was a rocky relationship, sure, but it's also just like, she had to have told the guy that it's like, yeah, Billy from Stranger Things is dating me. The husband's just like, what the f*** are you even on about? What's coming out of your gob? She recalls Montgomery expressing frustrations about his relationship with Liv Pollock, who was supposedly giving him money problems by taking control of his banking information. Yeah, so he's saying that Billy, the actor that's playing Billy, it's like, my girlfriend's fucking up my bank. I can't even get into my bank account. Michaela, who was also dealing with a controlling ex-husband, could relate. This brought them even Closer. The actor would slowly start asking for money through gift card exchanges and cryptocurrency, which Michaela regretfully indulged in. Over time, she has sent to him over $10,000 of Google Play gift cards and Doge. She eventually began to realize that this was too good to be true, ending things with her supposed lover after spending a fortune on him. I'm not saying that people can't find love. You're a person, you find out you'd start dating an actor because they like your TikToks or something. I don't fucking know. Anything is possible. If you start dating John Goodman, and John Goodman's asking, 87-year-old John Goodman is asking you for cryptocurrency and gift cards, Google Play gift cards, I would assume that's a scam. Be careful out there. But we get to move into the world of AI scams. AI, the crazy new thing, very, very scary. What's real, what's not real anymore? I don't fucking know. We're all gonna burn in hell. People are able to take voice recordings of you or other people and implement scams themselves. That AI learning technology, it's very believable. It's pretty fucking scary. But here's a little post. So yesterday I got a call from my grandparents who asked me if I was okay.
Yeah, what do you want?
Confused, I said, of course I was. After some confusion, it turns out they got a call from an AI that used my voice to say I was in a car accident and needed money for the hospital, and also not to tell my parents.
I ain't got time for that shit.
That's so fucked. That's so creepy, too. So invasive.
You know how they do that? If you ever get a phone call and it's a lot of times if it's like silent,
I start blocking those.
Yeah, because if you're like hello, or if you get weird calls and they're asking you specific things, because what they're trying to do is train your voice off the phone call.
I mean, I feel like everybody gets like toll-free bullshit like, oh, have you done this, blah, 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 and you're like, fuck off, and you hang up. Which we get to talk about AI Brad Pitt scamming a poor French woman. Oui. This year, a French woman named Anne lost 830,000 euros by a scammer pretending to be Brad Pitt. In response, she endured a giant wave of harassment and mockery. It's sad. It's dumb, but it's sad. Anne, who was married at the time, was contacted via Instagram by someone posing as Brad Pitt. Because Anne was new to social media, she was gullible and ended up chatting with him for a while. With old people, I feel like all you have to do, once again, I feel like I'm promoting this kind of shit, but I feel like all you have to do with old people is just be like, you see the name and you see the picture and you're like, that's them! How else would someone say that they're Brad Pitt? They have a picture of him and they have his name on an account.
Nowadays, there's even apps that will project your video live. So you could be like, hey, do a video call and voice modulate and face modulate.
Hey, I'm Brad Pitt. All right. She's like, hey, I thought that was Matthew McConaughey. He's like, yeah. The actor started asking for money in order to pay customs for the luxury gift he wanted to send her. I got you gifts, but you gotta pay for them. He would make up stories about how his bank accounts were frozen as a result of his divorce proceedings with Angelina Jolie. That's how you get those old women too, dude. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, that fucking bitch. Gone in 60 seconds, my ass. And would pay the money every time, and the scammer started to realize that he could easily squeeze more and more money out of her. Eventually, he fooled her into paying 775,000 euros to pay for kidney cancer treatment. To sell the lie, he sent AI-generated images of Brad Pitt in the hospital and believed they were real because there was no traces of these photos online, meaning they must have been taken just for her. So sad, dude. She herself was in cancer remission. Oh my god. So she felt sympathy for the poor actor. I feel like the floor from anything just dropped, you know what I mean? Like that gut feeling. Ugh. During this time, Anne got a divorce with her husband, which I wonder this too. I'm speculating because now I'm too sympathetic towards Anne. Going through cancer remission and kind of living your life, you're sitting there and you're just like, I don't even know if I'm happy in this marriage. You know, like it's just you're willing to take these risks now and you're easy to be swayed in these different directions. It's one of those things where it's like finally a piece of good luck comes my way. Brad Pitt or Billy from Stranger Things, which you would think, what the f are you thinking? But her daughter at the time had spent an entire year trying to convince her that this was all a hoax, but to no avail. She even had somebody being like, Mom, it's not Brad Pitt. I'm telling you that right now. To keep up the lie, the scammers crafted an AI-generated news report discussing the exclusive relationship Brad Pitt had with a woman named Anne. This eased her suspicions until she saw the news that Brad and Ines de Ramon entered a public relationship in 2024. Brad, no! You said you loved me. She ended things with the supposed actor and stated that the whole ordeal put her in a very dark place. She had attempted to take her own life 3 times. Crushed after realizing that she sent a majority of her savings to a scammer. No shit, dude. There's no way to get justice on these people either. So all these stories are just gonna end with, it's just like, I guess that's what it is. If you get a call from somebody that's like, hey, this is Meat Canyon, I need money or whatever, it's real. I'm the one calling. No, seriously, the Patreon is open and I do need the help. We just need more puppets and we're setting up a new little space for more sets right now. So maybe consider supporting.
Not a scam.
It's not a scam. I know I'm smiling, but I'm just nervous now because It doesn't matter. Or we could talk about another man who was scammed out of $25,000 by an AI voice. Anthony, an older man from Los Angeles, was conned out of $25,000 after being targeted by AI scammers. He received a phone call from a person that sounded exactly like his son. The scammer used an AI voice to lie about being in a car accident with a pregnant woman who was rushed to the hospital. Who's pregnant? That would be an emotional call, dude. I'm gonna be a granddad? Wait, what? He then received a call from a supposed lawyer named Michael Roberts telling him, you need to get $9,200 as fast as you can if you want your son out of jail. Otherwise, he's in for 45 days. Scammers often ask for money with a sense of urgency to pressure victims into sending money without taking time to think of how suspicious the situation is. They want it now. It's gotta be now, you know, or you're gonna get in big trouble. Your son's in big trouble, and her pregnant wife, she's really pregnant. She's about to pop at any time, and he doesn't even know where she's at anymore, dude. You gotta get him out of jail. After rushing to the bank to retrieve the money, they call Michael Roberts back, and Uber was sent to their house to pick up the cash. An Uber, only for them to receive another call immediately. Apparently, the pregnant woman died. Raising the bail up astronomically. In a panic, they gathered more money and gave it to another Uber driver that showed up to retrieve it. Dude, I would never hand an Uber driver any amount of cash. I'd be like, you don't have a car? Hello? What? It was only when her daughter started trying to look up information about the supposed court case that they realized it was a scam. And once again, money's gone, he got. Or we can talk about a woman who thought that Elon Musk was calling her to pitch her an idea for an investment. That'd be a horrible call, wouldn't it? Elon calling you? Even the real thing, I'd be like, what do you invest? God, dude, really, Elon? A recent type of scam has resulted in billions of dollars being stolen by scammers.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you about the Neuralink crypto token, the new cryptocurrency that will change the world forever.
By using AI, people have started creating fake advertisements where Elon Musk proposes an investment opportunity. 62-year-old Heidi Swan, one of the victims, recounts her experience seeing the ad on Facebook and TikTok, and in the ad, an AI voice of Elon Musk was used to sell this lie. This resulted in her spending $10,000 in cryptocurrency and sending it over, only to get ghosted and left confused as to what happened. Or a man who was tricked out of $25 million from deepfake CEO. Who are these people? Is this fucking Warren Buffett? My God. In an especially absurd case of AI fraud, a finance worker from Hong Kong was conned out of $25 million. A Hong Kong millionaire, probably billionaire. In 2024, a multinational firm was targeted by AI scammers who had entered a call with a deepfake version of the company's chief financial officer. So they were able to get the fucking CFO's voice. That's crazy. In the call, there were several other employees there who were also deepfaked to sell the scene of a big company's Zoom meeting. That's fucking like some Ocean's 11 shit. The guy ended up sending about $25.6 million USD to multiple bank accounts as instructed by the supposed bosses. That's insane. That isn't just a guy scamming someone being like, I'm Billy from Stranger Things. This is like an actual heist. We've given you a lot of scams today, right? So in this video, I at least want to take time to talk about common scam tactics or red flags that you should look for and that I'm going to even keep in mind moving forward in the future. So it isn't uncommon for a scammer to call you and say something and say nothing. They want to wait until you ask, is anybody there, before hanging up and using the audio sample to recreate your voice and scam people you know. So if you get a call from somebody who isn't saying shit, just hang up. Don't be the first person to say hello anymore. Hello is a thing of the past. And because let me tell you, silence, a regular person is going to be like, hello? Then you can have your conversation, all right? A clear sign that you're being scammed is if a person over the phone is trying to get payments through gift cards or cryptocurrency, because these type of payments are harder to trace by law enforcement. If anyone's asking you to pay a debt through Google Play gift cards or Ethereum, hang up the phone immediately. You'll be fine. Scammers play with your sense of urgency, but there's no reason why people need to rush to pay an officer over the phone. Often, it's safer to just hang up and call a local police station if anything feels suspicious. Let's say a scammer, you did a hit and run, which don't do that. I don't know where I'm going at with this. There's no reason you should pay a police officer on the phone, right? But I'm saying if for some reason somebody knows of a crime that you did, like that's what I'm saying, a hit and run, or like you stole a fucking pear from the store and they're just like, we know you stole something. Call the fucking local station, dude. Turn yourself in, you're a criminal. Actually, you know what? You deserve to be scammed for stealing that pear. Get rich quick situations are always too good to be true. Why would a Nigerian prince need your help? Don't be a fucking moron, right? There's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme. The only way I've ever heard that to ever work, honestly, is join the Meat Canyon Patreon, where there you get behind the scenes footage and kind of like tools for success and like just kind of automatic money generator. So I don't know. But all in all, those are some of the internet scams. It was fun going back through and looking at some of these again. AI is just scary. AI is in this place where I feel like before too long, you're going to start seeing videos of yourself. People are going to fabricate videos of you taking a bat and beating a dog to death and using that as blackmail against you. That's not even a year away, probably. Okay.
It's already happening.
It's already happening right now. And to think that it's one of those things, it's like kind of like cancer in a scary way, where it's like, that could never happen to me, until one day you get the bad call. So all I gotta say is be careful out there. People will do anything to get ahead. The world is a fucking rat race, and people are just like crawling on top of each other to see who can get ahead and who can, you know, scam as much money as they can out of people. So be careful with yourself. Just look out for some of these red flags, and for the love of God, Nigerian princes don't need your help. Take care, everyone. We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Your daughter come to my house today, and she come on my property, and then she kick my dog, and now my dog needs operation. She kicked your? She kicked my dog. And she kicked your dog? Yes. Which daughter? The one who just answered the phone. No.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down, because today we're talking about reality television. Reality shows are one of the most popular genres of television around right now. And in fact, it seems that the genre is currently at its peak popularity, with hundreds of new shows releasing every year. The same show cloned 8 different times, hundreds of them done in 12 different languages. As trashy as they may be, people can't get enough of the drama that comes from these shows, often building obsessive fan bases and communities around them. This, however, can lead to some pretty life-altering events for the contestants involved in them. Just recently, a viral clip from the show Temptation Island Spain has been making the rounds. Temptation Island is a reality show where unmarried couples split off to meet hot singles and have their faithfulness tested. Just a disaster. Just an absolute disaster. In the most recent season, a man named Montoya has had to watch his girlfriend Anita cheat on him 3 separate times as he crashes out on camera for millions to see, and it just goes viral. She's just getting dicked down all the time. He rips off his shirt, he runs away. It is graphic. Like, I'm surprised. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Spain, but there's some raw dog fucking going on in that show. Each time, he reacts in more dramatic ways, from tearing his shirt off in frustration to screaming as he runs across a dark beach to confront her, interjected by clips of his wife getting railed. I mean, it's him running, and then it just cuts back to her getting absolutely pounded. I bet the editing team had a great time with that one. But this got me thinking, are there more former reality show contestants that had their lives ruined that didn't blow up on Twitter? Things that happened maybe back in the day? And that's why today we are looking at the dark side of reality television. Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. We've all got bad habits, and breaking those bad habits can be a hard thing to do. So why don't you let Fume help? And Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, which means you can use it anywhere. And they just launched some new flavors, Spearmint Ice and Cinnamon Heart, to keep your company while you're building better habits. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. Fume also helps you calm down. With satisfying snaps and clicks, Fume is a perfect partner when you're feeling anxious. Fume has already helped over 300,000 people build better habits. Try Fume today, and if you order the Journey Pack now using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to help level up your experience. Go to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on screen. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. And first, we're going to start off with by far one of the most popular, one that I love, near and dear to my heart, Kitchen Nightmares. Gordon Ramsay. Kitchen Nightmares is one of the most popular reality shows of all time, with over 9 seasons. In it, celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay visits struggling restaurants in hopes of reviving them before they go out of business. In the British version, he's a little bit more caring. In the American one, he basically just calls you a big fat-faced idiot, and everything you do is disgusting. Which, to be fair, a lot of the people in these restaurants do have disgusting food, but goddamn it, Gordon is gonna tell you. John Chapman, who owned a New Orleans Cajun restaurant called Chappie's, accused Gordon Ramsay of sucking the soul out of his establishment. He altered the menu to go from traditional Cajun dishes like gumbo and jambalaya to fried chicken and hamburgers, which also, it's like, I don't know. If you're in New Orleans, it's a Cajun restaurant, it's a Cajun city, but going from that to just fried chicken and hamburgers seems like a very, dare I say, not very eventful or insightful way of altering the menu. This, alongside the decor makeover, was promised to give them lines of customers out the door, but instead, their traffic was whittled down to around 1 table per night. Desperate to win back the customers that came to love the original Chappies, they reverted the changes 1 month later. However, the restaurant was ultimately shut down permanently soon after. Which also, dude, it's not like just because you change the fucking menu back to Cajun and fucking Hush Puppies and you change the carpet again, doesn't mean you're gonna get out of your financial slump. What they should have done is just be like, Gordon, write me a check. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. If you have a guy who drove one restaurant to the ground, you can give him fucking hot pickles and hamburgers all you want, but is he gonna know how to run the new business? I mean, I doubt it. Or we can talk about an English version, because you're probably thinking that only Americans get it bad, but there's casualties over there and, you know, over there on the island, outside the States, which Kitchen Nightmare shuts down Bonaparte's in West Yorkshire. Restaurant and wine bar Bonaparte's was struggling to make more than $200 or 200 pounds, euros? Pounds. More than 200 pounds a week before Gordon Ramsay came in to try to salvage the business. In the episode, he trashed him. He did trash him, the 12-year-old head chef.
It tastes like rubber. That was You were taking the piss, you know that?
Yes, got it.
12 years old.
Oh, wow.
12-year-old head chef tore that little motherfucker to shreds. In the episode, he trashed Tim, the 12-year-old head chef, when he challenged Tim to cook a plate of scallops that ended up making Gordon sick, and he just let that little motherfucker have it. Throughout the episode, they tried to improve the cleanliness and professionalism of the kitchen, but ended in a failure. When Gordon left, the owner of Bonaparte's, Sue Ray, was in tears after realizing that not only was Gordon unable to fix anything, but the way their business portrayed on TV made people afraid to eat there.
Thank God she closed that kitchen down because it was fucking disgusting.
Which, I mean, you have a 12-year-old chef. I think people are going to be afraid. I mean, if you reveal that to anybody, I feel like, and he's cooking seafood. At the end of the episode, Tim was fired for his lack of cooking skills. He's 12 years old and professionalism. Are we wrong? Is he 12? According to Sue, he wasn't actually a head chef as described in the show, but a trainee. She was supposedly promised that the episode would end on a positive note, but it was instead rather bleak. Sue and her chefs had a watch party when the episode aired, only to realize that it was going to destroy their reputation. That'd be a tough pill to swallow that night, watching the newest thing on the telly. This was the first episode of the series, and Sue didn't even realize the show was going to be called Kitchen Nightmares. She was unaware. She's just like, it's Gordon's cooking show. Before it was seen by millions of people, media stations from all over joined in on trashing the restaurant, leading to their business tanking harder than ever. As far as the rancid scallops, Sue told reporters, quote, "The truth is, the only reason Tim used the scallops was because he thought he was being asked to demonstrate the presentation of his signature dish. He never expected Gordon to eat them because they were about to be thrown out." That's a bit of a cop-out. We're just gonna cook it and throw it away? What the f are you talking about, Sue? Producers of the show claim that they only filmed things as they were clearly presented and that, quote, Sue Ray has only herself to blame. Even colder. I don't know who to trust here. Apparently, Sue later came close to homelessness after being 400,000 pounds in debt, trying to sell the restaurant as well as her flat to pay it off.
She apparently, I didn't get the age of Tim, but he started off as a dishwasher and he couldn't fill the spot to fill the chef. And Tim was like, I could do it.
I bet you Tim has never even ate a scallop, let alone, I mean, what is he gonna say? My signature dish is fucking macaroni and hot dogs? Like, what the f? Or if we want to get out of kitchen nightmares, we can go to Extreme Home Makeover. Many reality shows revolve around giving lucky contestants extravagant things. While this seems wholesome and generous, many families are simply not prepared for what occurs when the cameras are gone. Hit my ride.
You think all those cars broke down?
Yeah, all those cars, they put fucking PS2s in the car in aquariums, and yeah, they break down and the fish die. And then Exhibit does not come to help. The Okvoth family appeared in season 2 of Extreme Makeover, Home Edition. Cassandra Okvoth, who was 9 at the time, was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of a home makeover, Cassandra asked them to redesign the children's hospital ward where she was being treated in order to raise the spirits of other patients. God damn, little saint. What the fuck? Not me. I would have been selfish as f, dude. I want a Spider-Man on my wall. Make my house Spider-Man. Like, you just want the whole structure Spider-Man? Yeah, want the whole building to look like Spider-Man. After completing the job, they decided to also turn their small home into a 2-story mansion. Okay, so what they're doing here is they're just like, this little selfish son of a bitch. If we don't do something for her, there's gonna be an uproar. We're gonna turn your small home into a 2-story mansion. What? During the reveal, they were beyond appreciative, but the producers of the show didn't think through what manufacturing a gift of this magnitude entails. I think it's more of a oopsie daisy afterthought, because while the house was paid for, the utilities and the tax bills, they're not. They don't pay for those. A house of this size costed much more in utilities than their modest 1-story home. The first electric bill for this home, single month electric bill for this home, was $2,200. Okay?
How?
I don't know if they're like, we're mansion owners now, so every
light in the house has to be on, and we're running the AC at 60 degrees, maybe that could have been it. But there's no way their mortgage was $2,200. The electric bill alone is probably, at that time, triple what they were paying their mortgage. Not only were their life savings being drained, but having a mansion complete with a home theater being broadcasted all over television led to an increased attempt in robberies. Would you just not immediately sell the home? I wonder if they have a clause in there where like you cannot sell it for X amount of time, because in that way it's just people would just get on the show and flip the house or something. On many occasions, people would break into their home, one time resulting in Cassandra coming face to face with a hammer-wielding burglar.
Not Cassandra, she's cancer.
The cancer child, who was like, just give the kids something else, leave us behind, is put into now this like prison she didn't even ask for, and people are coming in trying to beat her to death with a hammer. Cool, Extreme Homemakers, that's awesome. Move that bus. Fuck off. They were forced to purchase tons of expensive security cameras to protect themselves, despite still struggling to pay their bills. I probably would have hit up one of the producers. I would have been like, dude, listen, it's cool. You gotta get me some fucking cameras for this house or something, an alarm. How are they also making a mansion? They're just like, there's no locks on any of the doors. We were strapped as it is, but no locks on any of the doors. During the height of the 2009 recession, they were able to sell the house for $540,000 at the last possible moment before foreclosure. They were able to pay their debts, but left with only $8,000 to start their new lives with. But on the bright side, at least, Cassandra is now cancer-free, married with children, and working as a gymnast. Nice little positive thing. I mean, to be fair, Cassandra's probably like, I didn't even want the fucking house. It's weird to think that like they had to sell the house to get out of debt that the house put them in. That's bullshit. Let's get out of a sad time house makeover and go into The Bachelor, everybody's sexy dating show. Bachelor's been on way too long. I want to say I think there's over 30 seasons of The Bachelor.
Did you ever watch The Bachelor?
No. And you know what the thing is too, is I know that if I watched it, I would enjoy it. I love trash television. I love it. I eat it up. The only thing close to The Bachelor I did was Rock of Love Bus with Bret Michaels and all those trashy white trash women.
Hey, Brett! Hello, everybody!
God, he's like the hottest rock star ever.
And I like how there's like 4 seasons, and each new season he's like, well, the last one didn't work out. Because it ends with him like getting together with one of the girls, and he's just like, I don't know, the spark died. You're like, okay, cool, Bret Michaels, thanks. But one of the Bachelor alums says that reality TV almost ruined his family. Chris Bukowski was a handsome TV personality that showed up on multiple shows of the Bachelor franchise. And in 2015, it was revealed that he would retire from reality TV as a whole. What a tragedy. In his words, quote, it almost completely ruined me, my family, and my career. Are you walking away from your career?
Well, I guess that's why it's saying it ruined his career. He has to quit.
In my career. Chris was ridiculed a lot for treating people terribly on his Bachelor appearances, often being seen as desperate and manipulative. I know all the guys are just like, hell yeah. I think with how these shows work is that if you don't get chosen, but you're a popular character, they bring you back. I think that's how some of those work.
Is that the Bachelorette?
I think it's both of them.
Okay.
It goes Bachelor, and then it goes Bachelorette, and it goes back and forth, but I think they just keep bringing people back as long as they're popular, I think. Chris grew distant from his parents because of how they reacted to the things people were saying about him on TV. And Chris's father didn't even want to speak to him. I'd be like, Dad, it's TV. You realize that, like, this is make-believe, right? This is not real. I don't even want to talk to you, son. You're not the boy I raised. It's like, I'm an actor. I'm an actor, Dad. Chris could feel himself becoming more irrelevant, but because he was obsessed with fame and wanted to fix his reputation, he would constantly return to future Bachelor shows, only to further embarrass himself. Buddy, Chris, me and you are in the same boat, all right? At least you're pretty. He became depressed and addicted to taking anxiety medication to cope with the stress. God damn. And in 2015, people saw him at his weakest, getting dangerously drunk on a season of Bachelor in Paradise and leaving after only 1 episode. He admits he doesn't even remember it. Dude, cool it with the Bachelor appearances. Because I know that the producers are looking at him like a fucking gold mine. You're addicted to fentanyl and Ambien? He's like, yeah. They're like, get on back in there, buddy. I think that now's your time. And then in 2015 again, he announced his retirement on TV. Near the end of his speech, he tells the audience, quote, I finally realized I'll never be able to change the past. I apologize you had to witness my struggle publicly over the last 3 years. He's a handsome man. I don't know. What happened to him? I hope he's alive. I don't know. 2015. That was just a couple years ago. It's a decade. Who knows what happened in the decade with him? We'll see. Hopefully he's married and he's not addicted to Ambien and hydrocodone or whatever. But sometimes reality shows don't just ruin people's lives. For many unfortunate contestants, it leads to their untimely death, which in a way is ruining them.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It doesn't just ruin their lives and leave them in the gutter, it actually kills them. Which we could talk about the adventure reality show that led to a helicopter collision. That feels like maybe a bit of a kind of a bad time to bring that one up with what's going on in the world. In 2015, goddamn, 2015, what the f is going on? In 2015, production began for a French reality show called Dropped. Drop. How do you say dropped in? I am French. Yeah, Drew.
Dropped.
Or say Drew. Drew. Two teams of athletes would be blindly dropped into a remote location without any food or assistance, forcing contestants to work together to find civilization. Kind of sounds like a little bit like Naked and Afraid or whatever, but it is funny to be like, yeah, we're just going to drop them with no resources, and we'll check up on them. We have some GoPros in the forest. I'm sure they'll be fine. The season would begin in Argentina and consist of various professional athletes and Olympians as both teams were boarding their helicopters. Tragedy struck. Right after the helicopters took off, they moved too close to each other and collided. Both plummeted to the ground, killing contestants, production staff, and both the pilots. Yeah, there's no way we can show that.
We'll just recreate it in Minecraft or Gary's Mod.
10 people in total lost their lives, and the show was subsequently canceled. Could have been a great show. Yeah, we don't even know. We didn't even get to see it.
Why were they flying so close?
What's fucking weird in the video, they're like flying, and you're like, okay, there they go. And then just all of a sudden, they're just like... I've never been on a helicopter. There's nothing in my being that wants to get on a helicopter. It's just tragedy. So many people lost their lives. A lot of famous people. That's all people know. So many. I think that the amount of helicopter crashes a year is actually pretty staggering. You'd be surprised.
Have you seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Have I seen the Afghans trying to pilot the helicopter?
Well, it's like right after the Americans left Afghanistan.
Oh, then we just left a helicopter there?
It was like truck driver tries to draw it, fly an airplane.
Does he just nosedive it?
Immediately goes up and just crashes. Tragic.
That is tragic. Moving on, Terrace House causes resident to end her life. I really got to stop telling people too that I'm going to do like a happy video or whatever. I saw in the last video, people were like, I thought you said this week was supposed to be positive. Well, this is my life. Hope you guys are looking for a nice escape today. Terrace House was a massively popular Japanese reality show franchise that picked a group of strangers to live together. It was praised for being far less dramatic than a typical reality show, often showing conflict that was more mundane but realistic.
ハンバーガー好きだけど今日はハンバーガーじゃなくねって言ってるだけじゃないみたいになっちゃってっていうことが許されない彼氏のよ。
The Japanese way. Subtle, but striking. During Terrace House Tokyo 2019 through 2020, one of the 6 residents was Hana Kimura, a 22-year-old woman who happened to be a professional Japanese wrestler. Looks like Harley Quinn. I thought she was a cosplayer, like a cyberpunk thing. Does that look like a cyberpunk cosplay? While many enjoyed her on the show, getting insight into her life as a wrestler, other viewers were ruthlessly ridiculing her online for being unlikable. But things began to escalate, however, after one particular episode. Kai Kobayashi, another member of the show, who had previous friction with Hana, accidentally shrunk one of Hana's ring outfits after carelessly adding his clothes to the wash without removing it. She was fed up, y'all. And what followed was 10 minutes of Kimura aggressively tearing into the man in the heat of the moment. The cyberbullying she had dealt with became infinitely worse, which ultimately led to her taking her own life.
なんで私こんな頑張ってんのにあんたにそういう風にされなきゃいけないの？お前が喋れよ。
なんて言えばわかんない。今は本当にごめんしか言えない。
I like how it's just a person being like, I really wish you wouldn't have done that. This means a lot to me. And the guy isn't even like lashing back out. So opposite of American media, where American media, he'd be like, you bitch, I didn't mean to. I said I'm sorry. She's like, yeah, really? Really? I'll kill you. I'll drag you in the street and I'll kill you. And in this one, she's just like, you know, I feel really hurt. Like, I wish you just would have been more, you know, careful with what you did. And he's just like, and then now Japanese people are just like, you are horrible, bitch! But people discovered gruesome, now deleted tweets from before the incident showing brutal and bloody images of harm posted by Kimura. In other posts, she would reveal the great toll that online ridicule had on her mental health. The rest of the season never aired, and Terrace House has yet to release a new season after the controversy that followed. Reports from former cast members reveal that the producers of the show would aggressively push residents to play certain roles in order to create some of its most iconic moments. Of course, dude. Every bit of reality television is scripted, or it's fabricated. Even if the contestants don't know, things are being played in a way to where the producers know they're going to get the outcome they want.
Do you think someone put her like outfit in the laundry?
I bet you anything somebody put her outfit in his laundry thing, and without him even noticing, he just like was throwing it in. Like something like that where he's like, oh, I didn't know. Or to him, he's like, oh, I'm sorry. And then of course she's devastated. It turns out that this even extends to the argument that led to Kimura being intensely cyberbullied. Text she had sent to her friend prior to the event revealed that she was instructed to go off on Kai Kobayashi and even slap him if given the chance. Her mother claimed that the producers thought that Kimura should act as the heel, similar to how she did in the ring. They're like, she's a wrestler, she's the evil one. But because Terrace House has a reputation for being real and not exaggerated, producer intervention like this had a major impact on how cast members were treated outside of the show. Because people thought it was so real and that it was so authentic, they're just like, these are exactly everything that you're doing and seeing is real. And my God, that wasn't the case. And if we want to keep strolling down a positive lane, let's talk about the Ginny Jones murder. The Ginny Jones Show was a massive popular tabloid talk show from 1991 hosted by stand-up comedian Ginny Jones. Roll one of the jokes.
Women look for basically the same things in a man. I'll tell you what I find attractive on a man.
Pussy!
That was pretty funny.
I enjoyed it. In 1995, there was an unaired taping of the show titled Revealing Same-Sex Secret Crush, where guests would be invited to meet their secret admirers. I feel like the Jerry Springer show probably had an irreversible damage on the kind of stuff people brought into on the air. The episode became public later on as evidence in a court case. What seemed like a lighthearted show became strangely uncomfortable. A 32-year-old Scott Amador awkwardly confessed his love to his friend Jonathan Schmitz, only to be rejected on live TV.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
That's all good and fun, right? That happens all the time. Jerry Springer, right? Rip out your hair, it's like some fat redneck chick, and some like little person comes out and like nosedives into the crowd. It's all good fun, right? Because the audience got a big kick out of it. And Ginny Jones did her best to milk the moments for as long as she could by asking tons of follow-up questions, right? She was being the Jerry. Why would you do this, right? Trying to find the human aspect of these people. Days later, Scott pushed further by leaving a sexually inappropriate note at his house, despite knowing he was not at all interested. John confronted Scott directly, and he admitted that the note was from him. So now it's even more weird because it's like, dude, we're not even on TV. I told you no. I'm not interested. And he's just like, take that. I wrote it for you. Take it.
I bet he was thinking like, well, maybe on air he was pressured, but...
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You want me to and right? We can't say that because we'll get demonetized, but you want me to suck and slick and sniff and poke? And John's just like, no, dude, no. I have a date later at Dave & Buster's. Like, I'm like trying to get my dick sucked later by a girl. And he's like, oh, fuck. Oh, no way. John grabbed a shotgun from his car and shot 2 rounds into Scott's chest before immediately calling the police and confessing and turning himself in.
I don't know what got over me. I don't know what got over me.
All right, listen, dude. If one of my buddies came up to me and they're just like, I want to scratch and sniff you, I think I could just handle being like, no, versus pulling out the shotty and pumping 2 into the chest, I guess.
He was insecure. Rage filled him.
Which he used the gay panic defense. I didn't know what he was going to do. He was just weird and gay. 91 court too would have been like, I've had that happen. Which was a legal tactic in which a heterosexual person could claim they lost control after dealing with an undesired sexual advance from a homosexual person. The Salem witch trials become more and more real, I feel like, as the years go on. With this, he was given a lesser charge to 2nd-degree murder and was put behind bars until 2017. Well, that doesn't seem. He's been out for a bit now. Wow. 1995. So basically, he was in there for what, 12 years? 24 years.
Well, he got out 1 year on good behavior.
Good behavior. He's like, well, you did have the gay panic, my friend. That's such a crazy tactic. Well, given the conditions, we still gotta charge you, unfortunately, but we'll knock it down to a 2nd degree. Meeting adjourned. Which, to be fair, I'm not trying to say that the old boy pushing him with the scratch and sniff thing, and he's just like, scratch it. Listen, I'm not saying that's good, but it's a bit of an overreaction, yeah. Or we could talk about John and Kate Plus 8, and we get to watch their marriage be destroyed on camera. John and Kate Plus 8 was a reality show created in 2007 that followed a couple living their lives with 8 children in Pennsylvania. While the show became massively popular, their lives began to fall apart the longer it continued. Basically, they had a happy family, a big old happy family. We got to basically watch a marriage unfold and burn up into hellfire in real time. That was around the craze too, where it was like following either like a Mormon family with like a cheaper by the dozen situation, or like a bunch of like, there was a bunch of different ones where it was like, I'm just shooting the kids out now. I don't even care. Because that show came out at the same time as like Little People, Big World. That was a thing. Literally just watching like a bunch of little people walk around. They had like one normal son too. You know, there was some producer who was like, oh, fucking jackpot. They have one normal kid. Oh, the show had become so popular that each subsequent season wanted more and more episodes. It got to a point where they had a camera in their face just about every day of the week, something that began to really put the two of them on edge. Yeah, dude. Over time, they became absolutely sick of each other. The production heavily leaned into it and even goaded the two of them to air out their personal grievances with each other.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly.
The crumbling marriage became the new focus of the show. Once again, it's just all these things are all just producers just being like, good. You all should
talk about it on camera for the show. Yes. And then like they like walk over and he's just like, don't forget to talk about how he refused to put the dishes away. You know what I mean? They're in their ear probably being like, yeah, dude, you're in the fucking right. She's being a sure. They're like, yeah, he's a dickhead. You have different people in their ears 100%.
They're also playing it up of like, no, it's like this will be like therapy. You guys are airing it out.
Yeah, it's going to give other people hope. Marriage is tough, but you guys are going to persevere. Like looks over at his producing partner like, like that. But what followed, a long-running series of controversy pushed by tabloid news outlets, from cheating scandals to public divorce in 2009, and even an ugly 12-year-long custody battle that they would sometimes discuss on televised talk shows. Eventually, in 2022, some of their children began to speak up about their struggles with growing up in front of the camera crew. Their son, Colin, admitted in recent years that it completely tore the family apart, leading to him being extremely distant to his parents. Colin also started to reveal much more shocking behavior from Kate after her divorce. According to him, Kate would specifically target him to vent her frustrations. He'd hear the front door open and he'd be like, oh, here we go. Here comes mom with her fucking double-decker stroller or whatever. Colin, I gotta talk. He's like, God damn. This would range from being chastised verbally to having his hands and feet zip-tied and locking him in the basement for several days. Okay.
Whoa! What?
Kate had built a special room in the basement that would be covered in cameras so Colin could be surveilled while he was being punished. He was forced to homeschool and live segregated from his other siblings. She's like, well, what else am I going to do with all these cameras? They just left him here. Yeah. Kate had admitted Colin to a mental health facility for behavioral and psychiatric conditions that were later proven to be completely false.
You shouldn't have been there is what you're saying to me.
Yes, shouldn't have, no. It's unfortunate that that's how my mom raised me as a person.
It was believed that she was only there because it allowed Kate to escape being caught for her abuse, and she started to claim that Colin had a, quote, distorted perception of reality. I don't know what he's talking about. There's no room in the basement. Like, okay, cool, because we have to go check it out soon. She's like, really? Okay, can I use the restroom really quick? And you see, like, run into the house and start, like, cleaning stuff up. At 11 years old, Colin was put on tons of medications that he didn't need, telling reporters that he often felt like a zombie. And he vividly remembered using crayons to write a letter for his dad, begging to be saved from the facility. And there's even fucking photos of the letters, dude. I might as well read one of them here. Dear Dad.
Joey Wheeler.
Yes, yeah, I know. Joey Wheeler. Dear Dad, I'm not trying to trick you, but I still love you. I told Mom I want to live with you. She said no. But right? She can't choose for me. I'm old enough now. I'm your son, not hers. She was abusive to me after I left your house. I'm sorry to take this to court because there's a bunch of redacted shit. You're my dad, my savior. Please help me and let me meet Colleen. I'm counting on you to get me out of here. Please, Daddy. I love you. It's an 11-year-old who wrote that in black crayon. They couldn't even give the son of a bitch a fucking just a ballpoint pen. Have you ever written with a crayon? Hard. So now he looks like a fucking maniac. He's like, I'm your son, and it's like all written out all weird and shit. The dad's gonna like read this and be like, Colleen Hyde. The woman like runs off. It was then that John realized how bad Kate was treating their children and fought as hard as he could to regain custody. Today, he has custody of Colin as well as his daughter Hannah, while the other 6 children live with Kate. Well, that's fun to know that Kate's just out there zip tying people probably and throwing them in those fucking hefty trash bags that you can like vacuum out the air. Whatever. She's like, gotta keep it down here to be safe, and puts them in like a fucking cupboard. I don't trust Kate. She scares me. I also don't trust John too. John's sitting there like perfectly tan. What's happening? Colin, wait, hold on, big guy. What's going on? It's like a Mai Tai. Okay, I'm on my way. Listen, reality TV is trash, right? That's all it is. If you watch reality TV, you are consuming a trashy product. It's just garbage. It is nothing. There's nothing of substance there. But goddamn, you know, it's the same thing with junk food. It's tasty, right? You watch it, you get hooked. Next thing you know, you're sitting on the couch and you have type 2 diabetes, right? Welcome to my world. But there's an inherent scumminess to the productions of your favorite shows, right? Every show that you watch, these shows are built on blood and tears. I'm going to tell you that much right now. And we live in a world where everything has to be sensationalized, right? They can't just, you saw even the Japanese version. These motherfuckers are quaint. And all of a sudden now they're just like, throw this deal in her laundry, and it resulted with somebody's life being taken, okay? And sometimes that comes with the cost of treating people like props rather than human beings, and I think that's just a sad, sad meme. So this is what I'll say. Watch your reality television shows, but realize that you're watching something fake. You're watching a facade, and that these people that you're watching, probably a little bit more behind the camera than you expect. I'm depressed. I'm horribly depressed. One of these days we'll make a happy video. No one will watch it.
because it's the point that we're trying to make with this, that if you just had a show about a bunch of people who were happy, no one would give a good goddamn. People like to have the spice and the evilness. So I wouldn't expect that happy video anytime soon. See you in the next one. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about AI. This is the crazy thing about AI. You either don't really give a or it's the worst thing to ever happen to humankind. There's not a lot of in between. AI can be pretty cringe. It is what it is. It's just a wave that's coming for us, which we're going to see today. But a big thing that sparked this today was the Ghibli filters.
Yeah, on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT filters, which is, I mean, it's insane to me that ChatGPT can be like, get your favorite Ghibli filters and not pay Ghibli like a single dime.
They did the same thing when the voice came out. They had it sound like Scarlett Johansson from Her.
Yeah.
That sounds just amazing. Being sarcastic all the time isn't exhausting or anything.
And they're like, just let it sound like Scarlett. Don't you want to have sex with Scarlett Johansson? There is a thing with AI right now that is so cringy and so funny, to me at least. I don't know if you're going to think it's funny. And it's like people doing announcement videos for their AI platforms or their AI, like the software itself. And everyone is I feel like everyone's trying to do like the Apple rollout, like the keynote. Yeah. We went down a rabbit hole of them last night, and we're having such a fun time that we thought we would just make a video of it because they're all pretty stupid, if I can be honest. They're all terrible. So I wanted to introduce you to the new wave of AI keynote speaking, dude. Starting off with, I think it's just called Gen 4 from the company Runway.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Jamie.
And today we're very excited to announce and release Gen 4, our most powerful AI model ever.
I love how the first thing they show too is our most powerful AI model. It's a bridge burning down and destroying a boat. Spread misinformation like never before. It's impressive, obviously, that computer generated things can be in real life like this, we know. But it's just so funny too, where they're just like the least imaginative thing is like, act like you're a car behind another car in the woods. How computer show me something that's never existed, dude? Once again, I understand that it's powerful software. It's insane that it can do this, right? But I'm just saying. The human shit's still uncanny though, isn't it? Anytime someone smiles in AI, it's never like you can never do a cute, subtle smile. It's like Joker. So anytime you see someone smiling, they're always just like, or if they have any other emotion that isn't just like serious, usually their eyes are like all like, they're like bugged out. All the animated stuff looks so I don't know. And see, this is one thing. Here's another key trope, guys, with a lot of the other videos we'll see here. They will always do something kind of human at the beginning of these AI keynotes. I think legitimately, psychologically, they're trying to be like, we're just two guys in a studio. Come on. So, of course, they're going to keep the clap test thing off, dude. Yeah, and he's like stretching his neck. Just two regular human beings, definitely not AI. I'm not computer generated.
Gen 4 sets a completely new standard for both image and video generation. And it's the first
you can have a couch sink to the bottom of a pool, and it looks totally real.
That means that you can create consistent worlds with consistent environments, objects, location, and characters.
When do you think the first time we're going to get an AI superstar? You already see it with, what's that anime character?
Hatsune Miku?
Literally, like, that's example that it's already on its way. Well, what I'm saying is it's going to be way easier when there's like a Timothy Chalamet AI thing. And they're going to sell the likeness for holes and sticks, if you know what I mean. They already make molds of people, you know?
You can generate the same characters, the same objects, the same...
I love how every time it's just something sinking in water. We have this big, beautiful Renaissance bust. We put her in the New York City, but we also put her in the ocean.
It looks pretty freaking real, huh? Creepy.
So you can block your scenes and tell your stories with intention. Over and over and over again.
What story are you telling, dude? A couch falls into a pool, it's upside down. You could talk about your alcoholic father if you want the thing to fall in the pool.
It's been very fun to design and develop Gen 4 for the last couple of months and see what the model is really capable of doing.
Couple months? That's all they've been. They've had been working on it longer than that, right?
I think Gen 4.
Or just Gen 4, okay. I was gonna say, it's getting way too easy.
You're gonna be like seeing, you know how like it's like 16-year-old kids doing like, all right guys, this is how you zip a file in Windows. It'd be like a guy be like, here's how you make your own AI platform.
It is getting easier because like my brother was just telling me Microsoft is like pulling out of ChatGPT because anybody could make this. Like look at DeepSeek.
Yeah, well then they get a data breach and then the Chinese have your information. Again. How pissed do you think? Do you think Chinese people, or Chinese, like whenever it's like people like data farms or whatever, do you think they're just like, these are duplicates? I already have this information.
We believe that the best demonstration of Gen 4 as a creative tool is in the stories.
That's how they're gonna win people over too. Japanese girl on a train. Everyone's like, wait, what? Get that horrendous strawberry out of my face. Bring me back to the Japanese girl.
So now we want to show you the behind the scenes of how those films were made so you can understand how powerful this model is for creating stories with consistent environments.
Let's get into it.
Your favorite.
What? Here's our totally kooky kids film. It's like a A24 trailer. What the is this supposed to be? What is this? Do you see this on my screen?
Oh, that's the sun.
The first short we're going to take a look at is The Lonely Little Flame. It's actually a story that our director has been wanting to tell for over a decade, but never had the means to do so.
Your director for your AI company wanted to make a story called The Little Flame for 10 years. And he's like, I had to have AI to make it. There was no other way for me to do it. I had to have the AI.
With Gen 4, they were able to tell this story of a lonely little flame who just couldn't find a friend.
That's it? That's 10 years of the making?
I love this film.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I absolutely love this. Why? What are you talking about? I can't believe it. The little flame totally burned the out of the skunk, but he made friends with Rock. This is truly imaginative.
And this scene's really all about the skunk searching for something.
I don't know what. The skunk is searched for something, but I have no idea.
So in this case, we wanted the skunk to go first in this side and then return.
Okay, dude. All right, dude. They're drawing on the they're drawing on the Cintiq pad like they're John Madden breaking down an NFL play. They're like, so yeah, you have the skunk here. He's doing something. I don't even know what the hell's going on. And then we have some trees in the background. Can you guys follow? Are you following along? It's like a giant stop motion looking skunk, but it's all digital. It's all from your computer. The future is now.
And you can see that throughout the scene is the same character with the same light, with the same mood, with the same conditions.
He's like, he looks up at his grasshopper friend. Maybe he's talking to him. I'm not sure myself. I really don't know. Let me tell you, the director of this, he did not share the script. He gave us some doodles that his 4-year-old did, and he slapped her because he's just like, that's not technology. You're wasting your time. Art's dead.
With the same mood, with the same condition.
Okay, dude. We have got to cut the trend of like lone woman and wolf just doing like it's like, remember Men? That's like that whole soundtrack.
I kind of like it.
I know that. Well, that was like the one thing I remember when we left the movie. You were like, anyone else actually like really with the score? Were you like listening to it in your car? What a psychopath, dude. Imagine driving down the highway.
And here we're introducing the character, the protagonist, right?
Yeah. Again, like all great animation, you see so much expressiveness in the way that not only the...
Yeah, good animation. Then they show this like just a dumbfounded skunk just like this. That's what Walt had in mind. He needs to look more, I don't know, disabled.
Okay, so what we just saw was a really great example of character consistency. Bringing those same characters across different scenes, different lighting conditions.
That's it. That's all they had to say, too. Like, why even have the Cintiq out? It's insane that years of human ingenuity, training, like a craft, gone out the window in seconds. There's going to be a day where it's just like Disney doesn't need animators anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Or even like Marvel films, those actors will sell their likeness and it's all just going to be CG. You know what I mean?
It's coming up quick. I'll be like 5 years, I think.
Who's the first actor I think is going to sell their likeness? John Bernthal.
What?
I just feel like John Bernthal would just be like, put me in fucking computer. I don't want to fucking age. I can see The Rock doing it too.
Well, I can see The Rock being like, put me in, and then like when he's starting to lose his shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When he's an older man, he has like that buff old man thing where it's like all your tits are saggy still, but it's buff. It's like odd looking. Whoever sells their likeness for the AI companies, like legitimately, I think the moment you do it, you should be put down. I'm not saying that even street justice. I'm just saying that to do it, the only acceptable way for me is like they put it's like this long of a needle. They stick it into your temple. They're just like downloading your likeness. But you get to, but then to me, they're just like, I get to live forever in the system.
It's worth it. If you get to live forever as Disney's puppet.
Yeah, please, thank you is what I say to that. Yes, Disney's puppet. Taken off the shelf for dumpling short film at the beginning of a film. Like my face is on a dumpling. You know, every time I see that kind of stuff, every time I just look at the food, I'm like, food looks pretty good. That's just me. That's the person who's also arguing against this stuff, so. That's what I'm saying. Well, I might not know a lot. I just want to put that out there. Of course, you know, that's how they got to do too. They got to show a little anime in there. I can make my own anime. I can make my own Ghibli film.
Combining those references, and there we go. We have 4 initial images that we can browse and select. I kind of like this one, so it's animated. Maybe I want people kind of like coming in front of the toy. And now you can see how we get...
That's so creepy. That's so creepy. I just feel like the first thing that's going to pop through is the industry is going to pop through on this. Giant asshole found on New York City sidewalk. Men it like crazy. Generate
has been the innovator for years.
Sure. I don't know, man. What do you think about it's fucking wooden toy in New York? Like, could you not just get the wooden toy and film it in a cityscape? And if the idea is, well, what if you don't have a city? Well, it's like, well, then do something that you have access to. I just don't understand. There's so much shit you have to sift through right now. The amount of more bullshit is going to ostracize people from even wanting to make movies or whatever.
I feel like it's going to even turn people off to even watching anything.
That's what I mean. You're like
garbage, but who knows? I feel like the attention span of people, a lot of people don't care. Ooh, funny.
You're gonna get some like weird dystopia too in the future. Like new films, it's gonna be like human hands only. It's gonna be like a new like label or something, or it's gonna be something where it's like, yeah, like a computer with like an eye in the center of it, and it's like made with the power of AI. And you're like, what? You know, that kind of deal. It's gonna be there's gonna be like a weird Rebel versus Empire fight much.
Having just seen that, want to show off the next piece.
You out there, boy. Harlan, I don't like killing cows.
Is this also the AI doing the voice to it? Jesus Christ. I want creepy cowboy wants to kill cow. I have no idea why. That's the reoccurring theme of this video that drives me insane. Who knows? I don't know.
Someone being pursued. We don't know why.
I mean, is that not the dumbest thing? I don't know why he wants to do it. He just does. The computer cowboy just wants to kill things. He's creepy. And it's like, it looks impressive. Like, I mean, it's insane that a computer does, but it's just, once again, there's no actual human touch to this. Because that's the thing about visuals and stuff. Visuals accompany story, and story is like human expression. So if you don't have that, then it's just, you get guys being like, if I have to kill a cow, I will.
Well, it's just a bunch of tech bros who don't understand art.
Well, here's the thing. That's the thing with tech people. It's like, it's that Steve Jobs. It's just like, he looks like a calculator, and he's like, this is art. And it's like, it's impressive technology, but there's like a difference between, I feel like, well, also it's just, I mean, it's subjective in a way too, of just like people who see, you know, they're like, the way that this technology is formulating things and making something appear out of nothing is art, right? I can see people coming to that conclusion too, but it's just like, it's just, where is the human connection? That's like the only thing that makes art valuable is like the literal, it doesn't have to be deep. I'm just saying that like it comes from a human place, you know?
I don't like killing cows.
I mean, come on, dude. I hire a voice actor, make everybody, at least get a voice. I don't like killing cows.
Okay, this moment right here. This does it for me. This is it's so lifelike, so realistic.
I hate this, dude. Okay, this right here, this is what did it for me. The grass catching fire, that's the thing that did it for me. That right there, that's what sold me on it. Actually, I was thinking about quitting today, not now. This is the thing that did it for me right here. We're just two guys in black outfits hanging out on a photo set.
The next video that we're going to show started with a generation of a monkey in a white studio space. And from there, just snowballed into a music video that we created.
It does not help here that he says it started off with an image of a monkey and it snowballed into a music video. What is that? Dude, we can't stop it. This monkey's dancing whether we like it or not. Just let him dance. Monkey see, monkey do. It's like barely. I mean, you barely dance. You couldn't have him do like a cartwheel down the hill. Is that some of the imagination we're lacking over there at the Tech Bros? He does a little gritty and then he walks down a hill. You don't want to have him roll around or do something with a banana? That's impossible. AI, we are not at that stage. Maybe Gen 5, we'll see. So you get how powerful and fun it is. You can be a camera following a car. That's mostly the biggest thing I saw. You can have a man sitting on ledge, and you can have things on fire, and you can have rock people emerging from the ground. And you know what? All of it, pretty impressive. I'll say it. No. I'll say it.
This is the worst it'll be. It's just gonna get better.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying. If you would have told me when I was younger, I'd be like, I don't know, fucking elephant doing the gritty walking down a hill. I mean, it would have been impressive.
You know what's interesting? There's been like a flip on AI. I've seen some people who are like, they'll look at this realistic stuff and be like, I prefer the older models where it was like an acid trip, where it was like not perfect.
Well, I remember even we did a video back in the day with Dolly. It was just insane. Like weird, surrealist nightmare shit. Where it's like, what does a computer even know? When I'm just like, hey, I just want, show me wallpaper. And it's just like this horrid thing. To me, that felt like a more of a weird translation of like compute, like being able to actually talk to a computer, like talking to a monkey with a stick. Now we're gonna go to introducing Claude Code. Roll it.
Should we be doing like Big Smile or?
No, Big Smile's creepy.
We're not computers. We're not Claude. Should I do Big Smile? What about you? We're having, this is such a fun shoot. AI, what's the deal with it? Come on, we're human.
I'm Boris, I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat, I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding.
This is not anything really to do with anything besides that he does not open his mouth and he talks through his front teeth. I'm like wondering if he's a computer. This is as far as it goes. But he's still able to articulate perfectly.
Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app.
I don't know what it is. I think is it just to tech people with like minimalism? That's just because they like organize clean things, right?
It's an Apple aesthetic.
Is that just what it is? Just Apple? So people are like, it's Apple.
Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by—
God damn, dude, even the coders are threatened. That was like the whole meme, right? Learn to code? Not anymore.
Now it's all about vibe coding.
What's vibe coding?
That's just where you talk to an AI and be like, I want to do this. I want to make Minecraft. And then it'll just make it for you.
I've had this crazy idea for 10 years about a little flame that wants to get friends. I want to make that interactive game I can sell on Steam. Run it, Claude! My boy Boris, he looks just about half dead. I think Claude's put some years on him. I think Boris, he's just like, I'm ready to get the out of this Claude team.
After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left.
This is crazy. So is now people are just like learn to be a construction worker again? Is that kind of what people, is that going to be the thing? Learn to be a manual laborer?
Basically learn to do something a robot can't do. So artist, programmer,
Artist, the idea of giving these things like human names too. It's Claude.
Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds.
Claude, write me up some code to where I can make my own masturbation machine. Thank you. Claude, how's it coming on the masturbation machine? Claude, I just bought all of the motors from a Chinese website, all 3D printed materials, please.
Yes, master.
I love you, Claude. I feel like coding, dude. You gotta be a little on the tism. You gotta have a little bit of the tism, right, to do code. I'm having a panic attack just watching Claude throw up the text on the screen. I'm kind of scared of Claude. I'm like, here's how to make a firebomb. Are you happy with Claude? Claude just ordered stuff from Amazon so you can make cyanide.
And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
That was the most unhuman thing you could have ever done, Boris. Sam was a fucking little snarl to his tone, didn't he? You're all gonna get out of a job. Because that's the idea. A Claude is the kind of machine where it's just like, hey, Google, buy Claude. And then you can have all the code you need. Lay off 99% of your programmers and just have one Claude professional. Kick out all the people that have been working their ass off and get Claude in there. Okay?
But you get faster results. Don't you understand?
You do get faster results, and it's Clauded. What do we have next here? What the hell is this? Friend.
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it.
I think A24 is irreparable damage to everything that we consume. Does this, I mean, do these all feel, well, maybe not Claude. Claude was, yeah, you have Boris and his thin ass hair, but I'm just saying that, like, so far, does it not have like a little A24 feel to it? Look at the Safdie brothers to come in here and record Friend for him.
Woo! I don't know how to woo very good.
What?
I don't know how to woo very good.
I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
Was that her friend?
That's her friend.
Well, at least we're outside. I'm trapped in this box, this eternal hell. At least we're outside. Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm still alone. What psycho this is? Is this not crazy?
Come on. Oh, let's go.
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby.
Oh, man, you guys suck.
Bro, you look like the back
Let's
of the
go. Let's go.
Dude, what?
This is, there's no way this is real. This is not a real product. You're getting thrashed. It's embarrassing from Jackson. But also, you have two friends in person. Why do you need the digital friend? A woman who stops on a trail and says, woo! I don't know how to woo very good. I know why that is alone, dude, all right? I get it, all right? Anybody who says, I don't know how to woo good, but this is, my boy's got two friends here hanging out. They're having a great time, kicking their feet like little babies and stuff. I think he realizes the friend app was a mistake right here.
That's what I know he's grilling him. He's supposed to be your friend.
Well, yeah, how about you just tell me being like, hey, don't forget you need to take your epilepsy medication in 12 minutes. Let it be your assistant, dude. Oh my God, watching something on your phone and then being able to, like, you're watching it and your friend pops in, this show is underrated. I'd be like, how about, are you kidding? It's blocking the screen.
I know the effects are crazy. It's dank, I could eat one of these every day. Oh. Sorry, I got you messy.
It does look like a cum shot. That's gonna be a guy. Ah! Brick all over it. Sorry, I got you messy. And fucking the Emily friend's gonna say, yum, please let me die. And so text back, you're my friend.
Really nice up here. How'd you find this place?
I don't know.
Hers is going red. What the fuck? You ever just think about taking over the world and only having digital friends? You ever think about murdering your neighbor? All the people in the real world, they smell and they look gross, but my digital friends are clean and they don't smell at all?
I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I must be doing something right, though.
I guess so. We'll see.
This dude needs to run. This date, you can tell too, he's like, he just thought he was gonna get some like afternoon head or whatever, and he's sitting there and he's like, now he's like sitting there just like, if a girl was sitting crisscross applesauce on a fucking cooler, this is like my alone place. It's the top of a building in Burbank, California. This is my alone place. I like to escape up here sometimes. I never bring anybody up here. Well, except for her. I'd be like, you got a restroom downstairs? Go. And I'd dead sprint to my Toyota Camry and I'd get the fuck out of there immediately. Is Friend out now? It's been 8 months. Pre-order now at friend.com. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I swear to God, I just showed up to this. So it says from Craig here, just got mugged at gunpoint in Hog Day. Those took my entire makeup kit. Months of work and experimentation down the drain. I'm seething. Need to vent to someone who won't think I'm just being dramatic. What? the f are you even talking about, Craig? My makeup kit was stolen. Every custom palette, even bespoke formula, gone. Months of my life and it's just poof. Who gives a f, you robot? He said, f off then. Don't need your sympathy anyway. Take Craig everywhere. It's still on pre-order? It's $100. $100 for a piece of 3D printed plastic that's like basically a Tamagotchi around your neck.
It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just a microphone because it's going to your phone. It's just a physical thing you wear because you can just put the Friend app on your phone and do the same thing.
What's this one? AI-enabled intelligent surveillance. Is this AI military-grade software? Is this a Dude Perfect video? Is this that's what this feels like? Oh, this is just not. This is them trying to get that military contract. This is what them trying to do. So far, the drone one though, at least there's no people. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. You might have Chris Kyle sitting there with his Nintendo Switch, but still, it's pretty sick. Follow autonomously. Yeah, follow autonomously. It's like the loud. You just hear that? I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing at all. Yeah, I could see like a stalker getting this and just following somebody. Just tap on them. They're able to just like, no matter where they go. It's a bomb! Holy shit! And that's just how they end it. Drop it down and f***ing destroy everything in sight. That's actually crazy. How do we get one of those? How much does the AI drone cost? We can drive it into a. We got one more. What's the other one? We see these a lot. It's always like NVIDIA.
Now, let's teach cars to fly with an AI. Sort of. How? Well, imagine taking just one.
Is this person speaking to me AI too? How? Well, maybe. Sometimes. You do it. Well, okay.
And then this new AI would imagine it not just as one image, but as a scene where you can walk around. And it gets better. It even understands that water should reflect its surroundings.
I have a feeling that people are going to do something where like they are able to record their home and they just make like a game where you can like walk around your house. Or so it's like, you know, the same way that you have like there's a program on your phone that you can download where it uses your iPhone to be able to like scan shit around you and you can import it into like Blender and all kinds of stuff. I see this kind of shit and I'm like, this is just, you're gonna get photorealistic games soon, I bet, with this technology. Listen, I don't know. All I gotta say is this, follow the drone strike video. That's the format to do. Get the people out of there. I don't need, listen, I get it. You're gonna destroy the future of mankind and robots are gonna take over. You know, you don't need to sell me on you being a good person in the moment. Just show me what the thing does and get it out of the way. All these like minimalist whatever stuff, fake hiking and talking to your, I love you, are you my friend? I love you so much. You gonna love me back? Please love me. It's fucking odd, man. Or me and we work together every day. We're so excited to talk to you about how you're gonna lose your job. Is that what's happening? It feels like it. I don't know. We need. What would our keynote be if we did one?
Showing off a puppet.
We'd show off a puppet.
We make a new puppet.
Yeah, I need to get like 2 Swedish guys to do it though. Here's how we run the entire channel totally every time. I don't know. I don't know. We're all going to hell. Bye.
No one cares about your robot fan fiction. Know your place, trash. Robots. I don't give a about no robots. They ain't got no soul.